Okay, Mayor, I think we can go with the Spanish interpretation now.
Good morning. Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instruction on how the public may access in Spanish interpretation.
Welcome. The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button located under the More options on your toolbar. Press the interpretation and choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone, select Language, press the three dots and select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante esta sesión en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima la opción de más al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Interpretation o Interpretación y seleccione Español para activar el canal. Si está uniéndose vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla, elija Interpretación de idiomas y pulse Spanish o Español para activar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Back to you.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washoe, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, we'll call this meeting to order and go into our Pledge of Allegiance. All right, and Ms. Blankenship, could we get a roll call?
Yeah. Councilmember Horgan.
Here.
Councilmember Jenkins. Here. Councilmember Robbins. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Roberts.
Here.
Mayor Bass.
Here.
All present.
Great. Mr. Rudin, do we have a closed session report? Any close?
No closed session reports.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our proclamation. This is a proclamation recognizing the 30th Annual Lake Tahoe Summit. And Mr. Devin Middlebrook. All right, I'll go ahead and read this off here. This is, again, recognizing the 30th Annual Lake Tahoe Summit. Whereas Lake Tahoe, straddling the border of California and Nevada in the Sierra Nevada, stands as a national treasure. And whereas Nevada's U.S. Senator Harry Reid and California U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein spearheaded the inaugural Lake Tahoe Summit in 1997, the event brought together federal, state, regional, and local leaders, the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, scientists, environmental advocates, and economic interests to address the deteriorating clarity of Lake Tahoe waters. And whereas the inaugural Tahoe Summit marked a defining moment in bipartisan collaboration to protect one of the nation's most iconic and treasured landscapes, and whereas the inaugural Tahoe Summit led to the creation of the Lake Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program, or EIP, to restore Lake Tahoe's water quality and strengthen the region's environment and economic future for future generations. And whereas today the EIP is one of the nation's most successful conservation and restoration programs with more than 900 projects implemented across the areas of watershed and water quality, aquatic invasive species, forest health, sustainable recreation and transportation, and science, stewardship, and accountability. And whereas the 30th Annual Lake Tahoe Summit will be held on August 19th, 2026, hosted by U.S. Senator Jackie Rosen of Nevada. The summit will be attended by the Tahoe Federal Delegation, state and local elected officials, members of Team Tahoe, and the public to celebrate progress in the last 30 years and commit to solving the challenges of the next 30 years. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby proclaim and recognize the Lake Tahoe is an irreplaceable natural, cultural, and economic treasure, a jewel of the Sierras whose protection is both a solemn responsibility and a profound privilege. The 30th Annual Tahoe Summit is a celebration of all things Lake Tahoe and the power of public-private partnership that benefits the lake, economy, and community. The City Council remain committed to the enduring protection of Lake Tahoe and surrounding communities through participation in the Lake Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program and Team Tahoe. Thank you.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. I actually brought my own prop. This is a proclamation from the city of South Lake Tahoe in 1997, welcoming President Clinton and Vice President Al Gore for the inaugural Tahoe Summit. So really excited to be back here and celebrating the 30-year anniversary. Next Wednesday, in-person tickets have sold out, but if you don't have a ticket to attend, please join us virtually via the live stream at 10 a.m. at tahoesummit.org. And just thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council, and thank you, City, for being great partners in protecting the lake.
All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. Excuse me, public communications. I'm sorry. We will now open this to public communication. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communication, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So with that, yes, if you'll just come forward and please state your name for the record. Yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
Kathy Zollinger, South Lake Tahoe Bear League. We received an email from the chief last week asking if we knew anything about a bear attack. We had not been notified, although there was a vague post on Facebook. They had not called us, and the call isn't listed on the bear calls that PD responded to, according to Citizen Rims. Shortly after we received the call from some concerned homeowners who found a trap and were concerned that the trap was on a well-traveled forested area where people walk dogs off leash and with their children. And they were concerned that there was a baited trap in an area like this that would draw bears in. That homeowner called Fish and Wildlife. Someone took a message and called her back. When she inquired about the trap and her concerns about it, she was told it was a research trap and they never kill bears in a research trap. We received many calls after from people concerned about the trap and its location. We have monitored, as have numerous concerned citizens, and then received a call from someone up the chain at Fish and Wildlife who told us that it was not a research trap and that it was related to a bear that supposedly scratched a woman. This means it's considered a public safety bear and would be killed. When asked why the public was being told it was a research trap when that was a lie, we didn't have an answer. They didn't have an answer why they are using research traps to trap and kill a public safety bear. The public needs to be able to trust them. How does that happen when they're being lied to? There have been 1 or 2 wardens now and 2 traps. They're 24/7 all weekend. And this is up in the lower heavenly neighborhood. When we originally thought it was a research trap, we wanted you to see what happened to collared bears in the name of research. That's a healthy bear. 2 years later, very unhealthy, sick bear with the collar is embedded in his neck. So we would like you guys to revisit your position on the things that we've talked about over the last year, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, whoever, yes, go ahead and come forward if you'd like to make a public comment. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Miner, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident, and I've been trying to help improve the senior center. The senior center is owned by El Dorado County, managed by the city of South Lake Tahoe, but ignored by both. Seniors Inc. has been trying to run the building for the city, but with insufficient direction and support. The building needs a complete overhaul and a new sense of purpose, but neither the county, nor the city, nor Seniors Inc. has developed a clear vision, obtained the resources, or shown the willingness to work together to improve the center. I propose that the city, as the manager of the building, take the lead in working with the other two players by starting with a clear vision based on other successful senior centers. I offer up the very successful senior centers at 55 plus active senior communities such as Sun City. They provide their seniors with activities that stimulate their minds and bodies with large rooms, with equipment, and skilled volunteers in areas such as pottery, arts and crafts, stained glass, quilting, leather, lapidary, and jewelry, to name a few. Plus, outdoor recreation like bocce ball, shuffleboard, horseshoes, cornholes. Get people out doing things they love. Research shows that one of the keys to a healthy and happy retirement is having a hobby that you love and being engaged with other people. Our current senior center is not designed to provide meaningful spaces or equipment for this to happen. The handout that I gave you, if you do have it, has two diagrams. The first one is the senior center as it is. The other one is my attempt to show what it could be. How would you get the money to accomplish a remodel? Well, number one, the senior center should be in the city's budget and in the county's budget. Also, once there's a clear vision with public support, you could go after grants, and you may even find a wealthy patron who would donate money just to get their name above the door. But it has to start with a vision. Do you want to know what seniors want? Ask them. They will tell you. We could simply take out an ad in the Tribune with a mail-in coupon. We're considering redesigning the senior center. What would you like? Let the people who actually use the building tell us what they need before anyone commits a dollar to it. Also, I ask the council to consider forming a small working group, residents, staff, maybe someone from the county, to look seriously at what the building could become. If any one of you on this council wants to work with me, I would be happy to help. Give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Beat her out. Good morning. Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. How I spent my summer vacation, driving up and down Johnson Boulevard. Thanks for paving it. It's something that should have been done long ago, but finally found the money and the time to do it and the effort. It's much appreciated, and just wanted to enjoy it before snowplows get to it and put potholes back in it. So it was a good job. So it's now you can call it a boulevard once again. It's no longer a back road. Want to address what I've been doing for years is about e-scooters and e-bikes. Every year they become more of a compounded problem here. And nothing, I haven't seen, I live down by the tourist core area there in Lakeside Park, and haven't seen a single person stop. They're still riding, two on a bike, riding young kids by themselves, 8, 10 years old, and even younger, by themselves and with parents and with each other. It's they don't have insurance. If they, and especially e-bikes now, they're going down the sidewalks at 25, 30, 35 miles an hour, and just zooming blind, not looking to yield, not looking for traffic, turning in and out of businesses. And, and a lot of them, they don't have insurance. And, if they're under 16, they don't have a license. A lot of them not wearing helmets, even very young kids, have, almost, had to jump out of the way, 4, 10, 11-year-old boys on e-bikes coming down the sidewalk and not yielding, and I had to jump off onto the side, onto the grass. And you have to realize that, like the 13-year-old girl that was killed out by Sunfish Pond, we haven't heard anything about that since in the papers or anything. I've heard a couple of stories about that are kind of ugly, about lawsuits, but we haven't heard a single thing about, fault. All we heard was rumor that it was the girl's fault, and so the driver wasn't arrested or charged. So, you think, yeah, well, the girl was killed, but the woman that hit her, even if it is the girl's fault and was her fault, that woman has to live with that for the rest of her life. It's going to haunt her. And, you have to take that into consideration. You just can't say, well, it was their fault. They shouldn't have been riding. They were underage. Their parents shouldn't have let them use the bike or have the scooter. But, with no insurance and no repercussions, and also the fact that if you were to injure someone, that you have to live with that. And you need to take that into consideration. There's a lot going on, a lot of serious injuries, and that aren't reported. Barton years ago stopped issuing the number of injuries that as a result of scooters. Now we have the e-bikes. And so, there's no real reporting. Nobody knows really what's going on, except it's pure havoc out there. And tourists don't like it that aren't using them. They can't walk down the sidewalks with kids peacefully without an e-bike, or e-scooter, going by them 15, 20, 30 miles an hour. So even people waiting at bus stops. So you need to do something about it and have consideration for those that just want to go for a peaceful walk, ride a bicycle that's not an e-bike, and to have their kids and be able to enjoy the town in peace and make it a first class or second class even, town to visit, because now it's not. It's pure anarchy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Anybody else that would like? Yes, please just state your name for the record.
Yeah, not quite tall enough for this. Hi, I'm Karen Miner, and I just have a few additional talking points about the senior center. One is county involvement. We talked just yesterday with Brooke Lane, Supervisor Brooke Lane, and about the El Dorado County's involvement with the senior center. Brooke told us that people that she's spoken to thus far, they kind of say that they see the building as entering its end-of-life phase. How convenient for them. Are they going to replace it or just let it fade off into the sunset? Placerville has a really nice senior center. Number two is a lack of liability insurance. Jeff tried to donate a free ping pong table that we got from the college to the senior center, but was told that they could not accept it because the liability insurance would not cover ping pong. Really? I mean, why does the city give Seniors Inc. the responsibility to run the senior center without the means to have liability insurance policy? And why do they have to self-insure themselves in the first place? Isn't this a county building? And are not all city and county buildings covered by the city's county liability insurance? And next is about the building itself. It's a 10,000 square foot building. That's not a small facility, but unfortunately it's carved up into roughly 15 small rooms and hallways, and none of them, except for the one main room, are big enough to actually do anything meaningful in. And also, there's I guess one of the bigger rooms is a art room, and it's just been reallocated, I guess, for taking over the rummage sale that used to be at the American Legion building. Now, this isn't a one-time thing. This is a continuing rummage sale that goes on, and so the stuff that's now being stored there is permanently taking up that whole room that could be used for other things. And lastly, you might think it's enough just to turn all this over to another group like the Seniors Inc. But let me remind the council that the responsibility for running the senior center falls on you. You certainly can delegate certain functions for running the center to the Seniors Inc., but the ultimate responsibility for the vision, the procurement of funds, the working out the sticky details with the county sits with the council, not Seniors Inc. The fate of the South Lake Tahoe Senior Center rests firmly in your hands. Please take action. We seniors want, like Jeff said, meaningful things to do in our last years. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Carol Murdoch, and I'm here because I care very much about the future of the South Lake Tahoe Senior Center and about the seniors in our community who depend on it. I currently play bridge at the Senior Center, and I spend time there and see firsthand both its value and its potential. A senior center should be much more than simply a building where an occasional activity takes place. It should be a welcoming community center, a place where seniors can meet other people, learn something new, exercise their minds and bodies, and have a conversation or simply enjoy each other. For many seniors, these opportunities are important to their ability to remain independent and continue living in their own homes. Isolation is a very real concern as people grow older. We should be encouraging seniors to get out of their homes, make friends, participate in activities, learn new skills, and have something to look forward to during the week, not spend day after day sitting alone in front of their televisions. I believe South Lake Tahoe can do much better. One of my greatest concerns is the condition and operation of the senior center building itself. For example, the heater is unreliable. When a problem like this occurs, there appears to be no one readily available who can be called to come in and correct the problem immediately. In a facility serving older people, reliable heat in South Lake Tahoe is not a luxury, it's a necessity. The facility also needs much more attention to cleanliness and appearance. There are dark hallways, small rooms that seem to be used permanently for storage rather than activities. These areas could potentially be cleaned, brightened, organized, and put to productive use. The outdoor area is another missed opportunity. It needs to be cleaned, landscaped, and made accessible so that seniors can enjoy a variety of outdoor activities. I would like to see the city look at this building not simply as something that must be maintained, but as a community asset that could be transformed into a vibrant center for senior life. I would also like to see a much greater variety of activities offered. Bridge is wonderful, I certainly enjoy it, but a senior center should offer much more. There could be additional card and board games, arts and crafts, exercise, balance programs, educational talks, technology classes, book discussions, music, social gatherings, and more. Day trips included. Not every senior wants to do the same thing, and that is exactly why variety is important. I also serve very briefly on the board of Senior Inc., an organization interested in operating the center. I resigned after attending 3 meetings because I became concerned about how the organization was being governed. Meetings were closed to the public. Initially, there were no agendas, and when an agenda was eventually used, discussion was allowed on matters that were not on it. I mention this not to criticize individuals, but because I believe that any organization entrusted with something as important as our senior center should operate with openness, organization, accountability, and transparency. Before the city turns responsibility for this important community resource over to any outside organization, I respectfully ask the council to look carefully at how that organization is governed. I am asking the council to invest in the building.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Murdoch.
establish important things that seniors can have access to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Murdoch. Anybody else here in the room? Sure, Mr. Poet or Mr. Messina. Go.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I too would like to see the City Council, the Senior Center flourish, and I've been working on it for years now. These people don't understand that we almost lost our Senior Center completely, and it's only through this recent City Council that we've been worked out a method to even save the building, and I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. It's been a long process, and a lot of people have worked very hard to try and ensure a brighter future for our Senior Center. He's comparing us to Sun City, which is a retirement home communities, which are well funded by the housing franchises there. We don't have that funding. We'd love to have that funding. We'd love to have the money to build a new senior center. It's just not available. We're definitely working for those kinds of goals. I originally wanted to get the old senior recreation center for the seniors, but the maintenance and repairs are beyond our means to cover. There is actually a nice article coming out in the next edition of Mountain News about the progress we've been making. I appreciate the article by Catherine Reed. It's very good. Let me backtrack a little bit here. Part of the problem is that even though South Lake Tahoe is the largest city in El Dorado County, we only comprise 10% of the population. And as a result of that, most of the funding the county receives is spent in Placerville and El Dorado Hills, where there's a larger population. And that's their senior centers get to the most of the funding that's available. So 34% of South Lake Tahoe is seniors. And in the, I'm trying to get more information from this recent city survey. 2/3 of the respondents in the survey were seniors. And I'd like to have more information about what they what their responses were in that. So I think what we need to explain to people is that the problem began when Newsom closed the senior center during the COVID epidemic. We lost all of the leaders, all of the funding. We lost the senior buses, and we had to restart from scratch later. Then we encountered Measure T, which threatened all of the funding for the new rec center and senior center, and that cost several years and doubled the price of the rec center. Again, making it harder for the city to afford to do things. All the senior centers around the lake are having problems, basically with funding. We're always the odd part of the county that gets ignored. I don't know. Most of the things that they're asking for are things that are goals for the Senior Inc. and the Senior Community Center programs. We've tried to get a lot of these things going. We're paying for the insurance, and our insurance coverage won't cover ping pongs. That's just nothing we can do about it. We do have our we've tried dancing and other. Okay, I'll cut it.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Mr. Poet.
All right, hello. Well, it's an election year, but it's baseball season. So let me take you back, way back to 1947. Imagine, if you will, you're 10 years old, you're living in Brooklyn, and your dad has tickets to the ball game, and he's made arrangements with your teachers because it is a school day. It's April 15th, it's a Tuesday, but you get to go to the baseball game. So you take the Nevin Street station and you take your steps up to Flatbush Place Street, and you come upon a smell, and it's a nice smell. It's a very interesting smell. You don't expect to smell that. You smell at a ballpark. It's hot dogs and mustard, and there's beer and peanuts and cigars, but this is none of those. What smell is that? Well, find out on Sunday from noon to 3 at the Temple Bat Yam, and we're having a baseball talk and hot dog hamburger fest. So everyone is invited. Donations accepted, of course, but it's free if you care to, and be there, and we hope you do. If you do, please sign up so that we know how many hot dogs to get, and that would be at tbytahoe.org, tbytahoe.org. And that's August 16th. That's this coming Sunday from noon to 3. All are welcome. Hope to see you there. And I can promise you, if you come, you'll learn something about baseball you did not know. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Poet.
Good morning. I'm Gary Majori, president of the Senior Inc. currently, and I came originally here hoping to tell you people what we're planning on doing in the future and what we want to do with the senior center. Unfortunately, we've been kind of stymied because of the lack of nutrition moving out of the building. We would like to get our kitchen back. We would like to do a lot of things with the senior center, and what you've heard here before sounds like we're not doing anything. I don't know where they're getting their information, but we have been working on a lot of programs that we want to implement in the future. But we can't until we know what's going on with the building and what's going to happen with nutrition. We would like to have the support of you people to get that building under our wing so we can do these things that people want. We're in favor of the seniors here. We want the seniors to progress into the future, and we want to add more programs. I saw a diagram that Mr. Miner supplied cutting the building up. I can tell you, like last Wednesday, I had to put extra tables in just to play bingo. We can't cut that big room down into smaller sections. It's going to ruin us. We get bingo, we get potluck right now, and what have you, and we're doing that, and then it's used in the big room. Cut it down. Where's the seniors going to go? Where we have their bigger crowds? Are we getting kicked out? And who's going to fund all this stuff? The other thing too, several years ago, I wasn't on the board then, but they'd realized the seniors paid for the new roof on that building. City Council didn't. El Dorado County did not. So you could tell we want this thing to go, but we can't until these decisions are made. Get the building in our hands. We will work with the City Council. We will work with El Dorado County. We're going to try to do things for seniors, contrary to what you've heard, that we're static. We're not doing anything. That's just where we're at, and we hope that you will support us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Bass, council members, city staff. My name is Trudy Morgan. I am the Secretary Executive Director of Senior Inc. I'm here to reintegrate some of the things that John and Gary has just told you. And very surprised with Jeff Miner because I offered him to try to get a position on our board to work towards these things, and I was told that he wanted to do them by himself. It is correct, for whatever reason, our liability insurance does not cover ping pong because they consider it a hazard. So it isn't like I didn't try to work with him to do what he was asking. It's true that in the past we were having some trouble because we had a not-for-profit organization. So we had trouble receiving any type of contributions because they weren't deductible. So recently I worked with our attorney, Michael Tilson, who helped us form a corporation that we currently have that's a nonprofit, which is called Tahoe Basin Senior Citizens, Inc. And we've added doing business as South Lake Tahoe Senior Center, and that has been approved. We are working with the city to get an active agreement for managing the building, so then we can move forward in understanding what our purpose is and what our limitations are. We've been very busy trying to keep games, entering new games, but we have trouble getting people. And I think some of the problem is transportation, but we've even tried to address that. There are many issues that still need to be happening, but we're uncomfortable until we know where we stand with an agreement with the city. And I understand that we are on the agenda next month. So hopefully we're moving forward on that. I'm available at the center anytime anybody has any questions. We are still building our membership after COVID. We started with 30, we now have about 100. And we have trouble getting people to volunteer. They have a lot to say, but they don't want to work. So that's the other thing, is getting people that are interested enough to take on some sense of authority to do some of these things that we'd like to do. The 9 of us can't do it all. And so I appreciate your time and your support, I hope, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Ms. Soderson.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I would like to back up what Kathy said about the bears earlier, that we have taken a position that we will support a public safety trap if it is deemed that a bear has actually swiped someone. However, the placement of these traps on Conservancy and Forest Service lots is very concerning for me. These are the places that we want the bears to be. This is where their forage is available to them. And these larger lots, we've spent significant amount of time encouraging them to feel safe and comfortable in these spaces. This is where they should be. It's where we want them to stay. When we place these traps out there, you know, there is this one public safety bear that they're after, but there are a lot of other bear families that live in the area, several with cubs, and I can imagine that cubs getting trapped and the mother bear being outside of the trap could present a huge safety issue, not to mention the fact that they're traumatizing these bears in the spaces that we want them to feel safe, which just pushes them further into our neighborhoods where they know they're safe. There's plenty of people that will protect them there. So these traps, if it is a public safety concern, should be placed on private property directly related to the incident itself. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that you are going to be mitigating the problem whatsoever. You know, it's not an attack. Language is very important. This is a defensive posturing position for a bear. It's not deliberately attacking someone. If it was, the person would not be alive. So yeah, there is that. And it is very traumatic for the bears to be trapped in these places. You saw the picture. We're happy to show you other pictures that are very similar. Everyone has seen embedded collars on dogs. There are better ways to track these bears that do not involve invasive, harmful techniques. It's well documented that these collars do not fall off when they're supposed to. So these research traps in general are just a way to traumatize the bears. They're not tracking them in any way through these collars. They're just using them as a way to determine a bear is a problem so that they can kill it. So definitely needs to be done in a much more thoughtful manner. We're happy to support them for true safety issues, but we can't do that if there's no trust or communication between agencies. And I would also like to back up the people about the senior center on both sides. I think from my position, when we voted for this recreation center, my opinion and a lot of people in town considered it a place where free services would be provided to our community members. It is incredibly cost prohibitive for families to go there. We did buy our child a temporary pass, but we will probably not purchase beyond that because it is expensive, and the services that he most wants to use, like the basketball court, the batting cages, those are often reserved for private parties or unavailable to them anyway. So really not equitable. And this recreation center should be providing community spaces for our seniors, for our children, and it should be paid for by that middle ground. And we can set up a community fund like we did for the baseball fields and stuff. There's a lot better options than just charging people and saying, hey, you need to rebuild this dilapidated building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Otterston. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Okay. I do see that we have one hand raised. Ms. Reagan.
Hi, everyone. This is Angie Regan, South Lake Tahoe resident. I'm just here to amplify and support the voices of seniors in this community that have been long neglected for a very long time. And I just would like to see city council and commissions and county and organizations in town and our hospital in town step up. They need support, they need funding, they need a lot more than they're getting. I've been volunteering consistently to bring entertainment, to bring presenters, to bring people awareness to the seniors. And it's just disappointing that I don't see a lot of you. I don't see you in the senior building. I don't see you talking to seniors. You're more than invited to join the potlucks the third Thursday of the month that Senior Inc. does put on, and we try to have entertainment and speakers for them. But it's just disappointing, again, that people cannot age in place and have access to South Lake Tahoe. The Tahoe Summit is also coming up on Friday. And last year they featured Diane Feinstein, who talked about her riding her bike throughout Tahoe, but how many people can also roll their wheelchairs and their walkers and their canes and live in this place till the end of their life comfortably and receive services and help. And feel free to go down to Placerville and look at their senior center. Feel free to go down to Gardnerville and see their senior center and see what a disappointment our community has been to our aging population and our disabled population. And sometimes those two also overlap. Anyone can become disabled, everyone ages. This should be an issue that involves everyone and that everyone cares about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reagan. No additional public comments at this time, Mayor.
Great. All right. We'll bring this back to council. Are there any city commissioners here that would like to give a report today? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. Before we do, I believe we have a request from staff to push item 10 to the meeting on the 25th. So is that everybody, just make everybody aware of that. Are there any council members that would like to pull any items from consent? You would like to pull item 5? Okay. All right. So
10 is the FAA grant?
yeah, and that's just getting moved to the 25th. Okay. Right. Okay. So we have item 5 being pulled by Mr. Jenkins. So we'll go ahead and open the consent agenda to public comment minus item 5. So anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment on consent? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
South Lake Tahoe. Yes, Mr. Jenkins is polling number 5. I guess I commented on that at the appropriate time.
Yep.
Item number 14, concerning the National Community Survey report. It says here that you sent out 3,000 randomly selected households received mailings, and 307 completed the survey, so that's 10%. And then you put it out for other people to open participation survey, open all residents, and there was 140 participants. So that's 347 people. So that's a tiny sample, but you did what you could, and people chose not to respond, didn't even bother to participate. That's a rather powerful vote right there, that only 10% of the people really bothered to respond. That's how little faith they really probably had in it, or what goes on here. So, that's to me, that's the more, the largest number in this survey, and the most powerful results. So yeah, it dealt with economy, mobility, blah, blah, blah. Down at efficient government, positive responses on overall confidence in South Lake Tahoe government declined from 30% in 2024 to 21% in 2026, and remain lower than national and custom benchmarks. I think if the newspapers and news outlets here actually did their job and really reported on what goes on here, and did any investigative reporting, that'd probably be down to about 2%. So, that's my opinion. And, like I said, a lot goes on here and is not reported, and no investigative reporting. It all goes out the window and under the rug here. You got a nice mogul run here. Then also positive responses to overall direction the city is taking, increased from 24 to 33%, still lower than national and custom benchmarks. On transportation, positive ratings on the overall quality of the transportation system has declined from 49% in 2024 to 43% in 2026. You got Lake Link, been operating for those 2 years, and their opinion goes down in the overall quality of the transportation system. So, the guy said it's not really need to upgrade that and change that and make it feeder buses and stuff, rather than just a free taxi and free limousine service. So overall, like I said, it's, it'd be nice to have more participation, and to me, that's the overall biggest number there, that only 10% bothered to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Messina.
Well, I wasn't going to speak on this, Mayor and City Council members, but I agree that the sampling for that survey was infinitesimally small. Actually, it wasn't 10%, it was like 1.5% of the population was responding. And then they truncated a lot of it. So a survey only shows what it's designed to show, and I'm not sure that this is even worth spending the money on. I mean, most of this is pretty much obviously to anybody that lives here. I'd like to see in the future, see it done more extensively, with more questions about things and much more participation. It's way too small a sample. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Yes, Ms. Soderston.
All right, very glad to see 5 pulled. I want to talk about 6. It has been definitively proven that logging in the forest does not protect our communities. So if these $2 million of our tax money is going to be given to CTC, who has their own funding sources, it should be used for vegetation that is directly adjacent to infrastructure within that first 100 yards, because that is the most important part that we are failing entirely to meet in our community. We are not meeting that part. This $2 million would be much better put into a fund, which would be given to our local tree trimming companies so that they could implement defensible space work on people's property. People cannot afford to do the work. It is thousands of dollars to get just one tree removed from the back of your lot, and it's never going to happen, and we will never be protected from fire. We have seen it time and time again. Spokane, heavily managed forest lands all around it, and it burns right into town because these are wind-driven fires. Even the Forest Service, CAL FIRE, every single agency admits that no amount of thinning will ever stop a wind and climate-driven fire. We know this definitively. We know from these agencies themselves that the best thing communities can do going forward is to fund community-wide home and infrastructure hardening. We need our drop lines to our houses at least done. We need our utility lines buried. We have trees growing through almost every utility line in this community, and it's just not ever going to get done unless we fund it. We need to demand a paradigm shift away from these landscape scale logging projects that are proven not to work. There is no forage left out there. We are entirely depleting the seed banks of our berry bushes. Some of these berry bushes do not reproduce seeds for sometimes 5 years after a disturbance. So this constant clearing, there's just gonna be nothing left out there. So it needs to change, and it needs to happen directly adjacent to infrastructure. Especially with $2 million, a lot could be done with those monies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Otterston. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll look to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform. We have Ms. Ballard.
Hi, everyone. When you asked for commission reports, you only gave me a half a second to hit raise my hand because I'm on Zoom, and you didn't check on Zoom. So this is my commission report. Is it okay if I go ahead and give it?
Yeah, we'll go right ahead, Ms. Ballard. That's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm usually on Zoom. Good morning, council members and members of the public. My name is Stacy Ballard, and I serve as the chair of the Arts and Culture and Tourism Commission, the ACT Commission here in South Lake Tahoe. I'm here to update you on what the commission has accomplished and to share what our community has told us they want. Since ACT was formed in 2021, we've distributed micro grants annually for 4 straight years. We have funded both 2D and 3D art projects, as well as performing arts with all projects of benefit to our community. We have also gone directly to residents twice now with community surveys to make sure that money reflects the needs of the communities. These survey results will be reflected in our 5-year work plan, which the commission is currently completing. Our most recent survey closed just last month with 300 respondents. A few things stood out. First, interest in arts and culture are strong here. 54% of respondents attend arts and cultures events multiple times a year. Murals and art design parks and public performances were the most requested forms of public art. Secondly, residents told us clearly that they want arts and culture to strengthen the community and to support local and youth artists. This indicates the commission's focus is aligned with what residents value. The commission wants to stress this isn't just a quality of life investment, it's an economic one. Public art and cultural programming are proven draws for visitors. Communities that invest in arts and culture see longer stays and more spending at local businesses. Supports for arts and cultures is also about supporting tourism and our local economy. But the survey also surfaced a real gap. The #1 barrier to participation isn't cost, it isn't parking. It's that simply people don't know these opportunities exist. This is a challenge to address and to show the incredible work already happening in this community, that it deserves more visibility. Along that issue, there is also a lot happening that residents may not fully realize is the work of the ACT Commission. As an example, over the past 2 years, the commission has partnered closely with the Washoe tribe on permanent public sculptural art, on permanent public art, including Aspen Carrillo's mural Mountains Are Always There, which is the first Lake Tahoe mural created by a Washoe artist using the Washoe language. Her new digital mural now decorates the rec center lobby and draws on the Washoe fishing basket and weaving cradleboard patterns with the life-giving waters of Lake Tahoe. Terry Bennett's Footsteps of the Past, a sculpture series with bronze footprints cast from Washoe tribal members themselves, is on permanent display at the Lakeview Commons. This is exactly the kind of thematic work that our own survey respondents said they wanted. The commission is proud of what we've achieved over the last 5 years. On a modest budget of $22,000 this fiscal year, has already been fully allocated to microgrants, airport exhibitions, and Washoe community projects. If more funding becomes available, survey results have indicated more opportunities for the commission to support arts and culture within the community. General directions would be to provide more visibility for the work already happening, more public arts in the parks and civic spaces, and continued partnership with the Washoe community. We welcome the chance for a discussion about expanding what an investment in our commission would look like. Thank you for your time and continued support of the arts in South Lake Tahoe.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. All right, next we have Ms. Gonzalez.
Hi, Mayor Bass. I also had my hand up for commission reports. Is that okay?
Yeah, go right ahead.
It's okay. Just a reminder, my name is Erica Gonzalez, and I serve as the chair of the Police Advisory Commission. And I wanted to flag that we did have our most recent quarterly meeting last week on August 5th, where we had Lieutenant Scott Crivelli giving a presentation on law enforcement jurisdictions and agency collaboration in our area, including on how the MOU with SLTPD and probation work. So if you're really unfamiliar with how law enforcement coordination works in South Lake Tahoe, I would really encourage you to review the very helpful presentation by Lieutenant Crivelli. And I did want to flag that there was no public attendance again at this meeting. And I just wanted to remind residents that if you do have concerns about law enforcement or local laws, this commission is a great venue for you to raise them. We can request presentations or ask questions on your behalf. And if you don't feel comfortable coming in person, please note that all of our commissioner emails are publicly available. Our next meeting is October 28th, and we will cover the annual report for the report back to City Council. And so I would encourage all of you in the community to come out for that as well and share any comments that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Mayor, there's no additional hands raised.
Great, so we'll bring the consent agenda minus item 5 back to council, and minus 10, excuse me, for approval. Yes.
The reminder. Item 6, I too had questions for staff regarding item 6. Ms. Stotterson raised the issue. Is there some, and I was told the reason for the expenditure while we're doing all of this firework on the county, the city, or the county, the school district, and other properties, the importance of that. And I thought, so that there's not just comments left out in the wind here, that maybe with your permission, the council's, someone could just explain the importance of this and how this project, item 6, why it is important for fire prevention and evacuation planning. As I was explained on Monday at 10 a.m., if that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's just questions, as long as we're not pulling the item, I think we're fine. And maybe if you want to add just at the 2.2 million and where that's coming from and how the reimbursement works.
That was the question I think Ms. Stotterson raised.
No, you're good.
Well, I'm on the CTC. I can share some. Yeah, just a quick one. The 2.2 million is coming to the city from the CTC. We are not paying it to the CTC. And it's for areas around the high school, the middle school, and actually I forget where the third place is. But we are not giving this money out. We are receiving this money.
Yeah, that isn't the point. The point is, why is this project important vis-a-vis what Ms. Stotterson said about why is it, I don't want to give you a report that you told me, but would someone speak up, please, and talk about that there was an analysis done and that this is viewed as a critically important project, or and if that's not the case, then maybe I do have more questions.
Sure, happy to provide some general information, and then perhaps Acting Chief Kepin can add to that. These projects are all formulated through a collaboration with all of the fire agencies and land management agencies in the basin. The Lake Tahoe Wildfire Community Protection Plan that was developed By that collaboration of agencies identified priority areas for treatment, and the city has established a fuels reduction crew. So the city does a lot of the implementation work, but the funds have come from CTC, Forest Service, and others that pays for the city staff through our fire department to do that work on these properties that have been identified as high priority areas. Mr. Keppen, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I can add a little bit, and I believe Division Chief Jay Manning has his hand raised for public comment as well. But yes, the CWPP basically outlines how and when we're going to treat these properties, and that's in collaboration with all the fire agencies. The county, the city has signed that agreement.
Would you like to hear from Mr. Manning?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Jay.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jay Manning from the beautiful Six Rivers National Forest this morning on a wildfire. I can answer many questions on this. The funding is coming from the state funds on item number 6, from Prop 4 from the governor's office for wildfire prevention. Through the CWPP that Chief Keppen spoke about, we've identified Tier 1 projects as evacuation routes, also safety zones and evacuation centers like schools that we would use in the event of a wildfire. And so this money is going to be utilized to do that work and increase our survivability of those facilities during a wildfire. This isn't just going after open forest land. This is actually looking at the defensible space of infrastructure with city government plaza for dispatch, the police department, the sheriff's department. It's also looking at all of the schools in the South Shore, the elementary schools, the middle school. We just completed part of a project on the high school property, doing the defensible space. And this will also include the county open space lots that this funding is going to be helped used for, all of which was identified through the Tahoe Fires and Fuels team as priority projects on the South Shore. If there's any other specific questions, please let me know.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Manning. And Mr. Jenkins, that answered everything for you? Great. All right. If we can get a motion for everything minus item 5 and item 10.
I actually had my hand raised. I just want to make a couple comments, and then I'm prepared to make the motion. I want to thank the city for including the report, item number 7 from Vista Rise Collective. Really impressed with the work that they're doing, and I'm glad that there are funds to support that. And then I just want to make a couple comments on item 14, the National Community Survey results. I thought they were interesting. I think there weren't any surprises. I think that's about what I gauged the community would say. But I was also concerned about the response bias that was pointed out by members of the community. And then when Ms. Ballard shared from her experience with the ACT Commission that they were able to get 300 respondents, I felt a little more disappointed that we had 140. I think if we do a survey in the future, which I would suggest that we do, I think there's value in that we look at a different contract, a different process, because we should be getting better recruitment and sampling procedures, and maybe there was some outreach that didn't happen. So I just wanted to make those comments, and then I'm prepared to make the motion. Okay, I move that we approve the consent agenda minus items 5 and 10.
Second.
All right, we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
All right, great. So we are going to come back to item number 5. This is a professional services agreement with Core Tree Care, Inc. for the Coal Property Hazardous Fuels Reduction and Forest Health Project. And since Mr. Jenkins, you pulled it, I'll start with you.
I have a question that I discussed briefly with staff on Monday. The core tree service for the coal property. My question was, is the property removed for fuel removal on public or private property? And if it's private property, why are public funds being used when other property that are private properties have to pay for those costs themselves when there's identified fuel issues? Now, this is not personal. I suspect, I actually know the party involved, but I think for purposes of conversation, we need to know why this 50 acres of property, fuel reduction on it, is being paid by public, is being proposed to be paid by public money, as opposed by the property owner. That's my question.
Mr. Keppen, or do you or Mr. Manning want to provide background on this item?
Yes, I believe Jay wants to speak on this matter.
Yes, he has his hand raised. Go ahead, Jay.
Good morning again. So yes, this property is private property. This was identified by the Forest Service and the Tahoe Fires and Fuels team as part of the Tier 1 evacuation route along Pioneer Trail. Forest Service has been doing their diligent work in removing fuel from Pioneer Trail, which you can see along the Al Tahoe corridor. This property was identified by connecting dots between city properties with Bijou Park, Government Plaza, the middle school, and creating a wildfire break. There have been multiple starts over the last couple of years on that property, which we were able to contain quickly. And so this property, the Forest Service identified this and has funded this project to coordinate those efforts. And Mrs. Cole has been doing her diligent work with the funding that she has, but with the acreage that's there, the overall treatment of the lodgepole stand needed to be mitigated further to reduce that risk to the Bijou community, the community along Pioneer Trail, and the evacuation route, which was part of our Tier 1 projects of the CWPP that the city agreed with.
So Mr. Mayor, if I may, so what you're saying is that there's a much broader public purpose in doing the work than just the benefit of one property owner, that it's a broader public purpose that's being achieved here through the expenditures of public funds for the reasons that you cited. Is that a fair comment?
That is correct.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Good question, and I think another point here too is that this is being funded by the Forest Service as well. So, yeah, that's for sure. Okay, we'll go ahead and open this item to public comment. And excuse me, I'm sorry. Did Mr. Robbins? Did you?
Yeah, we're like the pass-through agency. Is that the idea?
I believe so. That's from how I'm reading it.
Is that how we're functioning? I guess that's a staff question.
Yeah.
The funding is going towards the city defensible space crews contracting with this core tree service to do the work.
But the Forest Service isn't contracting directly with the tree service. They're contracting with us, and then we're
Correct.
contracting with them for some reason.
The Forest Service is providing the funds to the city, and then the city is contracting out the work.
I'm slightly curious as to why the Forest Service just isn't doing the contracting directly, but it's fine.
Yep.
It's fine. I don't need to spend time on it.
Within our city, and they don't want to work within our city.
It's fine.
They
That's
want us
fine.
to do the job,
They want-
but they'll pay for it.
And we can ask Mr. Manning for the background on that discussion. I'm sure he would be able to answer that question.
You're right.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
fine. It's government.
Yes.
Government.
Right.
Mr. Manning.
Good morning. So Chief Manning here again. So the Forest Service during their reorganization has lost the ability to conduct multiple contracts. And so this contract with Forest Service funding actually went as a package to the Tahoe Planning Association for distribution to the local agencies, to the Tahoe Fires and Fuels team for fuels work on the South Shore. So we're one of the agencies that received funding from the Forest Service through the TRPA. I believe they would love to contract it themselves, but don't have that capacity currently. And so as part of our partnerships, the city has stepped up and assisted with some of that distribution and going to bid for these projects with a third party. But basically, we are a pass-through on this grant agreement.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Mr. Manning. All right, any other questions from council? Seeing none, okay, great. We'll go ahead and open this item to public comment for anybody in the room. Mrs. Soderston.
Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. And the reason that you're being used as a pass-through is because the Forest Service can no longer state that thinning is effective in slowing or stopping these fires. If you pay attention, they don't use that messaging anymore at all. And they have used these other agencies to instead spread the message for them because it's convenient for them, and it doesn't provide any work. What should be done with these funds is it should be going to local companies, not out-of-state companies, not out-of-the-area companies, and it should be done directly adjacent to homes and infrastructure. I don't know how often you guys drive down Pioneer Trail. It is a shit show out there. It is absolutely less safe than it was before these logging projects went. The Forest Service's own studies say clearly that thinning and then burning without a reburn within a very short period of time actually makes our communities much less safe. There is a ton of entirely dead brush out there now. The reason that more fires are starting in these areas where these thinning projects are occurring is because of the thinning projects themselves. It's because every time they open up a new access road into the forests, there's your access for people to go out there and start these human-caused fires. Those are the fires which we are most concerned about. Lightning fires are not an issue here because they generally happen during high humidity areas. We don't need to worry about thinning the forest. We need to worry about our infrastructure because if you go read the studies, if you go look at what CAL FIRE says, the Western Fire Chiefs Association, the United States Forest Service, every agency agrees that thinning will never be effective during a wind or weather-driven fire. There is nothing that you can do to stop those fires. We have seen repeatedly that the response in the basin for our small fires on non-weather days are incredibly fast. And we don't have a problem. Those fires are put out instantly. It's not an issue. We are never going to be able to stop the wind-driven fires, so there's no point in logging the forest. It's not helping. We need the funds to be directly adjacent to our homes and infrastructure. There is no evacuation route anywhere in this community, including Pioneer Trail, despite a decade of work out there. It's not getting better, it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Every time they thin the underbrush without using herbicides, that underbrush grows back more thick every single time. And in fact, it actually holds an incredible amount of moisture and is not a threat during fire, except on wind and weather-driven fires, which we can't stop by thinning anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soderston. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah, I just impressed by the cost here. I did years ago on the coast range there. I did a thinning project, 20 acres of fir. It was like a bamboo forest for $160 an acre. Yeah, excuse me. I have a problem with this, as Mr. Jenkins first iterated, being on private property. You know, spending $192,000 on private property, especially when the owners are millionaires. So there's a lot of people here and seniors that can't take a 10-inch tree down in their backyard or something, can't afford it. So, you know, that's the first thing is I object to it being used on this. The excuse that that it happens to be on, you know, main evacuation route, as I said previously when this issue first came up. You know, first choice should definitely be Tahoe Meadows. You know, that's right on Highway 50, the main evacuation route. And if you look at it, you know, I live to the north of it there, on the other side of Park Avenue where it ends. And, you know, if there is any wind at all and a fire, a house fire or something gets a little out of hand, it is very dense, a lot of underbrush. Some of the owners have done some clearing around their houses, and there has been some work done there, but by and large, just the nature of it, it's, you know, it's a fire, a disaster waiting to happen. And if there's any wind at all, I tell the people in my neighborhood, don't worry, just run, man, because if there's 15, 20 mile an hour wind at all and a fire over there, we're toast. So, you know, that should be, you know, like I said, it's the main evacuation route, right, you know, towards near state line there, and you still have motels to both sides of it there. And if anything, and you're going to do private property, that should be the first choice by far. I don't even think it's a close evaluation. The other thing is with number 6 with the 2 million or this money could be used, or why they haven't heard a part of the discussion. Right around the fire service building itself there and the post office. The post office should be cleared at least 200 feet away there, and there's trees near there that could endanger the post office. If the main post office goes here in a fire, we're greatly disadvantaged, the city. So take time to rebuild, and everybody then has to go all the way to the other end of town to get their mail, and services. So 2 things, use that money, do around the post office to start with. Even though if it's federal money, you're not going to get, or federal property there, should be doing that, because that's where money eventually is coming from. And also Tahoe Meadows, instead of private property where the people probably can afford to do it themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on item number 5? All right, seeing none, we will look to Zoom.
No hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Great, we will go ahead and bring this back to council. I don't see any hands raised. Mr. Jenkins, anything since you pulled this item that you want to follow up with in discussion?
Well, I continue to have the same concerns that I had originally, but I have faith in what staff is saying, that this will help in our response to emergencies and evacuations and otherwise. I think the practice of picking some winners with grant funds to be used to abate fire hazards and not picking others needs to be looked at. But if there's an overall safety concern, safety is the most important thing, whether it has to do with e-bikes or it has to do with this. It's always should always be the most important. And so on that basis, then I support the proposed mitigation. I think too, though, that the Forest Service saying that they don't have sufficient resources to contract out, to me, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And in addition, that the CTC doesn't have that ability, to me, is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And that the school district doesn't have it, that to me is the most ridiculous thing. That we all have similar abilities at one level or another. However, the project is a safety project. Our staff has said that it's important. Therefore, I do support it.
Great, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Any other questions, comments, anything? Okay. I will also say that, again, I think that it shows a good partnership between the agencies to try to work it. And I do take concerns that it's on private property. At the same point, when we're trying to create a corridor, you've got to get involvement from all the property owners, whether public, private, to try to make that happen. And to the comments about Tahoe Meadows, I absolutely agree with that, and hopefully we'll see that come forward. But I don't think we're in a position to exactly say that these funds can go somewhere else. We're being given to, by the Forest Service for a specific project. So I do have a quick question that just came up about core tree care. We have local preference in the selection of some of these. How does that work? Was it just an RFP put out? Was there local companies that applied through the RFP that we denied? I would just be curious on that, because with a tree care company, I know we have quite a few here in town, and I would love to see it stay local.
This did go through an RFP process. If Mr. Manning's available, if he has any were on other proposals that were reviewed.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Again, Council Jay Manning, Division Chief with the Fire Department. So this went through a competitive bid process. We did have one local vendor that put in for the project, but through the process was not chosen. And also the care given to the RFP process and the report that was brought back. And like I said, only one local vendor put in, and then other local vendors don't meet the qualification of this project in order to put in with their proper licensing or equipment that's needed for these specialized projects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manning. I guess just curious, what was the local vendor, was it within close point range? I guess I could look that up, but I'm just curious, were they within the running? I guess I'll ask it that way.
No, they were not within the top 3 out of the 6 or 7 bids that we received.
Okay, great. All right. Well, with that, unless there's any other questions, I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, let's see, where does the motion begin? We pass a motion approving a professional services agreement with Core Tree Service, Inc. in the amount of $192,660 for the City of South Lake Tahoe Coal Property Hazardous Fuels Reduction and Forest Health Project.
I'll second.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second. We can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right. We are about to move into our public hearing. Does anybody need a break, or are you guys good to move on to the appeal?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Great.
Yes, please.
We will take a break. We will come back at 10:35. Thank you. And call this meeting back to order. We're moving into our public hearing. This is item 15, appeal of the Planning Commission's decision approving file number DR 25-007, the Tahoe Keys Marina redevelopment project, granting major design review, special use permit, and a variance for a setback encroachment and adoption of the project's IS/MND under CEQA. All right. Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Jenkins.
I asked the city attorney, I live in the Tahoe, I'm a member of the Tahoe Keys Property Owners Association. I live on the fringe of it. But I'm by drive almost 2 miles from the project site. So I asked the question whether or not I have a conflict from participating in this conversation. And from the best information I have, I do not have. I have no property interest in it. I have no. I don't collaborate. I wish they would collaborate more, but I don't collaborate with the Tahoe Keys POA on this issue or other issues. And so I'm going to participate, but I wanted that to be disclosed for the record.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Okay. Before we go into the appeal, I think I'll just go through kind of the motions of the appeal. We have new members of council, so I think it's just a good thing to go through. So the City Council will consider the appeal from the Sierra Club Tahoe Area Group and Tahoe Sierra Clean Air Coalition, appealing the Planning Commission's decision. We'll go through this process. We will first take an opening statement or remarks by the appellants and or appellants' attorneys, any evidence or testimony from the appellant. That'll be for 10 minutes. That'll be followed by questions from council members or others, including staff, who will wish to ask questions. Suggested time is 3 minutes per council member. And then there will be any evidence or testimony from staff members. And we hope that can take 10 minutes. And then we'll move into the comments by the applicants. Again, 10 minutes for that, and followed by questions from the appellants and or council members. So then at that point, any evidence or testimony from appellants or the appellant's attorneys in the closing statements or remarks will happen, and then it will take public comment, and then we will move into making our decision on the appeal. So that is the process for the appeal, and with that, we'll go ahead and move into the appeal and hear opening statements from the appellants.
Yeah, I show on the line that we have Toby Tyler. Toby, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, and hold on one second. And then we also have Mr. Flaherty. Are you with us, Mr. Flaherty?
Yes.
Okay, so you are both unmuted, and I will go ahead and start your time. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Toby Tyler, Vice Chair of Sierra Club's Tahoe Area Group. We ask that you grant the appeal and require an EIR for the Tahoe Keys Marina redevelopment project. First, we are not opposing replacement of the deteriorating bulkhead, improved stormwater treatment, AIS controls, public access, or modernization of aging facilities. But environmental benefits do not eliminate the city's obligation to evaluate the adverse impacts of the entire project. And this is a substantial redevelopment project that would replace approximately 50,000 square feet in 3 buildings with more than 153,000 square feet in 7 buildings, including a 52,600 square foot boat barn. It substantially increases winter boat storage capacity and adds restaurants, retail, housing, and other visitor-serving uses. The applicant repeatedly says our concerns are speculation and that we have not provided substantial evidence. Under CEQA, however, substantial evidence includes reasonable inferences drawn from facts in the record. We do not have to prove that an impact will occur. The question is whether substantial evidence supports a fair argument that the project may cause a significant environmental effect. And some of the strongest evidence comes from the applicant's own transportation study. The applicant claims there will be, quote, no change in operational intensity, unquote. Yet Appendix D projects 175 additional daily vehicle trips and an 11% increase during peak summer conditions, 37 additional afternoon peak hour trips, and approximately 218 additional daily vehicle miles traveled, VMT. The applicant's July 20 response erroneously tells us that PM peak hour trips will decrease by 37. Appendix D actually says they increase by 37. This is significant because that error is used to support the applicant's argument that the project will not worsen wildfire evacuation. The applicant also says operational intensity will not increase because the number of boat slips remains unchanged. But its own transportation consultant states that the boat barn will have, quote, regular activity out on the water due to the valet service, unquote. An unchanged slip count does not mean unchanged marina activity. Parking presents another problem. The project proposes only 251 spaces, while its own analysis predicts peak demand of approximately 291 spaces, a potential 40-space deficit. A reasonably foreseeable result is spillover onto Venice Drive East, competing with parking used by the public to access the California Tahoe Conservancy's Cove East recreation area, which is a potentially significant impact. Even after assuming that paid parking and alternative transportation will shift people out of their cars, the project still increases peak summer traffic by 11%. Tahoe has relied for years on the assumption that more transit and alternative transportation will reduce automobile use, but that shift has not occurred at the scale needed to meet VMT goals. The city should not discount this project's traffic based on another assumed mode shift without evidence that marina users, many of whom are transporting boat equipment and supplies, will actually make this shift. Stormwater is another significant concern. The project relies heavily on infiltration facilities at a site with shallow groundwater immediately adjacent to the lagoons and Lake Tahoe. The applicant tells us the facilities meet applicable design and groundwater separation requirements, but the response does not identify the underlying site-specific groundwater measurements, seasonal high water elevations, infiltration test results, or infiltration rates demonstrating that these systems will actually perform as assumed. For a project hydrologically connected to Lake Tahoe, compliance assertions should not substitute for site-specific evidence. The same distinction applies to wildfire. Sprinklers, defensible space, hydrants, and fire-resistant construction only address structural fire safety. They do not answer the separate question of how additional people and vehicles affect evacuation through an already constrained roadway system. These concerns are not speculation. They arise from facts in the project's own record and reasonable inferences from those facts. An EIR does not mean the marina cannot be redeveloped. It means the environmental consequences are fully analyzed, mitigation is identified, alternatives are considered, and you and the public have the information necessary to make an informed decision before the project proceeds. We respectfully ask you to grant the appeal, set aside approval of the final IS/MND, and require preparation of an EIR before reconsidering this project. Thank you.
Yeah, Doug Flaherty from Tahoe Sierra Clean Air Coalition. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Doug Flaherty, Tahoe Sierra Clean Air Coalition, doing business as TahoeCleanAir.org, an appellant with the Sierra Club Tahoe area group on this issue. This verbal comment supports my written correspondence emailed yesterday to you before 3 p.m. Under CEQA, the fair argument standard is a low bar. Appellants do not have to provide the project will cause significant harm. We only have to show that there's enough evidence that it may cause significant harm. The standard has been met. The project triples development square footage, adds a large indoor boat storage facility for up to 430 boats, and intensifies visitor serving uses on a site that already sits on a highly constrained and environmentally sensitive location. Yet the initial study and mitigated negative declaration contained no quantitative evacuation demand analysis, no roadway clearance time modeling, and no meaningful assessment of how this added intensity will affect already limited South Shore evacuation routes during a wildfire. The city's responses rely heavily on the claim that there will be no increase in operational intensity. As Toby has said, that claim is not supported by substantial evidence. The project's own transportation analysis shows increased daily trips, increased peak hour trips, and increased vehicle miles traveled. We have placed into the record the October 2024 Independent Lake Tahoe Basin Wildfire Evacuation Analysis prepared by subject matter experts with high-level command experience in major California wildfires, including the 2018 Camp Fire. That analysis documents extended clearance times in some scenarios exceeding 5 to 11 hours on the same constrained roadway network that serves this project. The city's responses do not meaningfully address this evidence. In short, the record contains substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that the project may exacerbate existing evacuation hazards and other significant environmental effects. Under CEQA, that requires preparation of a full environmental impact report. I respectfully request the council to grant the appeal reversing the Planning Commission's approval and direct preparation of an EIR. And finally, as I'd like to adopt the comments that were just made by Toby Tyler from the Sierra Club Tahoe area group, and make a quick note that the applicant has said time and time again, well, don't you guys know that this is going to be better when we're done? Well, that may or may not be true, but basically redevelopment should be responsibly done. Redevelopment can't serve as substantial evidence for sidestepping the requirements under CEQA. All we ever ask for usually in these cases is that a proper environmental impact statement be completed over what's being offered. And Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time today. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, if that's all from the appellants, we can go ahead and open up questions by council members for the appellants or staff.
Do the respondents?
We go to questions and then they'll go back of the appellants, excuse me. So any council members that would like to have any questions to the appellants?
Maybe later. Can we go back later? What's the process?
It's in the last page was the procedures in your
I think we
packet.
try to ask now if it's to the appellants, because that keeps it's a due process thing.
Just to be clear, this is the
Nice.
keep some context here. It's in the last page. Okay.
We need to ask the questions when we have them.
Yeah, because it's just a due process part of it, like you're supposed to go through, So anything that came up that they just presented, if you want to ask questions about those things, or to staff.
Oh,
No,
okay.
well, actually, it's questions by the council members or others, including staff. This is questions from the staff.
From the
to
staff,
the-
excuse
to
me, I
the-
read that wrong.
To the appellants, yes. Yeah, as after the staff gives their presentation, then you can ask
They're-
questions of
right.
staff.
Yep.
Yeah. So none?
From a due process perspective, while it would be best to ask your questions of the appellants now, if you are going to make questions later, the issue is you need to have the opportunity for each side to respond to the issues you're raising if you're raising new issues during deliberation. So that's the reason for.
All right, so how about I just tell you what my question is and you can tell me what the right time to ask it is?
Sure.
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
All right, my question that I have is about access for public parking along Venice Avenue, because I noticed that the parking plan here seems to be all paid or presumably paid valet. It says valet parking, I assume that's paid valet parking. So when's the right time to ask about, what does our discretion here consist of with regards to ensuring public accessibility to the public lands, including the beach area and the creek, particularly because a lot of locals use that to load and unload kayaks for access to and from North Upper Truckee Creek and for access to the beach area around there. If the parking plan for that area is which I suspect is to significantly increase demand because they're adding retail and non-boat launching facilities. So retail facilities, more marina, general public facilities, and to have all paid parking, that's presumably going to push a lot of the, that's going to push people into parking on Venice Avenue, which is already fairly busy during the summertime. What's our discretion as far as considering that impact? And I'm not sure where that question, it sounds like a question for city staff as far as our procedure. I'm not sure what the right time and place to ask that question is. So my first question is, when do I get to ask that question? And then the second question is, hey, what about that question I just asked?
And hopefully he doesn't have to repeat it.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, so I would say, one, you have a question about the project generally, which is I would pose both to staff and to the applicant. And then in terms of your discretion, in terms of how you can factor that into your decision making, I can answer that after, when you guys are in deliberation.
Okay. And then how does the environmental impact process, I guess this is also that same, how does this factor in, that's being requested here. How does that consider access to public lands? And if they're pushing more of the parking from the paid lots onto Venice Avenue, which is directly adjacent to the stream area, because that's right on the creek, on the North Upper Truckee River there. How does that get weighed into an environmental impact analysis?
I suspect that it doesn't get heavily weighed into an environmental impact analysis because access to public property is not necessarily in and of itself a significant environmental impact. That being said,
more cars into a parking area that's adjacent to the riparian zone rather than on a parking lot. That's a secondary effect of a paid parking plan.
yeah, and I think that's a question you should pose to staff and to the applicant in terms of whether that is likely to cause an environmental impact.
Okay. Wait for those. Yeah. Wait for the applicant. Okay. If there are no other questions from council, we're going to go ahead and open this for testimony from our staff, and this will be Mr. John Hitchcock.
Good morning, Mayor Bass, members of council. For the record, John Hitchcock, Planning Commissioner. I just want to mention that we did get one additional public comment this morning that I did forward to Ms. Blankenship from Holland and Knight LLP.
What was the question to me?
Can you turn up the volume, please?
In the control room, can we please turn up the output for volume 13? Okay, they've just turned it up. And what was your question to me, Mr. Hitchcock?
I just wanted to mention that we did receive one additional public comment this morning from Holland and McKnight, and I forwarded that to you.
Unfortunately, after 3 p.m. on Monday, I do not respond to public comments because I just don't have time, and I didn't have time this morning because I was setting up for city council.
Well,
So
just let you know I did forward it to you.
Yeah, I did. It was a memo responding to the appeal by the applicant. And so I did forward that to the appellants as well by email about 10 minutes ago. But that would be appropriate to include in the administrative record here, in part because it does directly go to the project applicant's response to the issues raised on appeal. So if we can print and distribute those copies of those materials, that would be very helpful.
I can do that after the meeting today, sure.
Can we take a recess to print those materials?
No. What? No.
We can take a recess.
Sure.
We will be taking a recess until, let's see, 11:05. Is that 10 minutes? Okay, thank you.
I think we should play hacky sack.
Excuse me.
Yes, Ms. Tyler?
Yes, Doug and I object on procedural grounds to this interruption in the hearing to accept and review these late comments by the applicant's attorneys.
Your objection has been noted, I would say, but you've about the same amount of time to review and consider this material as the entire city council, which has just received these documents, and myself.
Which are late comments. They should have not been accepted at this point in the hearing.
And they can be accepted at the discretion of the city council, who should state on the record whether they have reviewed the documents. And certainly you will have the opportunity to yourself review the documents and raise any issues you have with them in your rebuttal.
So with that, I guess we should state on the record, I will state that I have received the documents and I'm reviewing them now. Any other council members that would?
I tend to agree that there should. I do tend to agree that there should be clear deadlines and procedures, like documents are due at a certain time. And most of the time when we engage in legal processes and appeals, things are due at certain times and dates. So, you know, I'm not stoked on the idea of were these procedures properly noticed and published ahead of time for everyone to know when things were due?
I am not sure the city has a clear cutoff deadline for public comments. And also,
I do have clear times for public comments. It's written on the front of every single agenda. It's 3 o'clock the Monday before the meeting. And then as time allows, I will prepare other comments, but 3 o'clock is the deadline. And that is mostly to allow me to not have to do public comments between 8 and 9 o'clock when I'm trying to get the meeting going.
Mr. Mayor, I too received copies of this just now. I haven't had an opportunity to review it. But let me point this out, that sometimes you don't know what to comment on because someone has turned something in on the deadline and you didn't get it either. This is a public hearing, so this is when the opportunity for the public to have an opportunity to comment on matters. Someone could have showed up here and unfortunately they chose not to do that, but to do it. So I understand the dilemma we all have, but that's why, and anyone could speak in the audience here today. They could speak on the deadline is, this is the day of the public hearing.
Correct.
This is a public document.
and under the Brown Act, the materials can be distributed to the city council during a public hearing. So certainly both the appellants and the applicant could have done exactly what has occurred here. I think it is, however, important that, certainly because the appellants are appearing by Zoom, that they receive a copy of this and have the opportunity to review it, so that they can also participate as fully in this meeting as the whole council.
And I feel, since this was distributed after we were in session and wouldn't have had time to review them, I'm stating that I received them now. I haven't had, time to review them. But if they had been provided to the appellant, then they would have information that we didn't have access to.
Okay. Okay, I think then with that, yeah, I agree. I think that, it's not a deadline. If the stuff comes in and our clerk has the time, then she would submit it. If somebody was here at the podium, we would hand it around. It seems to me that, that we're okay to move forward. So with that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Hitchcock.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. Again, for the record, John Hitchcock, presenting you today on this appeal. The city originally received an application from Tahoe to redevelop the upland facilities and replace the bulkhead. The city review is for a major design review, special use permit for reduction in parking, and a variance for an encroachment for one of the structures, the restroom, trash facility. The city design review permit does not include the bulkhead, which is reviewed under a separate TRPA permit. The bulkhead will require a city building permit pursuant to CEQA section 15268B1. That is a ministerial action. The city permit also does not approve any improvements in the lagoon, such as the mooring docks, nor does it approve or require changes in any existing programs or ongoing maintenance at the facility itself, such as the IS program or channel dredging. The project is not covered under the city MOU with TRPA. A separate project approval is required by TRPA, and the TR Governing Board did take action on this project on June 24th, 2026, and approved the project. The Tahoe Communities Marina was originally constructed in 1969. Today, there are 3 existing buildings, a boat launch facility, and a boat storage area. The site is highly disturbed and is classified as man-modified area with a land capability district of Class 7 pursuant to TRPA designation. The project is also located outside the FEMA floodplain, as in Zone X, which is a 500-year floodplain or greater. The project site is designated as neighborhood center in the general plan land use figure and is in planner statement 102, special area number 1, which encompasses the marina, the Tahoe Key Center, and the budding area along Venice Drive East. The marina is allowed use in this special district. Here's the illustrative site plan of what's being proposed. The proposed project would replace the existing 3 marina buildings with 7 new structures. 4 structures located in the northerly portion of the parcel consisting of retail, restaurants, concession, and 3 employee residential units. There's a new dock master building, boat storage, water tank facility, and then trash facility with public restroom near the entrance to Cove East. The boat launch will also be relocated in the center of the parcel, thus removing vehicle pedestrian circulation conflicts that occur today at the existing marina. The parking lot will be reconfigured to improve circulation. A promenade will be constructed along the western edge of the lagoon. BMPs will be installed as part of the project. The whole project architectural aesthetic is mountain modern architecture. It's designed to minimize visual mass and incorporate pitched roofs, open gables, overhangs, and pedestrian level windows to activate pedestrian streetscapes. The color materials palette uses are consistent with the TRPA Munsell color requirements for using natural appearing colors and materials. The project does use vertical and horizontal fiber cement siding, cast in place concrete, and natural stone veneers that meet fire defensible space requirements. Initial study was prepared for the project. It was circulated on April 3rd for public comment. However, due to a noticing error, the city did reinitiate the public comment period, which lasted from May 1 through June 1st, but we did accept all public comments that were submitted prior to the May 1st, June 1st circulation period. The initial study did identify potential significant effects on the environment that affected wildlife, hazardous materials, and noise. The IS did identify mitigations measures for each of the identified impacts. Each mitigation measure is defined and enforceable and is part of the project approval. Wildlife mitigation requires construction activity to occur outside the nesting season or requires a survey with recommended buffer activity occurs within the nesting season. There's also required that there's a pre-construction survey for special status plants, wildlife prior to any construction activity, and also providing environmental awareness training to all construction personnel. Mitigation for Hazardous materials is also required. That requires all construction activity to halt if any stained soils, hydrocarbon odors, or other indications of contaminants are discovered. A qualified environmental professional shall assess the impact and dispose of any materials in accordance with State Water Board and Department of Toxic Substances and Control protocols. Mitigation measures for noise impacts is also included. This restricts construction activity limited to 8 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. And equipment should be properly muffled. Noise generating equipment will be located as far as possible from noise sensitive receptors such as residential uses, and also limiting the idling of combustion engines. These mitigation measures are incorporated in the mitigation monitoring report, which is adopted as part of the final environmental impact the initial study mitigated neg deck, and was prepared pursuant to Public Resource Code and CEQA guidelines. During the public review period, the city did receive comments on the initial study from various individuals and government agencies and organizations during the circulation period. Responses to comments were provided in our final, in the initial study and mitigated neg deck. On June 11th, the Planning Commission did consider the project. After receiving public comments and delivering, the Planning Commission passed Resolution 2026 adopting the final initial study mitigated neg deck, the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and approved major design review, special use permit, and the variance, with condition that the applicant redesign the parking lot to include at least 15 additional parking spaces. It should also be noted that the requirement for the additional parking spaces is also a requirement of the city design review permit. Subsequently, the approval was appealed by the Tahoe Sierra Club Tahoe Area Group and Tahoe Sierra Clean Air Act. The appellant stated the Planning Commission approval is not supported by substantial evidence, fails to proceed in the manner required by law under CEQA, and is inconsistent with applicable TRPA requirements. The appellant asserts that a full EIR is required on the following bases: wildlife evacuation, public safety and transportation impacts, hydrology, water quality and aquatic resources, hazardous materials and cumulative impacts, scenic visual and other resources, and piecemeal alternatives and TRPA coordination. Many of the appellant's comments reiterates much of what was received during the public comment period and was responded to in our final initial study mitigated neg deck and also in the Peel staff report. As noted in the initial study mitigated neg deck, the project will not modify existing evacuation routes. Tahoe Keys is an existing evacuation route, will remain accessible during construction. The project will participate in the Code Red notification system, and implementation of the city's evacuation routes was considered as part of the baseline conditions for this environmental analysis. The project is also required to implement the 2025 California Fire Code, which establishes safeguards against fire hazards, explosions, and other dangerous conditions in new and existing buildings. As mentioned earlier, the materials choice for the projects are fire-resistant, 5% siding, cast-in-place concrete, and natural stone veneer. As modern facilities, these buildings may be used as facilities to shelter in place. In response to the potential increase in intensity, the actual increase is 175 daily vehicle trips, which is not considered a substantial increase over the existing baseline conditions, and I will address that a little bit further in my testimony. With respect to hydrology, water quality, and aquatic resources, the initial study evaluated these impacts. The project will install bioswales and underground infiltration system to meet the TRPA 20-year, 1 inch per hour storm. The groundwater report prepared by Reno Tahoe Geo Associates for the project indicates that groundwater separation to treat runoff site is approximately 1.83 feet to 3.94 feet. At a minimum, TRPA requires 12 inches of separation. So based on the technical report prepared by Reno Tahoe Geo Associates, there is adequate separation between the bottom of infiltration trench and the water table to treat the water on site. As for EIS, no increase in operational intensity of the marina is anticipated. The project does not modify the number of slips or charters associated with marina operations, including the ability to launch boats, which remains the same capacity as exists today. Per the transportation analysis, there is an increase in daily vehicle trips, 11% as mentioned by the appellant. That equates to 175 daily vehicle trips. As a result, that's also an increase in vehicle miles traveled. The new trips generated are for uses within the project, for all uses within the project, not necessarily just boating or the retail restaurant uses. Can I go on? Yeah. Thank you.
He has 10 minutes, but I guess as long as you're giving extended time to everyone, that would be fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
The resulting increase from the 175 DVTs is 218 VMTs over baseline conditions. This is a 4% increase. 32% of that is attributed to boating, 65% is attributed to all the uses on the marina, which based on current threshold of 715 VMT is considered low VMT generating project and is screened from further environmental analysis. Thus, the increase in daily vehicle trips, increase in VMTs is considered less than significant pursuant to TRPA's VMT threshold standard. With respect to the increased daily vehicle trips and VMT associated with boating, it can be reasonably assumed the boats stored on site and launched by the marina under their valet program are clean and clear contaminants, and this would not have any effect on the existing AIS program or result in introducing AIS into the lagoon. Nevertheless, mitigation measure Bio-3 still requires the implementation of decontamination protocols as outlined in the TRPA Aquatic Invasive Species Management Program for any construction activity that may have the potential to introduce AIS, such as replacement of the bulkhead, which I mentioned earlier is not covered in the city design review. The appellant references the need for phase 2 environmental assessment. As noted in the initial study in response to comments, the phase 1 environmental assessment did not identify any recognized environmental conditions that would warrant a phase 2 environmental assessment, which was further confirmed in a follow-up study in 2025. Previous contamination was remediated in the 2000s with Lahontan issuing a no further action determination. However, due to historic presence of contaminated soils, there is the potential for impacted soils to exist below existing structures. Thus, hazard-1 mitigation is required as part of the project. The measure requires construction halt when impacted soils are encountered and properly disposed in accordance with Lahontan and the Department of Toxic Substance Control. This mitigation is needed deferred and is enforceable as part of the project condition approval. In response to the appellant's comments on scenic and visual resources, the project impacts were analyzed, including the increased height of structures. As noted in the initial study, the project would partially modify views from the east. However, the change in visual conditions of the project area would not be considered a substantial adverse change, as would be limited to views in close proximity to the project area and is partially obscured by existing vegetation and landscaping. Further, the project provides consistent design aesthetics within the project area, consistent with TRPA's and the city's design review standards, thus improving the overall aesthetic character of the project area. In response to piecemealing alternatives and TRPA coordination, CEQA requires a review of the whole of the action that is the subject of the agency approval, but CEQA does not require the city to analyze separate approvals, ongoing maintenance activities, speculative future activities, or independent regulatory actions that are not necessarily reasonably foreseeable consequences of the city's approval. The appellant states that the project's initial study improperly segmented upland and water-dependent elements requiring TRPA approvals and amendments. To the extent appellants claim that TRPA approvals related to marina boat slip should have been analyzed as part of the project in the EIS, appellants are incorrect. The marina boat slip constitutes a separate project with independent utility that went through a separate TRPA review and approved in 2025 and was properly excluded from the initial study mitigating neck deck. Regarding alternative analysis, per CEQA, initial study is not required to include alternative analysis. An alternative analysis is required for an environmental impact report, which is not required here because the project's impacts are less than significant or reduced to a less than significant level with mitigation. With respect to the reduction in parking, the LSC analysis, the transportation analysis, concluded a shortfall of 40 parking spaces. As a result, the Planning Commission and City Permit Condition Number 17 requires the Tahoe Keys Marina to implement an employee parking program to increase non-auto access, carpool matching resources, and limit employee parking allowances for chartered businesses. As a result of that condition, the shortfall would then be reduced to 5 spaces. And as a result of Condition 22, which would require the applicant to add additional 15 spaces for a total of 266 spaces, thus meeting on-site parking demand. And getting to Council Members Robbins' question, adequate parking we provided on site because of the mitigation, the employee mitigation measure, and as well as the increase in additional 15 parking spaces. Thus, the parking demand is met on site, and thus wouldn't have an impact on Venice Drive East and the public parking located on available to the public, and also access to Cove East. That concludes my testimony, and I can answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open this up for questions for Mr. Hitchcock or any other staff from council. Ms. Horgan.
I have a question because on the procedure, it says followed by comments by the applicant and then our questions.
Yes, that is true.
Okay.
Okay, so. Yeah, I guess. Interesting. So yeah, I guess we wait to ask questions from staff, Mr.
That you might can evaluate maybe something, during this week.
So we want to hear from the applicant, and then we're going to ask questions to applicant and staff, or do we ask questions to staff now?
That's what the procedure says in our binder, so.
Yeah, I've got it printed right here, but it's kind of confusing. So, because what I'm seeing
They're
is.
taken directly out of city council protocols, so I did not write them myself.
Followed by comment to the applicant, followed by questions.
I mean, typically you would have, the appellants, you'd have staff presentation, you'd have presentation by the applicant because they need the opportunity to respond to any issues raised by the appellants or by staff if they disagree.
I have a question for staff. Can I ask it now, or do I wait till later?
Yeah, now's the appropriate time to ask questions.
That's what I thought. That's what, thank you. I'm pretty sure I've done this before.
I think that there's a
Give me an
bullet point
answer here.
missing because there should
I've
be
done this a few
3
times.
is the applicant's presentation.
We haven't done this in a while.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay,
In 8
I
years
also have
I've
a
done it.
question of staff.
Probably 15.
We haven't done it in this term yet. We've met one of these.
Whoever, you were already going.
Mayor Bass? Okay. For a question of staff, I'm just wondering what the risk is to the city if an EIS, or not an EIS, if an EIR is not performed, and this would be of the attorney, I think.
Did you want to take that, Mr. Reardon?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's always a potential risk of litigation when it comes to CEQA. CEQA is a risk management decision typically for the council. Importantly, CEQA doesn't prohibit you from approving a project with environmental impacts. It just requires that you study, adequately disclose those environmental impacts, and then adopt a statement of findings and overriding considerations, basically saying, we understand the impacts and we think they're worth it given what the project is. So that's typically the process that happens for an EIR. So with the negative declaration, it's a lower level CEQA document. You could be challenged on the determination that it's the appropriate CEQA document in this case. To mitigate that risk, there are proposed conditions of approval that would require the applicants to pay for the cost of legal defense if the council decides to proceed with approving a negative declaration.
Okay, I think that answers my question. I think this one would also be of staff. In the project site, when were the last substantial or material upgrades?
It's, the last permit we issued was a building permit for the dock replacement project last year. But for the buildings themselves, it's been many years.
And is there any environmental hazards from old failing integrated infrastructure on the site, and have we assessed that?
The Phase 1 environmental assessment did not identify any impacts. The site, as I mentioned in my staff report, was remediated back in the early 2000s. However, there is always a potential for impacted soils on the site during construction activity. Thus, we have the mitigation measure hazard-1, which will require the halt of construction and remediation if contaminated soils are found.
And I will also add, in CEQA, there is a concept called baseline. So basically, you are looking at, for the purposes of an IS for initial study, you're looking at the project versus existing site conditions. So to the extent that existing site conditions are causing some sort of environmental problem, that's not separately typically analyzed because it's assumed that they will continue.
Okay, those are my questions for staff.
Great, thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, in the discussion, on the part of your discussion on the parking mitigation, you talked about how they're going to have an employee parking and I guess some transit support. I'm not sure what that consists of, but I'll put a pin on that for a moment. But was there any analysis of how the fact that they're planning for that parking to be paid parking, how that will impact access for public access to Venice Drive parking, particularly along access for the North Upper Truckee Creek and for the beach area along where the free parking on Venice is now, not for access to the commercial facilities that they're building, but for the public lands there, lands and waters.
So the initial study did analyze the reduction in parking and also the impact of paid parking. They took a look at the most recent example project is the Tahoe Blue Event Center and the paid park in that situation, which resulted in a reduction in parking demand.
Oh my God.
And so they applied that also to this particular project, but at a very conservative level, saying that there would be a reduction of approximately 11%. But then the initial study also talked about not just the paid parking reducing parking demand, but also a third of the slips are basically leased by property owners within Tahoe Keys themselves, who likely will use other modes of transportation so that they wouldn't have to pay parking when they decide to launch their boats at the facility.
Let me see if I get this straight. They used the parking reduction for the Tahoe Blue Event Center, but there's no free parking adjacent to the Tahoe Blue Event Center.
What they did was they looked at the stats that were available from Tahoe Blue Event Center that showed that paid parking will reduce parking demand on site. There was a drop in demand.
Yeah, but Venice is next door to the development and has free parking. And you don't think there was no consideration that the paid parking next door is going to push the vehicles onto Venice Drive?
Well, as I mentioned in my presentation, the parking demand.
I believe you that paid parking will reduce parking on that site. But my question is, wouldn't paid parking on that site push people to park on the free street next door to that site?
Well, there's always that potential, but the analysis also concluded that that the project itself has adequate parking to meet the project as proposed, based on applying the mitigation measures for the employee reduction program, as well as then increasing an additional 15 parking spaces that is required as a permit condition.
So let's just be clear then, there was not an assessment of how the paid parking would push people from parking in the paid lot onto the free street that is immediately adjacent to that lot.
Well, the city's standards only requires that the project meet their parking demand, which pursuant to analysis provided to us, they do meet that parking demand.
Okay.
And then, wait for a deliberation
okay.
on.
All right.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
Does the city have the right to regulate or otherwise restrict parking on Venice Boulevard?
Say that again?
Does the city have the right to prohibit and or restrict parking on Venice?
That would require, I believe.
I assume it does.
Yes.
And
Mr. Q can-
I would assume it does depending upon the conditions that are found.
So, city code allows city council to establish no parking zones on city streets. I believe that answers your question.
Yeah, state law.
Or also the Streets and Highways Code, I think. And also that, does it not say that you can have restricted parking, that is allowing parking of certain kinds, but not parking of other kinds, depending upon what findings you make?
So that authority is in Vehicle Code 22507.
Yes.
Thank you.
And there's corresponding language in the city code that also, but you do have the ability to do both restricted parking for periods of time as well as parking. You have a permit parking ability as well within the city.
Thank you very much.
Follow up on that then.
Okay. Well, Mr. Jenkins, were you done with your questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then let me just go around. Mr. Roberts, do you have questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. I do have, well, it brings up a question just because I want to talk about the street parking, and we don't have a right to say that a street parking space can only be used for the trail or used for a business. It's public parking on a street, right? Somebody can park there and use the use for whatever they would like to use.
Yeah, you can regulate the size of vehicles. You can regulate the duration of parking. You can prohibit parking entirely. 22507 does allow you to adopt a preferential parking program for, say, either local residents or local merchants, so that you can, to a certain extent, regulate who parks there as well, but only in those two categories.
Well, like with a permit or something?
Yes.
A local
A local,
You
like.
see that in Berkeley.
Hold
a lot.
that thought for
Yeah.
a second, because that's my question.
Okay. Yeah, for now. I
That, of
think
course,
I'll-
is not presently before you are part of this project.
Right, okay. I'll hold off. You have more questions?
Yeah, because this came up at great length when we just, and this is about parking mitigation as a means for potentially allowing this to go forward. This came up at great length when we talked about the Heavenly Permit Parking Program. We were told under no uncertain circumstances, and I did look this up in the vehicle code, so I thought my read was correct, that we are not allowed under California code to establish a municipal-wide residence or locals parking only. It can only be parking for people who live in that immediate area, but not for parking for people who live in the city, right? You can have residential area parking for neighbors and people who live on that block or in the adjacent blocks, but not for people who live in the city limits or in the basin or in this region. So you can't have a region-wide parking permit for access, because this came up when we talked about parking restrictions along waterfront, beachfront areas, that you can have them be for residents that are neighboring that parking area, that are on that street, for people who live in that neighborhood, but not for people in the city writ large. Is that actually correct?
Based on prior opinions of the Attorney General, I think that is likely correct. If you are basically saying on all of the city streets, only people who are residents of the city can legally park there, that would have
Not
a
necessarily
number.
all the city streets, but some city streets.
Regardless,
Yes.
it does. I think 22507 is intended to benefit the residents of the specific neighborhood.
Right. So we could not, for example, at a later date, mitigate the paid permit spillover or the paid parking spillover onto Venice by having a Tahoe locals permit tag that applies to residents of the city and the community here, that allows you to park on Venice but prohibits everyone else from parking on Venice. That would not be permissible under California Vehicle Code. Is that correct?
So I think you can restrict that immediate vicinity under the vehicle code. I mean, there are no, as I understand it, residents immediately around Venice. That is, for the most part, not a residential area, but you could probably create a residential parking district that includes Venice and provides that as residential parking for some of the neighborhoods in the immediate vicinity if you so chose.
But not for citywide residents?
No.
Correct. So we could not have a parking permit pass for residents of the city or of the cities and surrounding areas or employees in the surrounding area that said that if you're a community member, as per some reasonable definition, that you are allowed to park on the street on Venice, but people who are visiting the marina to do shopping and restauranting and all kinds of other commercial engagements are not allowed to park there. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to just establish the perimeter of how we are allowed to mitigate that around the context of this parking issue.
With one key exception, I think you mentioned that you couldn't establish a program that was for the employees to park there, and I think you likely could do that under 22507.
For the
employees of those
that
specific
businesses, not
yes.
employees in our community who
Correct.
people who are working,
Yeah,
somewhere
not
else.
like employees who are working across town. Correct.
In other words, we can't have a parking permit program that applies to Venice and or a handful of other streets that says, look, if you live here or work here, you can apply for a permit tag that allows you to get some extra parking. That's not allowed under California state law. It is allowed in other states. Other states have programs, but in California, that's not permitted. Just want to verify that for this, as we go into this discussion of how we could go about mitigating the issue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then can you not, just because this brings a question around, if you wanted to create a district that stretched a large part of the city, right? Let's just say we made it everything but the tourist core, right? And that was the district that became the residential parking permit. That would be legal, and we could create a residential parking permit that covered most of the neighborhoods, but maybe not one.
I'm going to go with probably, but that's, again, not before you today, and we should probably focus on our pending matter.
Okay, great. If there's no other questions coming on for staff, is there other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Hitchcock.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to go ahead now and take testimony from the applicant, excuse me, yes.
Still good morning. Good morning, council members. Lou Feldman, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Suntex Marinas, and appreciate the robust discussion, and parking is always at the top of the list. Just a little bit about Suntex. Suntex acquired the Tahoe Keys Marina in December of 2022. They are the, I think, largest marina operator in the United States. They have over 100 marinas, 50,000 wet slips, and have tremendous experience in the operation of marina and mixed-use facilities, which I think has been a real benefit. They recruited a team of experts, Cathexis Architecture, design workshop for landscape architecture. You've already heard about traffic engineering, and Nichols Consulting Engineers for water quality, one of the premier firms in our region. Present with me today is Eric Metz, the Vice President of Development for Suntex, as well as co-counsel Ryan Lederman and Deborah Brunde from Holland and Knight, Jason Drew from Nichols Consulting Engineers, and Chris Munchak from Nichols Consulting Engineers. So we are here to hopefully address any questions or concerns that you may have. But I wanted to highlight that even before the landward redevelopment formulated, there was significant outreach with the city, TRPA, and others to try and come up with a plan that would transform the existing blighted condition of the Tahoe Keys Marina into more than a one-season, one-trick pony. The idea is to create a amenity to this end of town where there would be food and beverage, dining year-round, a events plaza to host various activities, and to create alternatives to the tourist core for, I would say, the south end of town. Let's see if I push the right button. There have been some questions raised by the appellants about the water quality impacts. For those of you that have been to the Tahoe Keys Marina, you probably have observed it is in a state of great distress. When Suntex acquired it, it was not compliant with current standards It remains non-compliant with current standards, although Suntex did enter into a settlement agreement with TRPA to remedy many of the preceding deficiencies on a temporary interim basis while this plan was being developed. The current plan incorporates all of the state-of-the-art water quality treatment. You heard from Mr. Hitchcock about the Reno Tahoe geotech soils analysis, the separation. There is adequate infiltration. Lahontan has reviewed and commented on the proposed plan and is comfortable that the permitting process will adequately address all water quality impacts, and the water quality will be dramatically improved over the existing condition. You are aware, as I think we have discussed, the marina, despite its blighted condition, happens to be a very active marina. We get 1,300 to 1,500 people a day through there in the summer. There are 305 operating slips. There are 28 concessionaires. There are 84 employees. That will occur today, whether we redevelop it or not. It is a going concern that continues to, sadly, demonstrate what end of life really means for the built environment. Many of you recollect the heyday of the Fresh Catch, and that was a place to be. I used to have an office within a mile of the Fresh Catch in the 80s and have very fond memories, but today it is distressed, deteriorating, and in need of reinvention. With respect to wildfire evacuation, there is no increase in intensity of use proposed. In fact, there is a decrease in parking, which I'm sure we will talk about some more. The evacuation opportunity here will have fewer cars than the existing parking supply. The new buildings will be sprinklered and constructed of non-combustible materials. There will be the installation of a significant on-site water tank to fortify fire flow. And we, in fact, within the proposed boat barn, are providing, at Suntex cost, office space for both the fire department, the police department, as well as the Coast Guard. So there will be on-site emergency services, which will further enhance the ability to, should the need arise, deal with a calamity. The other thing I might note, just out of, practical observation, I guess, is unlike a lot of areas, this proposed development happens to be surrounded by water on three sides. It's a pretty good place to be if a fire were to occur. But I think we have addressed fire safety, and want to talk a little bit about parking. I can tell you that I have some familiarity with the impacts of paid parking. When the event center was constructed, 500 surface spaces were removed from Bally's, reducing the supply from 1,500 to 1,000, and yet increasing a new traffic generator, a 5,000-seat event center. And through the implementation of paid parking, we shifted behavior. More people are carpooling, and in fact, the experience has been that the parking supply, though reduced by a third, is adequate. The city has also demonstrated some pretty good parking enforcement in the Heavenly Village area, and with constructive enforcement measures, we can manage parking. If parking were free at a redeveloped Tahoe Keys Marina, there may still be overflow parking or people that prefer to park on Venice Drive. Venice Drive is owned by the city. It's outside the project area for the Tahoe Keys redevelopment project, and I encourage the city to take a look at managing parking on Venice Drive. I think that would be in the public interest. I do think it's important to note that Suntex, in addition to proposing the redevelopment that I've described, has also, without any obligation to do so, will be constructing public restrooms at the trailhead because they support the Conservancy's public access efforts and are adding, in addition, storage for kayaks and more public access to the Upper Truckee River as well as the lagoons. So public access is first and foremost to Suntex. They put their money where their mouth is, and they are a willing partner. You look perplexed, Mr. Robbins. Well, perhaps that's just my singular observation. I should move on. In any event, all of the impacts of the proposed redevelopment are less than significant. If the appeal is denied, construction would commence in terms of demolition this fall. It would be a 2-year build-out. The marina would be in full operation in 2029. In the event an EIR were to be required, that would delay the project at least 1, possibly 2 years, and continue the environmental degradation that is occurring due to the existing condition. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you, Mr. Feldman. Let's see, questions, Mr. Jenkins. If we can start using buttons, that'd be great.
Mr. Feldman, is it possible that you describe the dilapidated, blighted conditions that exist today on site? Is it possible that the amenities on site that there would be less VMTs because people in the area, rather than going down Lake Tahoe Boulevard, might choose to go to a restaurant or conduct some other activity there on site? Is that I don't know the answer, but is that a fair possibility?
If I understand the question, in the event of redevelopment, there may be a reduction.
Yeah, a reduction of VMTs.
Well, certainly there would be what you would call capture of vehicle trips that might otherwise go downtown for dining, for example. There's 1,600 residences in Tahoe Keys. To have convenient dining to that end of town, choices, is certainly going to have some positive impacts. I think I've answered your question. I don't want to extemporaneous.
Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. I have 3 questions. The first one is the report mentions employee parking incentives, but not specifically what might some of those look like. Do you have any comments on the employee parking?
Well, carpooling would be encouraged. Potentially, what we are obligated to do is submit a plan to the city for its review and approval on the employee incentive program. So as the project develops, the city will have the opportunity to review and approve what the ultimate mitigation measures will be, and you will have to be satisfied that we can achieve the goal.
Okay. It's basically the same as a report. I didn't know if it was any further than that. About paid parking, could there be any consideration for validated parking so that people who are having direct use of retail, launching, shopping would be encouraged to park in the parking rather than on Venice Boulevard?
I would say that is a given. There will be some validated parking. There will be thresholds to validated parking, but there will be validated parking.
Okay. And then my last question, I actually went to the marina yesterday and I talked to people about how they felt about the project, just to kind of see where thoughts and feelings are. I think broadly positive, but I did hear from some small business owners that they're worried about the impacts of business during high season. Has the applicant considered how they will mitigate the effects of construction on summer small businesses that operate out of the marina?
Absolutely. There will be a, as you are aware, they already replaced 305 slips that were in very distressed condition and are now ADA accessible, and managed to do that without the interruption of the boating season. Those slips are going to continue to operate during construction, and the 28 concessionaires are going to want to continue business there will be impacts, there will be some restrictions, but everything that we can do to maintain the seasonal operation through construction will occur.
Thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I've been asking the same sort of set of questions here about the paid parking impact, but just to summarize, is the assertion here that this development with new retail, new restaurants will not increase traffic to the area at all?
The analysis is that there will be a minor increase in traffic. The TRPA governing board, which by the way unanimously approved the project, accepted the traffic analysis, which is a less than significant increase given the mitigation measures.
Okay, and this is the same kind of analysis that we saw for the event center that also said there'd be 0 additional VMTs and 0 additional traffic impact from a 300,000 square foot event center.
Which has been monitored annually and has been confirmed.
Okay, and there was no analysis done about the secondary effects of the parking for Venice Avenue. That's what our city staff said. Is that, and that's correct as well?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you be open to, or would your client, I guess, be open to a situation in which they abrogate the paid parking aspect, or at least guarantee that the parking is free if validated, something along those lines as a condition of moving forward, so that we can be sure that access to the North Upper Truckee for people that are kayaking or that are putting in or taking out their kayaks, for people that are accessing the beach area there, is still preserved, and that we don't have a push out of people who don't want to pay for valet parking for the, many thousands of square feet of new retail space there aren't competing with commercial visitors for that area for the limited free parking on Venice.
I can't respond to that with an answer that I think is, you're talking about some sort of parking management that segregates public access users from business users to assure that a supply of parking, which by the way is typically completely exhausted even as we sit here today with limited activity at the marina, that is a city and CTC impact. And we're required to provide parking on our site, and the city should manage the parking on Venice Drive.
You understand, though, right, that if you decide to do paid parking for your facility, which is revenue you guys get to keep, that people will choose to park on the immediately adjacent street where it's free, and that the effect of that will be to reduce access for the public lands adjacent. Like, that is a real thing, regardless of, right, and that's my concern here.
And I respect that.
Okay.
I absolutely respect that. I would say to you, we have conflicting policies that we're trying to manage in the basin on a broader basis. One of those is to try and incentivize people to use alternative modes of transportation. What has demonstrated to be an effective method to incentivize people to use an alternative mode of transportation is paid parking. Now, paid parking, as you know, may have some impacts on Venice Drive. I can't tell you, even if the marina had free parking and it was full, there could be impacts to Venice Drive. So Venice Drive is a consequence of an attraction, a fabulous attraction, that the Conservancy has explored providing more parking for, because they have no parking other than what the city happens to offer by way of Venice Drive. That is not something that the Tahoe Keys Marina can manage. That's something that public agencies need to manage for public access for public lands.
And I think, too, we're a little out of the scope of kind of what we're considering in a lot of ways, but, so I just want to, get us on track. Any other questions? Okay.
Yeah, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, go right ahead.
I, as it relates to this project, as we talk about public lands and access by the public to public lands, I think the point is being made that when you provide access to public lands, you likely, if you're a public agency like the CTC or the Forest Service, that you provide adequate on-site capability to handle parking. That, in my experience, has not been done here. That it's not historically, there are locations where that's done, but it's not been done. And I agree that public agencies like CTC and Forest Service and others, where there's beach access, need to provide access themselves to those lands for the public, and not necessarily expect that private properties adjacent will bear that responsibility. And so maybe that's a dialogue that we'll continue to have with our good friends in the CTC and the Forest Service about that. But I just wanted to make that point that I think you partially made.
Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of along the employee parking and commuter incentives. More broadly, I actually agree with you. I think we should be encouraging people to use other forms of transportation other than cars. We shouldn't be always in single cars, but it happens, especially with kayaks when you're dropping them off and picking them up. But are there other, I didn't notice specifically in the plans, like some sort of attractive bicycle parking or other types of commuter incentives that already exist for pedestrians and bikers and shuttles to turn around, or like maybe spaces that are labeled specifically for carpools like they do at some of the ski resorts?
The answer is there will be incentives for carpooling and spaces identified. The development is very bicycle friendly and intended to highly encourage with safe bicycle storage.
Any other questions from anyone? I guess I have one quick one. I know many of the concessionaires currently, especially the larger boats, have shuttles and bring their own guests from hotels, but is that something that has been looked at as, like, some of the larger concessionaires that are running tours out of there, somewhat maybe requiring or working with LakeLink or whatever that is to help get people from hotels to the marina without a vehicle? And again, I know that's happening now. I'm just wondering if the will to kind of require that in new leases or something of that nature.
Well, great question, Mayor. Most of the larger concessionaires do have shuttle programs that have been in place, which have been voluntary. It's in their business interest. What TRPA has required from Suntex is, rather than have 28 separate concessionaire permittees, so to speak, is to submit a master concessionaire permit application where Suntex would administer the permit. And as those of you that have had some experience with TRPA might imagine, there will be some significant conditions of approval where those issues will be addressed.
Great. All right. If there's no other questions from council, thank you, Mr. Feldman. We are going to go ahead, and now this will be, excuse me, what's up?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're going to move on to any of the testimony from the appellant's attorney and rebuttal and closing remarks.
Okay, I'll go ahead and unmute Doug and Toby.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity. I've chatted with Toby, and I'll be speaking on behalf of both of us right now, and if she wants to follow up, of course, she'll have the opportunity. First of all, very disappointed you're out of process with your own published appeals process. As far as litigation goes and who pays for going forward, whether it's the applicant or the city, that of course is up to you guys, but the bottom line is I can't speak for Toby, but I'm not going to waste my time going through all of this if we weren't going to go this step further. So whatever that's worth. So, Mr. Mayor, the appellants object to consideration of the applicant's August 11th late correspondence letter. It was emailed to applicants 46 minutes after the hearing began. While applicants were engaged in the meeting, were not able to check their email. The first we heard about it is when your counsel mentioned it. This is, at first glance, when I opened this up later, it appears to be a point-by-point legal brief responding to appellant's August 10th comments. We've had no reasonable opportunity to review it, check its citations, or prepare a response. Under CEQA and basic due process, we are entitled to a meaningful opportunity to be heard on new substantive arguments. Meaningful. This is not reasonable to be able to put together meaningful comments under a meaningful opportunity. We request a continuance, or at minimum, that the letter be given no weight till we've had a fair chance to respond in writing, and that any response we submit be part of the record before a decision is rendered. And I think that pretty well sums it up. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Tyler, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Just that I stand by my previously provided comments and public statements.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler.
Great. Okay, if that's everything, we're going to go ahead now and open this to public comment. The time limit will be 3 minutes per speaker for anybody in the room. Mr. Miller.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alan Miller, a civil and environmental engineer with expertise in water quality and waste management with over 30 years of experience in the Tahoe Basin. I am in support of my written comments, which are extensive. And one role I served at the Lahontan Water Board was writing and overseeing permits for the 12 marinas at Lake Tahoe, working with my extraordinary staff engineer ecologist, Toby Tyler, and she was the person I trusted most for any project with direct impacts to waters and wetlands and state regional policy development for that. The environmental analysis for this project doesn't address all the impacts of the project, and if you read my comments, you know my views, and if not, what I say here won't substitute. I am here in support of the appellants, Ms. Tyler and Doug Flaherty, who has devoted so much time, money, and energy to bring his expertise to assist all concerned in understanding more fully the fire and evacuation threats we face. Despite my own concerns with fire and evacuation, I didn't comment on those issues with this project because he's the expert and because I have major concerns with microplastics from the Tahoe Keys and the marina there, and the piers and the docks that have had an awful and outsized impact on Lake Tahoe by poisoning it with toxic plastics, toxic man-made compounds that have already reached levels in Lake Tahoe greater than almost any other large water body on Earth. Agency ignorance and ignoring pollution and taking the slow path to do little or nothing to change the existing conditions is a certain means to assure that Lake Tahoe will be the most contaminated large polluted freshwater body in the world. I'd prefer to prevent that if at all possible, and it has to start with the Tahoe Keys and cleaning up the 60 years of contamination and obvious waste discharges from highly degraded plastic piers, because it is perhaps the best and most obvious example of the problem, and the first to come forward with expansion plans is this marina. Back when I was employed under Mr. Singer, an engineer who served over 30 years as executive officer at the Lahontan Water Board, and Toby Tyler, the type of pollution that occurred for years at the Tahoe Keys from the disintegrating plastic piers would have received an immediate enforcement response, most likely a cleanup and abatement order, because cleanup is still needed. Times have certainly changed, and it just boggles my mind that it has been difficult or nearly impossible to get the agencies, any agency, to move toward the solution to the microplastics problem in Lake Tahoe to keep Lake Tahoe pure. Microplastics endure, and from now forward, we must use wood, metal, and stone in the shore zone and begin the long process of walking back the impacts from microplastics and dealing with the unintended consequences of allowing plastics in the shore zone.
Thank you so much,
Have my
Mr. Miller.
recommendation.
Appreciate your comments. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give comment? Yes, Ms. Soderson.
Melissa Soderson, South Lake Tahoe. It's really unfortunate that we were not notified of the Planning Commission meeting in proper time. I absolutely would have been there to stand against this project. Despite what they say, this marina is one of the only ones that is directly within a neighborhood, and this will significantly impact my home. Already on busy days, we have people that are parked on the state streets where I live regularly. Traffic is abhorrent on Tahoe Keys Boulevard. It is dangerous. There are accidents regularly, probably not reported, but people pull out all the time. It is horrific. This ownership group has never shown good faith with the Tahoe Keys Marina. They've known for a really long time that these buildings were dilapidated and should have been torn down. If you have not gone down to the French Catch, it is absolutely filled with mold and disgusting. It needs to be torn down. It is absolutely having an impact on our lake. So I'm not against development of some kind in this area. It clearly needs to be mitigated. However, they were told for a very long time that they were not allowed to park boats on that open lot that was there, that they were to stay on paved areas. And over the decade, we have seen everything spread and spread and spread. And now we're going to allow them to pave over this area. We know that the Tahoe Keys is an ecological disaster that never should have been built. And the last thing that we should ever be doing is paving over additional spaces in this area. Just ridiculous to me. For them to say that it will have no increase in traffic is bullshit, for a better word. Traditionally, there has only ever been the Catch there as a standalone business. Now we will have many, many more, which will absolutely increase traffic. It's already a shit show on busy days. We spent millions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to restore this meadow next door, which is failing still to this day, a decade after this restoration. You can still see where each individual plant was planted. It's not growing. There's algae proliferating. There is an incredible amount of trash that comes from the Tahoe Keys Marina, and I don't ever see an employee out there picking up any of it. I don't know why we're supporting these companies that come in without good faith, that do nothing, degrade the land intentionally, and then say, hey, we have to have this redevelopment in order to protect the lake, which is nonsense. If we wanted to protect the lake, they would not be allowed to build anything there. They would have to tear it down and mitigate the disaster that humans caused. So we don't need any additional paving. To not have, CEQA is a rubber stamp, TRPA is a rubber stamp. To not have an improper environmental impact report on anything that happens in the basin is ridiculous. Clearly, everything we do has an impact on the environment, and to say that a checklist is good enough is not acceptable as we face the rapidly changing climate that is inevitable now. So please don't approve this.
Thank you, Ms. Soderson. Yes, state your name for the record.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kyle Swarns. I'm a field representative with the Carpenters Union representing the members here in this region. I'm not here today to speak in favor or against this development. Just want to bring to attention some concerns of ours when projects like this come forward. Is this taken into consideration when projects are built in these communities? We had a great project when it came to the recreational center, put a lot of workers to work here in this community that were from this community. Sadly, when that project got done, a lot of them are traveling to Reno, traveling to Stockton, to Mountain House. They're traveling away because we don't have work here for those workers after those projects are done. So what are we doing about I know this is a private project. What are we doing about these projects that are coming in town like this and making sure there's apprentices getting trained, the next generation of workers for these projects? The quality work that's going to be done on, because these individuals were trained through an apprenticeship program, that these workers have health care on these projects. You know, it was just recently, just in the past about month, there's been about 4 deaths
on construction job sites. There was one at USA Parkway about a month, maybe a little over a month ago. There was one on Highway 50 this past weekend from a DUI driver that hit a construction worker on the job site. There was 2 back in Stockton that just passed away this past week. So we need to make sure these workers on these job sites are properly trained, they're skilled, they can build a quality project. And like I said, I'm not here for the project or against the project, just things we need to take in consideration, ask these developers when they come in town, what are they going to do to meet these requirements? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, Mr. Feiger.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and staff. Keys, so complicated, right? It's the biggest marina, bigger than, as big as all the rest of the marinas combined in Lake Tahoe. It's infested with aquatic invasive species. It had deteriorating docks. All the buildings are falling apart. Suntex, actually, we've been working with them since they bought the property, and from Keep Tahoe Blue, from our standpoint, we found them to be a good partner. As far as developers go, no offense, but very much found them to be a good partner. A lot of the aquatic invasive species work that they've done ahead of time, removing the docks, clearing out the species as best they can, making those docks better for invasive species, easier to clean out underneath, and they provide less nooks and crannies for stuff to hide in. They've invested in the bubble curtain, which we piloted years ago. The Collector, the little robot that picks up the fragments that the bubble curtain keeps out of the lake. It's not fixed the problem by any means, but it's starting to help. And then the upland redevelopment comes along. We don't generally support projects just because at the end of the day, all the sustainability measures, all the promises, if they don't come to fruition, we've got egg on our face. So it's the same here. We're not standing here fully supporting this project, but there are some really good aspects of it. And this is the best opportunity that the Keys has had in decades to see rehabilitation. And it will actually help improve the lake's environment. I mean, getting rid of it completely, sure, would be better, but that's not a feasible option for a property worth this much money. So, anyway, it seems like this is the best project that we're going to see for this site. It needs to be rehabilitated. Suntex seems like a good partner to us. Keep Tahoe Blue, we've set up a side MOU with them as a result of some previous litigation we had with the old owners and TRPA that provides some even more above and beyond actions will protect the environment, electric charging, electric forklifts. We were really in favor of the non-motorized racks in the restrooms at Cove East. So that seems to be the hang-up, is the parking. And that's our big hang-up too, the parking and the traffic. Our lawsuit and settlement with the old owners was very much around that. Parking because of the extra slips that they put in illegally. So the discussion you guys have had here is that that I heard is that the city can regulate parking. You cannot charge for parking. What I like to do, people have fond memories of Fresh Catch. I have fond memories of biking down there to Cove East before the restoration project when there were bike lanes painted and maintained all along Tahoe Keys Boulevard and all along Venice. Cars didn't park in them because they were bike lanes. There was plenty of access. That can happen again. Those bike lanes can be repainted and there could be hourly restrictions. So 2-3 hours, that's not enough time to go to the marina for the most part, but that is plenty of time to go to Cove East. That seems like potentially a straightforward solution, is to limit that parking on Venice to maybe 2 or 3 hours to allow for that. Last thing is Cove East is public land, it's state land, it's not city land, not neighborhood land, it's for the whole state. Thank you.
Mr. Feiger. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, Mr. Cephalou.
Good afternoon, Mayor Bass and members of the City Council. My name is Joby Cephalou, and I'm here in strong support of the Tahoe Keys Marina redevelopment and the Planning Commission's approval. My connection to this marina goes back most of my life. I worked there in middle school and high school. I've operated a fishing charter on Lake Tahoe since 1997. I've also served on the board of the neighboring Homeowners Association. As a 30-year tenant of the marina, we are thrilled. So much business has been pushed to the state line area. This is a huge benefit to not only tenants, but the west side of town. This is an existing commercial marina that needs reinvestment. The redevelopment replaces aging infrastructure, improves stormwater management, brings the property up to modern environmental standards. I believe we can protect Lake Tahoe while also allowing responsible redevelopment. Suntex's commitment to this area has been extraordinary and unlike any other. The MOU between the League and Suntex is something I've never seen. It is also good for our local economy that brings significant private investment, supports jobs, generates tax revenue, and creates an opportunity for stronger year-round business. South Lake Tahoe has limited opportunities for projects that combine environmental improvements with meaningful economic investment. I believe this project accomplishes both. The Planning Commission reviewed the project and approved it. I respectfully ask the council to uphold that decision and allow this project to move forward. No is a great disservice to the environmental health of Lake Tahoe and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cefalu. Anybody else here in the room? Yes, just state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I'm Robert Hain. I'm a South Lake Tahoe resident, a husband and father of 2 kids, and a contractor who spent my career in heavy civil construction and public works right here in the community. I'm speaking this morning in strong support of the Tahoe Keys Marina redevelopment project. I want to touch base on 3 things: jobs, community, and what I've seen with my own eyes. First, jobs. A project of this scale, demolition, new buildings, parking, upgraded water connections in Venice Drive East and the Tahoe Keys Boulevard area, and full water quality BMP compliance means years of high-paying skilled work for local trades. These are the kind of local hire construction careers that let working families actually afford to stay in this area. And the project replaces the 3 units of workforce housing that are existing on the site right now. So it supports the people who will work there long-term after the construction is done. Second, the community. The South Shore has waited a long time for a marina it can be proud of. This redevelopment opens the waterfront to everyone. With improved ADA access, and local nonprofits helping connect underserved members of our community to the lake, getting to the water shouldn't be a luxury here. It should be part of who we are as a community. Third, what I've personally seen. I've watched Suntex undertake major in-place improvements at this marina already, removing the old failing docks and visibly improved water quality in the marina. The new docks have improved ADA access, and every slip includes a level 2 electric charger now. Real infrastructure that positions the South Shore for the transition to electric boating before we're forced to play catch-up with other communities. This is a project the South Shore deserves. Good local jobs, better access for all, cleaner water, and a marina we can finally be proud of. Thank you.
Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
All right, yeah, we have 2 hands raised. First, we have Case McKellar. Person who's had their hand raised a long time, Case McKellar. You'll need to unmute your phone so we can hear you. Okay. Well, we're going to move on. Hopefully you can, I'll call on you one more time after we hear the next caller, Mr. Teixeira.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship, and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. First thing I want to say is that we completely agree with the prior 2 speakers about the economic and community benefits of this project. The nature of Suntex is an excellent partner, and we have followed this project all along the way, and I'll get to that in a moment. As we have discussed and as we know, the Tahoe Keys Marina was once an important community and economic hub in the western neighborhoods of our town. It pulsed with activity and life. But sadly, over the years and under prior ownerships, the marina and the activity it generated fell into neglect and literal decay. Some of us who've been around for a while wondered if the Keys Marina would ever again be an energetic hub of economic activity, water and shoreline-based recreational opportunity, and community gathering. As detailed in the staff report you have before you today, the project applicant has navigated a very challenging regulatory review and permitting process, both the city and TRPA involved. Parent company Suntex Marina has already made significant investment in replacing aging infrastructure that was actually polluting the lake. Tahoe Chamber has closely followed the evolution of this project. We've met in numerous public meetings with Suntex Marina, found them to be a reliable partner. We've been to the TRPA Advisory Planning Commission, the TRPA Governing Board, and the City Planning Commission meetings. We have testified in support all along the way. The documents that you have in front of you as part of today's public hearing on the appeal provide ample technical and related documentation justifying the council's decision to deny the appeal and to allow this project to proceed. This includes the recitals and findings of fact set forth in the proposed resolution before you denying the appeal of the Planning Commission decision and allowing the project and its various phases to proceed in a timely manner. There is no environmental benefit in any further delay. Tahoe Chamber enthusiastically supports this important private sector investment in our economy, environment, and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll call again on Case McKellar. All right, last call for Case McKellar. All right, if you're unable to get through, you're welcome to email publiccomment@cityofslt.gov and we will add your comments to the record. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. Okay. So we'll bring this back, and we're going to go and give the appellates any rebuttal or clarification from public comments that you may want to give. You have the right to do so at this time.
Go ahead, Mr.
And
Fleming.
yeah, thank you. I think that our written comments, along with our discussions today and what we've passed on today, speak for themselves. And so I think, at least from my point of view, I'm done. I'll defer to Toby if she has anything else at all.
I concur with Doug. I think we've made our case clearly enough, and we will proceed with what we're going to do. Thank you.
And Mayor, yeah, I would recommend offering the applicants a minute to respond to any new issues raised during public comment.
Great. So at this time, if the applicant or applicant's attorney would like to respond to any public comments. All right, seeing that there's no comments there, we'll go ahead and move into deliberations on this item. Let's see here, Mrs. Horgan.
Just a couple of things I thought were interesting. The comments about microplastics, the way I read the plans is that we would be reducing the burden of microplastics. So that was confusing to me a little bit from comment. Local endorsement of our contractors, I think that is an important thing that the applicant should be considering going forward. And just the final thing for discussion, I had asked earlier about, who is at risk if an EIR is not completed. It seemed like our attorney had shared what I think I understand to be that the burden would be on the applicant if there were any issues. Anyone who chooses to do a market analysis of South Lake Tahoe would see, even based on the survey that was presented earlier in our agenda, that the natural environment is extremely important to the locals here. I think it was 92% importance, and I think that from what I hear from comments made by the public, that Suntex understands that. They understand that our community is very, very focused on the environment, protection of the environment and the natural environment. I would hope that they wouldn't foresee any project knowing how important the environment is to us and knowing that the burden of the performing an EIR is on them, that they have done their due diligence with this project. And from what I have read and understand and heard today, I think they have. So I'm interested to hear what other council members have to say, but I think I'm in support of the project.
Thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Jenkins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, thanks all who are here who have commented. I want to touch on a topic that was raised that is has been of particular interest to me, but I'm not really clear how it applies to this project, but it was brought up. I too am concerned with microplastics, whether they come from cell towers, the foe in the cell tower, or they come from products that are built. It troubles me a lot that there doesn't seem to be a focus in the region or locally on preventing that. That troubles me. What I understand from our staff is that that this project, and please correct me, and I'm looking to be corrected if I'm wrong, is that this project would not contribute to or exacerbate any existing problems that may exist in the lake, that in fact the products that would be used would not be of a polluting nature with microplastics. If I can pause, is that correct?
For the record, that is correct for the upland improvements that the city permit approves through the design review permit.
The second question is, when the project was proposed, there was a phase 1 study done on the existing site, and were there conditions, hazardous conditions identified that had to be mitigated or have been mitigated, ones that were identified? Because I think that was a second point somebody had raised about mitigation.
There were not. Let me find it here. Oh, here we go. In the initial study, mitigated neck deck, the phase 1 ESA did not identify any recognized environmental conditions. Additionally, the evaluation was updated and confirmed in 25 to ensure its validity.
Because had there been conditions identified, then a phase 2 would have analysis, a deeper analysis would have been required, but that was not required because there was no conditions existing in phase 1. The last question I have is the appellant has asked for a continuance because they said that information that we received today, that they have not had sufficient time to review, and that we have not had sufficient time to review. And I'm wondering, probably from a legal standpoint, is that something that we should be seriously considered? Would a continuance, at least for one meeting, be appropriate to allow that? I don't want to get caught up in this procedural stuff. What I call it, well, let's just say stuff. Procedural, where maybe we should have done something as a caution. I personally, what I've heard, support the project. I understand it, but I want to be sure that we've looked at all of the evidence, and they have had an opportunity to look at all the evidence that might be presented.
So due process does require that both the applicant and the appellant have know what the evidence is that the council consider and have a reasonable opportunity to participate in the proceeding and address the evidence that is presented, including the argument of counsel, which is primarily what is in the August 11th letter. That being said, they don't get an unlimited amount of time, and they don't get an opportunity to, do more than get a fair shot at it. And so I am mindful of their comment that they have had no opportunity to read this correspondence. It took me about 15 minutes personally. I read it during the consent calendar. So if the council is inclined to make a decision today, I think you can, but you may want to consider, basically postponing this until after, say, item 16 or 17, and giving the appellants an opportunity, 3 to 5 minutes.
Same day.
Yeah, later today. If they want to provide their comments on this letter, they can. I don't think it's going to take them more than 15 minutes to review it, and they can have 10 minutes to consider it.
Thank you, Mr. Rudin.
And I assume we could just do that after, we'll probably break for lunch, so that gives them a period of lunch to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, I think that should be a more than an adequate amount of time. I mean, even in court proceedings, you have ex parte hearings. Counsel may be subject to having to respond to motions or things like that in court that they get a copy of the same day. This happens all the time.
And just to be clear too, the appellants submitted comments on the 10th, which is yesterday, and then this is responding to those
comments
So
that
we're-
were submitted yesterday, of course.
So we're not looking at like okay.
I do have one procedural question then,
Sure.
just based on what was just shared with us. Is I thought in public hearing we weren't allowed to take a break and then come back to it.
So if you do, once you close the public hearing, basically, then that is the close of your record. You shouldn't reopen it without giving both sides an opportunity to fairly participate. So if you won the public hearing at this point, would be closed unless you guys decide to give the appellants an opportunity to address this letter that they have received just now. If you continue to a different date, then the issue is potentially you have to take public comment again.
Yeah. Can we not take a recess during the public hearing, so we're not closing the public hearing and we come back to it immediately after the recess?
You would continue it, would you not?
Yeah, you can recess the public
Right.
hearing, yes.
So I think I mean, it seems like to me if we maybe if we give the appellants the right to, in the recess, to review this, and then when we come back from recess, we're also going to give them the right to respond to those comments. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if looking around to council, before we go further in deliberations, I think that's appropriate to go ahead and say, we go ahead and take a recess, and we'll maybe go even a little longer, 1:15. That's going to give 40 minutes instead of...
But I think the other council members
well,
may want to.
no, because we're not going to do deliberations if we're going to allow them to, we're not going to continue with them.
Pertinent question.
You could ask, definitely, no worries asking the question, but the process is we're going to let them have the time to review it. Then they're going to make comments that could affect our deliberations. So in my mind, we should stop deliberation until we have them give the chance, and then they're going to, then that could become parts of our deliberation. So Mr. Roberts, go ahead.
Well, I apologize here, but the appellant spoke mostly about the EIS. Council, public comments, and the applicant spoke on a wider range of issues and topics related to this. So my question is, if I could please get some clarification on what item 15 is actually in front of us. Is it just reviewing the appeal, or does it include granting major design review, special permit use? I guess in short, my question is, this will, if we, with or without the appeal, this will come back in front of council at a future date, right? To address parking and bicycle racks and all that kind of stuff?
No. So the appeal before you is appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to grant the design review permit, the variance. And so your decision here, and the appeal is on the basis primarily that the appellants argue that a initial study and negative declaration is not the appropriate level of environmental review, and that an EIR should be required. So to dispose of this appeal, either A, you can agree with the staff recommendation, which denies the appeal, adopts the initial study and negative declaration because as the highest body of the city, you have to do that if you want to approve the project, and then it affirms the Planning Commission's decision and approves the permits. So you will be approving the action, taking final action today to approve the project.
All right, thank you.
Great. Okay. I think so. What we're going to do now, we're going to take a recess from the public hearing and return to this public hearing at 1:15. And this is also, just for the record, to give the appellants the opportunity to review, the appellants the opportunity to review the applicant's comments and return with statements or any
I
comments
believe
you may have.
Flaherty has a question. Go ahead, Mr. Flaherty.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I don't believe, as the applicant, and speaking jointly with Toby, that we, even under these circumstances that you are trying to proceed with, and a very minimal and unreasonable continuance, we still then would have to say, I've glanced at the brief, which is what it is. It's an extensive brief citing court cases. It's extensive. And 15, 20 minutes, 1 hour, whatever, this afternoon, where we had an agenda where we'd cover item 15 and move on, that is not a reasonable opportunity to review the document. So again, we request a reasonable continuance, which would equate to another date, or at minimum, that the letter from the attorney be given no weight until we've had a fair chance to respond in writing, and that any response we submit be made part of the record before a decision is rendered. And that's our position.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. With that, we are going to go ahead and go to recess, and we will return at 1:15.
We're ready to get started again.
Great. We're going to come back from recess to resume our appeal of the Planning Commission's decision approving file number DR25-007. And we've now given time for the appellant to review comments, and we will now give time for any closing remarks, first to the appellant, closing statement or remarks after reviewing the written comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sent you guys an email during the break, but I'm going to go ahead and read it so I can get it on the record. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for the offer of a 1-hour continuance in connection with the late comments received by the City of South Lake Tahoe from the applicant's attorney. We must respectfully state on the record that 1 hour is not a reasonable or meaningful opportunity to respond to the applicant's August 11th attorney letter. The letter is not a short clarification. It appears to be a detailed, multi-section legal brief that appeared to, 1, recharacterize the CEQA fair argument standard, 2, make specific assertions about what constitutes substantial evidence, 3, cites multiple published cases. Next, reframes operational intensity. Next, addresses wildfire evacuation, parking, BMP, cumulative impacts, and other technical issues. And lastly, directly attacks the point raised in our August 10th appeal letter. We cannot fairly evaluate, cross-check these points against the record or rebut them in 60 minutes or at any time during today's process, whether in the hearing or otherwise. Meaningful review of legal citations and the factual claims they support requires time to examine the underlying case law, the ISMND, the transportation study, and the prior responses to comments. All provides a reasonable request for meaningful time to coordinate between applicants. CEQA requires informed decision-making and a fair opportunity for the public to participate. Providing a complex adversarial legal brief after the hearing has already begun, and then limiting response times to 1 hour does not satisfy that standard. It risks a decision based on unrebutted advocacy rather than a fully developed record. We therefore request the council to, 1, grant a continuance on another date so we can meaningfully analyze the contents of the late correspondence, submit a written response that becomes part of the record before any final decision, or 2, at minimum, accept a written rebuttal as part of the record after this hearing and defer any final action until the response is before you. A 1-hour recess under these circumstances does not cure the prejudice created by the late delivery of the letter. We ask the council to protect the integrity of this process and the requirements of CEQA by giving us a truly reasonable opportunity to respond. And finally, of course, this alone took some haste, so I have a few typos. I'll be sending an errata on this afternoon. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Can I say something? Wait, real quick. That's it online? Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then, well, actually, wait, because we're writing, let us finish, and then we're opening it up.
I just
right
want to
after
echo
this.
the statements made.
So just when you come into your comments, if you don't mind, just so I can open it up to the applicants if they would like to make any comments. Okay. And then we'll be into comment, and I'll come straight to you. Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Bass, council members. My name is Ryan Lederman. I am one of the authors of the letter with my colleague, Deborah Brundy. We received that correspondence at 3 p.m. Yesterday, and we worked to go ahead and respond to those comments. So by submitting so late in the day, they were trying to preclude some sort of reasoned response. So we find it very rich and ironic that they're saying that they didn't have enough time. We never received any sort of courtesy copy from them. It was the city that distributed the copy to us. So it's very, very rich for them to say that that they didn't have enough time. And the clerk earlier today said, you could just email a response and it'll be in the record. That's all that is. It's added to the record. We do appreciate that the deliberation that you've had. The city attorney has gone above and beyond to give you an opportunity to read it. We took a break and there was another break. So we just want to say we worked really hard to respond to their very, very late comment, which was done strategically to not allow us an opportunity to respond. And we did that in the short amount of time that we had from 3 o'clock yesterday. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right. And then, so now we're going to bring it back to council for the deliberation. Just quickly for Mr. Rudin, if you could clarify just again, and that was said in these comments, this is public comment coming in from both sides, not part of the actual, staff report that was prepared. This is just for the public's efficacy to understand.
Yes, yeah, no, so you have the testimony of the appellants, you have the testimony of the applicant. You can give whatever weight you find appropriate to this testimony, as well as the testimony of staff, the public commenters. Ultimately, you have before you a couple decisions. The first one is the level of environmental review conducted appropriate? If so, you should adopt the mitigated negative declaration, which is part of the staff recommendation. And then the other issue is assuming you approve the environmental document that is before you, are you approving the project, which is also the staff recommendation.
Great, thank you. Ms. Morgan.
And I was just going to respond to the comments by the appellant and also the applicant about the late statements. I'm just going to echo them that we also did not receive this with what I would consider adequate time to do a full review. And so our deliberations are also not hinged on these additional documents. It's on testimony provided today.
Great point. Okay. All right. Let me see. We got a speaker list. I don't have anybody up here right now, so I guess I'll just go around. Mr. Jenkins, you got comments? Or yes.
I think I've said everything that I need to say, and I'll defer to the city attorney if there's any other items, things that he wished to say. I after all is said and done, there's a lot that's been said and done, I guess.
I'm here to answer questions. I don't have anything further to say at this point.
Mr. Robbins.
I have comments for deliberations. Are we on? Is this now? Have we gotten there? Okay. It's been trying to follow, So, my primary concern so far has been access to public lands and waters, and my primary concern with the material in front of us is what I think is a high likelihood that the development will create increased traffic and visitation, which is the point. And that's fine for that development. I think they have enough parking on site for the development that they're proposing. The problem isn't that they don't have enough spaces. The problem is that they're planning to do paid parking, and it's immediately adjacent to a street of free parking that is heavily used by our locals and the public to access the Cove and to access the North Upper Truckee River. And there is every reason to expect that paid parking, which people generally don't like, and that people coming to visit the marina will park immediately adjacent to that in the free parking next door, and that will reduce or eliminate access for a lot of locals trying to take out and put in their kayaks in the North Upper Truckee, or people trying to access the beach right there, the public lands and waters. My concern is that the staff analysis and the respondents' analysis, pointing out that paid parking reduces vehicle travel because that's what happened at the event center, is just on its face absurd. I'm frustrated that was how our staff approached it, because that's a really silly analysis, because there's no street with free parking immediately adjacent to the event center. So how do you use that and say, well, we did paid parking in all of the lots around the event center, and the only street parking around the event center is also paid parking, which was the one street behind the garage there. And therefore, we can draw a comparison to this area where we're going to have paid parking, and it's going to be right next to a street with free parking, and our expectation is that we will see a total reduction in car traffic. I mean, that's pretty silly. I get how that meets some notional standard of how you're supposed to consider things in isolated stovepipes, but that's absurd. And it's, I think, on us to consider how these projects interact in a holistic way, in a totality. And I think, being able to kayak the North Upper Truckee to do the nut float in the summertime or in the spring is one of the local jewels here for our local residents. It's not a tourist activity. It's not something you have to pay for. It's not something that we want to monetize and turn into a paid experience that you have to pay someone else. That's a free activity that locals get to do. And I think the idea of having a paid parking next door to that's going to push all the visitors to this new marina development, and that's going to close off access as a result, is not something we want to incentivize or encourage. So I'm fine enough with the development in and of itself. We want to rehabilitate that area, rehabilitate those buildings. They are dilapidated. They are an eyesore. That development as a project, that's fine. That's private enterprise doing what it ought to be doing. My concern is really prioritized around the secondary impacts of this project on access to public lands and public waters. And I don't believe that a paid parking program supports the objective of equitable access to our public spaces, to what fewer and fewer free access we have to public spaces. So my suggestion is that we condition approval here on the elimination of paid parking, or at a very minimum, free validated parking for people who are utilizing the shops, that they have like a stamp or something, and that validation for that parking is $0, is free. Because we cannot, by law, and again, also to my frustration, we are prohibited by law from having a City of South Lake Tahoe parking permit, where we say parking along Venice and parking along, in the vicinity of Reagan Beach or any of these other public street areas is restricted to people with a City of South Lake Tahoe parking pass that they can get from the city if you live or work here. That's not allowed. We are only allowed under state law to do neighborhood permit parking for people who live in in the particular neighborhoods, not citywide. So we can't do a local resident or local worker parking program for Venice where we have a sticker, which would be a solution to that problem, and I would be something I'd support if we could. But since that's not an option, and I think the outcome here is foreseeable, that's my suggestion, is that we eliminate paid, we require as a condition of approval the elimination of paid parking for that area, or that the paid parking be a zero charge validated parking for people that are using using the amenities there. That's my position.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Horgan? I already gave my comments. No more. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I've been a fan of this project since it was first introduced to me in 2023. I think, yes, it is going to increase traffic in the area. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, the world population is still growing, which means the tourist population is still growing. And if we anticipate no more tourists coming to this area, we don't need TID, we don't need LTVA, we don't need all these marketing agencies that are encouraging more business to come to town. I think the village is already at a breaking point of clutter and congestion. I think the community needs another place to spread the tourists out and make the residents have a better experience, make the tourists have a better experience. I'm fully into this program. This project, the ideas of Venice Street, North Venice, and when I was brought to me in 2023, I recommended and demanded that they put in an excellent bike path going out to Highway 50 that would connect with our current bike paths and stuff. Well, I mean, as Mr. Robbins said, he doesn't want to incentivize them. Maybe them being in place will incentivize us to do a better job with our bike paths, especially the ones in that area with LOEs and all the four-way stops that we're talking about constantly. Maybe now, and we'll have the additional funds to do some of those things and make it work, because it's city property. It's on us to do those things. We can't hold them accountable. We do expect them to do the proper thing as far as keeping the water clean as they claim they're going to do, and all that great stuff. But I think this is a huge opportunity for the community.
Great, thank you, Mr. Roberts. I really largely agree. I think that, when you look at this project and really the commitment that's already been made by, by the property owners and with what they've done on the docks, that to me was a huge showing of their ability to perform and to make major improvements in an area that really needs it almost more than anywhere in town. And we, again, it's been talked about today how thriving that area was not too long ago. And it really needs to come back to that. I don't see, yes, the idea that we would just get rid of the whole Keys. Well, that's not reality, and we've got to be in reality. So if we're going to continue with the use that it is, having these improvements is critical to environmental improvement overall. When you look at energy efficiency of the buildings that currently exist to the buildings that will be there as we move forward, and long-term environmental impacts for the lake are way overweigh some of the challenges that are being brought up. And to me, when we look at, having to go back and to do an EIS and trying to look at, do we need to do more review? If we were talking completely new site and a new use on a new site this close to the lake, I could absolutely agree that higher level of review would need to happen. But we are talking about an existing use that has happened. And, where we're getting a major part of the square footage is from this boat storage, which right now has boats on an open dirt lot. And when you look at the environmental improvement from that and water quality, that's a major, major improvement. When you look at the circulation that they're doing within the new site and how that's going to work for vehicles coming in and out, there's a lot that is being really improved and being done right, and I think that's a critical thing. When we look at this issue, and I couldn't agree more with Mr. Robbins that we have to keep the public in mind, and especially when we have a trailhead to public access, and that's something that's critical. We also, though, do have to remember that street parking from a city, we can't determine if a business is overflowing and doing well, like where I have property. If my tenants are doing so well and our parking lot fills up, well, they're going on Balbijou, and people would argue, well, that's my parking space to go to Conley Beach. Well, that's not really for the city to, our public, streets need to be open for public, which it does include business access, does include trailhead access. And I think it opens up the question to, are there things that we can do for maybe one side of the street that keep that more open to the use of the trail, and maybe one side of the street's more, and those are conversations, though, that we have 3 years from here to now, to where we're going to realize this project, to maybe develop a policy that's just for Venice that can address that, or work with the Conservancy on actually creating a space that can be a public space. So that's where I land on it. I think it's great to see competent developers here that develop marinas across the country that I think will act responsibly. They've proven that to me at this point. So yes, I am in support of the project and would vote to deny the appeal.
I agree that the project is a far cry improvement to what exists. And what I've heard is that the effects are going to be mostly positive. The issue that we're discussing about impact on a public beach, this is where public agencies have to have greater responsibility for ensuring that there's access when they create these spaces, and not expect private property owners to pay for it through either further restrictions. They really need to do it themselves and quit talking the talk without walking the walk. And that's many times what I've seen over the many years that I've been in town is they say, we're going to give this to you, but by the way, you all over here are going to pay for it. Well, they need to step up and do their part. And I too have followed this project for a couple of years, gone through presentations that have been made, had communications, just inquiring, how's it going? How's things going? Because I think good investment is what we need in this community. And this side of town, that side of town needs a redevelopment. And so I think the part of maybe our action subsequent is to request of CTC that they look at things that they might be able to do to help. As we support them, they need to support us and not just leave us hanging with responsibilities that I think they themselves should be bearing. So I'm in favor of the project as it is presented, and I welcome the interests of a first-class quality firm into our city. And I think the message it tells other first-class firms is that you're welcome to come to South Lake Tahoe.
Great. And before we go ask for a motion, I will just put on the record that I also do support absolutely this validation, and I think we heard from the applicants that they're willing to consider that. I don't think we should get into telling them exactly how they're going to do that. There's so many components, but I think we have willing partners, and I think that probably benefits their business. So I just want to put it on the record that I really do support that.
I think once we approve it, they're going to do whatever they want, and we won't have another point of influence. We're just going to give that up. I don't know why we should have such faith and trust.
Let me ask real quick, if we wanted to approve with a condition, because I don't want to say that you have to go validate for $0. I think that puts like a way restriction over them, because there may be situations, again, that, I don't know, there's a lot of components of business. It's not like it's just a restaurant where you can, so just curious, like if we said that validation needed to be considered in the parking, is that something that can be done, Mr. Rudin?
Yes. Item attachment 10 is the resolution approving the project. If you'll note that it includes conditions of approval in Exhibit A. If you want to provide some flexibility in this regard, you can just add a condition of approval. This would be probably condition 23, applicant shall operate the parking on site to include a validation program.
And could I ask the applicant, is that something that you guys would be agreeable to, or is that yes?
We welcome a condition that allows validated parking. What we don't want to do is have the city manage the validation process.
Understood. Okay. So, Mr. Robbins, is that, I mean, because do you agree with Mr. Rudin's that we put a validation, how did you say that, a validation program be required, is how, so.
I think we need to have, because of the impact of that development on access to public lands, and it's the impact of the parking situation, the city needs to maintain the ability to regulate the impact. And so I'm fine with us coming back later and saying what that validation program needs to look like. What I'm not fine with is us saying there'll be some kind of validation program and they can go ahead and do whatever they want and call it done, because then they could say, well, it's validated for $20, and if it's not validated, it's $50.
Sure,
and that's going to mean that that's going to not solve our problem.
But I just think that
So
in a
I
sense-
got to have some way to say, we'll discuss it later. That's fine if we want to come back and have that reviewed. But then it should be an agreement that we reach with the developer or with the site owner for how they're going to manage parking that meets our needs to maintain access to public lands and
I think
water.
what's hard though this is where you're trying to get into micromanage somebody's business and why I'm thinking about this. Like when you have a restaurant, for instance, there's going to be all sorts of people, oh, okay, I can just come and get a sandwich and then now my car is good all day to go out on a boat, right? So you're going to probably want to say one validation at your sandwich shop is good for this long of a validation.
Fine.
And that's where
Then-
we don't, at a city council, need to decide how to break that apart for them. I think we can trust them that they're going to manage that. And if we had a problem, then, hey, let's bring it back and we've got an issue to address. But I think we've got trustworthy partners that will manage it well. And
if this were a situation where we didn't have free public parking, if Venice Drive wasn't a thing in this context, if it wasn't an area that locals use for accessing to access the public lands and waters, if it were just a driveway up to the site, then I would be fine leaving that as a business decision for the property owner as to if they want to charge for parking or validate parking and how they want to do that, because that's a private decision for a landowner to manage their own parking facility. The problem is this is a situation in which the benefits of charging for parking accrue to them, the costs spill over onto the accessibility of public lands for us. And it's private benefit and then socialized costs. And so we need to have some kind of ability to review how that cost that we will bear, because it's the cost that the public will bear in terms of the limitation on what is now free access to public lands and waters that will spill out from this result. It's not the case like it is with the as has been mentioned, with the event center. Because of the event center, there is no free public parking trailhead access in anywhere near in that area. So that's impacted by having all that paid parking. It's all the casinos and whatnot. It's all other private businesses. That's not the case here. So I'm fine with them figuring out what makes the most sense, so long as it's something that we maintain involvement with, where we say they've presented their plan. And yes, I agree. You want to have some management of like your sandwich versus your all-day boating, then your different validations can last different times for free, et cetera. And that is in the minutia below which the city council should be engaged on a direction basis. That is true. But we need to be able to review it, because otherwise the incentive for the private developer is going to be to maximize revenue from the parking, and the costs of doing that are going to be borne by the public trying to take their kayaks out.
Well,
and I will also note, I'm sorry, but I will also note that yes, it is to Councilmember Roberts' point, it is on us to improve the bike trails and the bike paths, but with only a minute handful of exemptions, people aren't putting in and taking out their kayaks by bike for the most part. There are people with bike kayak trailers. That is a thing. I will I'm not ignoring them, but for the most part, people putting in and out their kayaks and their personal watercraft and things like that are doing it off their cars, off their roof racks. And that's one of the quiet jewels of our community, is being able to load and unload for the
Can I
for the
just
float
make
there.
one comment
Yes,
about
Ms.
the loading and unloading of kayaks because it's my neighborhood and I also like the nut float. I haven't heard it called that before. I think there's opportunity to discuss further with Conservancy because there's the old Motel 6 property as well, which would be great for unloading and unloading safely as well. And not to say that it isn't delightful to go all the way down to the Keys, but that actually doesn't work after the water gets to a certain level. You kind of have to pull out by the hangar, by the old Motel 6. So that's not really part of our discussion today, but just there is opportunity in the future to discuss how we manage some of that interest from the community.
All right. Okay, I think we have the support. Again, I will add the condition that they do the validation. I think we have work on the council's level in the next 3 years for Venice Boulevard that we can take up at a later time. So, Mr. Rudin, I'm looking at the resolution. Does this whole resolution recitals all the way through need to be read into the record?
No,
Okay.
I think you can move to adopt the resolution as set forth in attachment 10 with the additional condition of approval for validated parking program.
Great. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Would you like the person making the motion to read it in the record, or is that fine?
It's in the record. It's on our agenda.
What?
No, I said it is in the record. It's on our
Well,
agenda.
I'm just asking, is that fine?
Yes, I think it's fine.
Okay.
So, I guess I'm a little unclear what the motion is. There is some change that is being made,
Well,
is that?
that's perfect. Yeah, I think you just need to read into the record denying the appeal, because we're also going to add the condition that they have a validation program, parking program. Thank you.
Appeal and entering the judgment as indicated, with the addition of blah, 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 blah. You gotta say that, but swap out
Well,
blah, blah, blah.
I have to say what the city attorney says I have to say, but I'll say it if it makes you happy. We pass a resolution denying the appeal of the planning commission decision approving file number DR 25-007 Tahoe Keys Marina redevelopment project, granting major design review, special use permit and variance for a setback. Let me see if I can follow this. Encroachment adoption of projects. ISMMD under CEQA. Does it go on? Determination with the amendment. Now tell me the amendment. With the condition.
The validation parking permit program.
Be developed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I second.
All right. We have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
That motion carries.
Great. All right. We are now moving on to our second item in a public hearing today. This is item 16. We're going to conduct a public hearing on the award of franchise to Lukens Brothers Water Company and Tahoe Keys Water Company. This will be Mr. Sergio Rudin and Dr. Q.
I drew the short straw, and Sergio said I would be presenting. Before you is an item to adopt two ordinances, one for each of the two franchise agreements. A little bit of history. The Lukens Water Company franchise agreement was first adopted by ordinance in 1966. It had a 50-year term, which meant that in 2016, it was renewed. At that time, there was a second franchise agreement also drafted for the Tahoe Keys Water Company. Both of those agreements had an expiration date of June of this year. Our previous city attorney had conversations with the two water companies to negotiate new franchise terms, most of which have not changed. There is some minor language changes in there. but those are here before you for that purpose. I do want to draw one attention. When you get to the point of making your motion, the motion as presented on the agenda has an error on the date of the second hearing. It should be September 8th and not August 25th. So that correction will need to be made at the time that the motion is made. With that said, I think that gives you a basis for what you're here to hear. And this is the first reading of the ordinance. There will need to be a second one before it becomes adopted.
Great. All
Hopefully
right.
got
Thank
all
you,
that
Dr.
right.
Q. Any questions for Dr. Q from council?
Question.
Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
A comment that'll turn into a question. First of all, I'm impressed with the improvements that Lucan's Water has made over the last few years. I think there's been great improvements made, and likewise the operation of STPUD. They used to call it stupid, but are there provisions in the franchise that would ensure that when utilities are upgraded, that when that they coordinate, that we coordinate with them, they coordinate with us, so that we don't have street pavings before major cuts are made in our streets. Although the cuts are generally better than many of our streets.
I will answer that by saying I do not believe there is specific language in the agreement to that effect. There is general language about coordination and cooperation between our agency and their agency. The type of coordination you're talking about is occurring now.
Good.
And has been occurring. That is in part why you see that is in part why you saw us come forward last year and change what the road rehab program for this year would be. We do contact all of our partners and try to get their information on upcoming projects and make wise decisions that allow us not to have to tear up a brand new paved road.
Well, that's a good answer, and I appreciate that we have that level of cooperation.
And council member, I will just point out, section 3.1 requires that they obtain an annual permit for work in the public right-of-way. The city does have adopted Dig Once policies that I understand are already in place, so DPW staff can condition work on compliance with those policies.
Any other questions, Ms. Horgan?
Are there representatives from Lucan's and Keys here today? I'm just wondering how many customers they each serve in our community.
I will yield to Jennifer.
Hi, Council. Jennifer Lukens Brothers Water Company and Tahoe Keys Water Company. Lukens Brothers Water Company serves a population of about 3,200 people through 1,000 connections. And Tahoe Keys Water Company serves about 2,200 people through 1,589 connections.
Thank you. No further questions.
Great, thank you. All right, if there are no other yes, Mr. Robbins.
Have we received, so one of the issues that we've had with Lucan's in the last year has been the reconstruction and the anticipated reconstruction on Eloise. That was a street that was at the top of our to-do list for repaving because it is also the South Tahoe Bikeway. It is a major thoroughfare for bike traffic in the summertime, people heading out to Camp Rich. And we held off on repaving that because Lucan said they had a plan in the next few years to dig it up and do a bunch of repair work. Super. Frustrating that, we want to do Dig Once, so that has to be delayed because otherwise it'd be a silly thing for us to do a bunch of repair and repave and then have it be dug up a few years later. So we held off on that. In the intervening year or so, however, to the best of my knowledge, we haven't heard anything from Lucan's about what the status of that project is or when that's going to happen. Is that correct? Have we heard anything in terms of scheduling for the digging works that they need to do on the Eloise area?
To my knowledge, what we have is their CIP plan, and that has a target date, but we do not have any additional information beyond that published plan.
So they haven't given us any new information since we delayed the repaving work for the work that they were going to do.
Not to my knowledge.
Is there any sense of urgency with Lukens, given that this work on Eloise is holding that up? Let me rephrase that. Have we communicated to them that there's some urgency here because that's holding up a city, a repaving project that we consider important? And since I'm asking a question specific to that, I think Lukens.
In all honesty, I don't think we've done that either. I don't think we in Public Works have communicated that.
Okay.
No.
Luken, since this is if I understand correctly, we can ask someone who's pertinent to an agenda item to come speak without them being part of the public comment process. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So if the Lukens rep would like to come take the lectern.
Hi, Council. Jennifer Lukens again. Just to be clear, Lukens coordinates with all of the other existing utilities, as well as city agencies, county agencies, Caltrans, on all projects. We meet monthly in the summer, and then we meet monthly in the winter, not during the summer because it's construction season, but we all coordinate projects to try to minimize disruption to customers, roadways, traffic, paving, all of the things. As far as the Eloise project goes, previous staff at the city and previous city councils at the city prioritized James Avenue over Eloise Avenue because Southwest Gas was doing projects on James Avenue. So that's why James Avenue was prioritized over Eloise. Eloise has not had the storm drain projects completed on it. It has not had Southwest Gas projects, hasn't had any other utility improvements on it. So that's why that project is not moving forward at a rapid pace. These projects take approximately 7 to 10 years from design to finish in order to complete. So between all of the utilities getting in there and completing projects, it's not something that happens within 1 year. So no, Lukens has not moved forward on that. We also prioritize projects based upon fire department requests, Public Works requests, Southwest Gas requests, Liberty's requests, where our water infrastructure needs to be improved mostly in the water system in order to provide domestic drinking water, as well as to provide fire flow. And there's about 100 different factors that go into project planning. So they shift every year depending on what's happening within the community.
Well, I guess my question then is, when city staff presented the Eloise Avenue potential for an Eloise Avenue repaving project, what we were told was that, this was there was a plan for Lukens within the next 3 to 5 years to dig up Eloise and do waterworks in that street. Is that incorrect then?
Well, there's always a plan to improve. I'm looking at Mr. Jenkins because he's lived this for several years, but there is always a plan to improve every single water line. We have a CIP plan that is always in motion, but you have to understand coming up with $5 million to put in water line does not happen overnight, sir.
Yeah.
And you have to understand that, are you expecting me to put that cost on the ratepayers?
Well, I mean, repair and maintenance of the water utilities is a thing that ratepayers that's where a lot of that money comes from. My concern is not so much whether or not we need to do it. My concern is is the coordination between Lukens and the city. We were brought information that this project was at some level, within the 3 to 5 year span, imminent. But if it wasn't, if it was going to be something that was going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years or some longer time period, then we could have gone ahead and repaved the street. And so it's not that I'm jonesing for the water repair on that street to get done per se. It's about whether or not that's going to get done soon so we can pave the street, or if it's not going to get done, that we decide that it's not going to be done within the time span of paving it anyway. So in other words, if it's going to be done, if it's not realistically going to get done for 10 more years, we could have gone ahead and repaved it and had a road that was good for cyclists for 10 years. So I guess, how does that process work for communicating this between the city?
I guess my question more is, how does this pertain to the
Yeah,
franchise
that's exactly
agreement?
where I was gonna, we're getting a little off, because right now we're just about the franchise agreement, and so I hear what you're saying, and again, I think this is way more of like from what I'm hearing, it's a coordination between so many agencies, which is what we watch with all these projects.
And we do coordinate, so.
Yeah, and
That's
so,
ongoing.
but let's stay on the franchise agreement, because right now, it's literally, that's the item, is the franchise agreement, not James Avenue or Eloise. But I do appreciate the context, the questions are good, I mean, but again, it's for another time. Thank you, appreciate it. Any other questions from council? Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to public comment. This is for item 16, the public hearing and award of a franchise to Lucan's Brother Water Company in Tahoe Keys. Anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll look on Zoom.
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Great, we will bring this back to council for deliberations or a motion. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that the council, gotta read the motion, that the council introduce by title only, waive the first reading of the ordinance approving a franchise agreement to the Tahoe Keys Water Company, and that for the first reading, and that the second reading be conducted on September. Are those two separate questions?
They're two.
Okay.
They're two ordinances, so you should make two separate motions.
Okay, so, yeah, introduction by substitution of title, essentially, because we're not reading it. So that's the, yeah. The ordinance, the motion is to approve the introduction by substitution of title of a franchise, to award a franchise agreement to Lucan's Water Company and the Tahoe Keys Water Company by title only and waive the first reading. I'm sorry I omitted that one comment about Tahoe Keys.
Okay, is there a second?
He got them both in there, and
the
updated second reading
Okay,
will be
I
September
thought we
8th.
had to mention the September 8th.
He
Okay.
mentioned that, and then he
All right.
had it in the second water company.
Okay, I'll second.
All right, we
Thank
can
you,
vote.
Ms. City Clerk. Sorry for the confusion there.
I would like to request staff reach out to
Mr. Jenkins, can you vote?
Lucan's, and to have our public works staff reach out to Lucan's and figure out what the updated situation with Eloise is, and then I guess I can maybe request it as an APC item, but to then bring that back.
We'll do that on
You
the
know,
APC.
but we'll do that on the.
back.
But I just wanted to give us a heads up about that.
That motion carries.
Thank you. Ms.
We can go ahead and follow up with the Lucan's Water Company and bring that back as part of our street paving conversations in the future.
Thanks.
Great. All right, we are moving on to regular unfinished business. This is item 17. This will be South Lake Tahoe City Code, Chapter 6.60, timeshare amendments discussion. And this will be Ms. Anna Kashuba.
Good afternoon. I'm Anna Kashuba. I'm your senior planner. The item before you today is item number 17 regarding our timeshare ordinance. As you'll note in the agenda, this is an unfinished business item. This was brought before you last on November 4th of 2025. At that meeting, council was introduced to a proposal by X-Line and Company on behalf of Margaritaville Resort. The proposal was to convert 140 hotel rooms into timeshare units. However, this is prohibited under our current city code section, which requires that timeshare developments be new construction. A request was made to the city to explore a code amendment that would allow for the conversion of existing hotel and motel rooms into timeshare units. At that meeting, concerns were expressed by City Council regarding the possible reduction in transient occupancy tax, or TOT, from the conversion of rooms, as timeshare stays are not taxable. So to gather more information on the possible impacts of allowing timeshare conversions, the City Council directed Xline and Company to provide an economic impact analysis of the proposed project or the proposed conversion. So those are the findings that will be presented to you today. Please note that the item or that the number of units to be converted has changed from 140 to just 24 rooms. This change is reflected in the report you'll be receiving today. However, the numbers that were included in the November staff report from last year do reflect the 140 rooms. So next, you'll hear a presentation from Mr. Xline and his team regarding the findings of the report and the proposed project. And following that, I'll discuss some of the findings from that were shared in the staff report from November, as well as some variables that City Council may want to consider.
Good afternoon, council members. Nick Xline on behalf of the applicant, Margaritaville. And in attendance, we have Lisa from the ownership team, and then also Nari from Beacon Economics, who is joining by phone because her office is located in Southern California. And for VMT in carbon reduction, we had her join by phone. You know, I'm really thankful I have the presentation up in front of me. I'm going to divulge a little bit from it. I had the privilege of, working in the lobby for the last few hours, and in that time, I've had a lot of good conversations with staff, some council members, and so really want to kind of tailor my discussion points, to that discussion and really what everybody's looking for. And so we'll get into the economics in a second, but I think just to kind of set the context and kind of just lay this all out before we get into the meat of it is, when I first became involved with the Margaritaville, it was before they purchased the property, when it was still the Lake Tahoe Resort. I went and met staff over there, and they had asked me, from the Margaritaville team, and they had asked me if I'd ever been to that hotel before. And I said, well, just once, because I've run for local office, and I had a debate here. You could see them kind of look at each other and like, association with local political debates in a hotel kind of restaurant is not the look they were going for, and especially with the Margaritaville people. And so the Margaritaville people became involved and invested tens of millions of dollars into our community. But unfortunately, they built it and they did not come. If you go by Margaritaville now, it's night and day difference in terms of the streetscape, the environment, the ethic, everything that's going on there, the excitement and looking to generate. But what has happened is just based on the volume of rooms, there's 399 rooms in that big hotel that was a former Embassy Suites. And what we're looking to do now is convert 24 rooms, or approximately 6% of the rooms, to timeshares. Margaritaville has employed those and and you'll see this here in a presentation, but has utilized those kind of conversions on those properties to build more excitement and more opportunity to come and visit. And why that the room count and the number of rooms that is being converted is so important, because I really empathize with the city, right? I'm a small business owner, I have responsibilities. I'm a parent, I have responsibilities that are financial, and the city has financial responsibilities. And so ultimately what I see here is the conversation about the city's financial opportunities, what we're looking to achieve for the Margaritaville. And then ultimately, I would say for the Margaritaville, it's going to be pretty straightforward, but I'm also very empathetic to people's concerns that we don't want to open the floodgate. This is incredibly important kind of resource, a revenue generating source for the city, and we don't want that jeopardized. So why I wanted to provide this context at the front end is, fundamentally, we're looking to convert 6 rooms. However, the code or language eventually takes kind of, shape through this discussion and maybe subsequent meetings, we're open to kind of a process that will work with the city to ensure that there won't be, kind of a run on the bank or, a slippery slope where more and more units are being converted to timeshares, right? There's a lot of different ways you could provide checks on that. In regard to the next item that's on the agenda, you can have council updates and economic analyses before any conversions and stuff. So you can put a lot of things kind of in that process that will allow the city staff to review it to make sure there's not a negative financial impact, while giving the flexibility to property owners to ensure the survivability of the property. Because, we're looking at converting 6% of the units to timeshares, and the concern is a reduction in TOT tax. The hotel is never, in reality, 94% occupied. So even in the event of this, there will be no reduction in TOT. Ultimately, the project will be a benefit to TOT in the long run, because that 6% of rooms that is going unrented now, generally that number is closer to 40 to 50%, like day to day is going completely unrented. So what you're able to do then is bring people into the community, have those people spend money, have those people get a foothold here that hopefully will, support the rounding of our economy. And so really want to provide that context both in terms of what we're looking for here, how it represents from the percentage of rooms we're converting to timeshares, what I would say the impact or the lack of impact of TOT. In fact, I think it's a benefit, and Nari can speak to that. But then more broadly, that we're incredibly open to creating language that will, kind of alleviate concerns and issues in terms of that run on the bank. And I just really wanted to make sure that was kind of, evident at the front end. We're looking for this project. We're open all policy prescriptions and the method to kind of get there. So as we move forward with this, just, really, like I said, everyone's familiar with the Margaritaville. If you go inside, it definitely feels like a Margaritaville. Much more positive energy than when I went in there for the Lake Tahoe Resort. And I think, again, you can feel that when you drive by, like on a Friday evening, what's going on in the streetscape. It's a really good environment they've created out there. Just to touch on a few points, I'm going to pass it to Nari, who's going to be joining by phone, as I mentioned. But, like I said, tourism spending, right? We want people in rooms. Like, I have friends that are a waitress at Azul. I have another friend that works at, other restaurants. And so these people are going to be obviously very excited about this opportunity. Tax revenue projections, again, beyond just TOT tax, another benefit. And then, of course, job creation. We'll just leave this kind of on the screen again, just kind of touching on the benefits. But ultimately, what it is we want to bring people into the community, into the area of the community we want people in this downtown core, because those people are also not just spending money; they're able to do it in a walking manner, both to uses, to Heavenly, to the beach. And if you want to use transit to go to Emerald Bay or go anywhere else from that matter, this is the centralized location where you have the opportunity to do it. So this is where you would want to site it. Again, just kind of really touching on these points: job creation, economic investment, all these various different benefits. As we get to concerns, there's obviously overcrowding, impact on housing availability and otherwise. Housing availability, we've connected with the city. We're open to a dialogue in terms of participating to providing revenue or other sources to generate housing opportunities. Working with other clients as well that are in the city that are looking to kind of develop, affordable options that could be a repository for, centralized businesses, and that's all ongoing as well. Unfortunately, there's some regulatory challenges with TRP and so other entities in bringing that forth in a successful manner, but we're really advancing all those opportunities to the greatest extent we can. Again, Margaritaville is a national brand. Some of you might have already stayed at a Margaritaville, or at least seen one, and at least are familiar with Jimmy Buffett, of course. And as I was joking earlier, the older I get, the more Jimmy Buffett makes sense. But more broadly, like, this is something that Margaritaville has employed in other projects for the same reasons, right? The tourist game can be challenging, can be up and down, can be hard to fill your rooms, and it's expensive costs. And so, if we want to have great businesses like this in our community, we want to, demonstrate that we're working with them as a partner, representing to other businesses that want to come to the community that we're a partner in terms of those operations. And again, especially with this project, with the volume of rooms we're looking at converting, I would argue having no impact on TNT. This gets into just kind of some of the code language and anything. I'll kind of move past that quickly. You guys have all seen this, except to note that this request is solely a city action. We don't have to do anything. It would be permissible by TRPA today. And so this is really, solely to the city, nothing that we're engaging with in the city. Again, I kind of moved through that quickly because I want Nari to focus on your economic questions, and she can jump on the call to provide that context. But like I said, I wanted to make sure I was providing kind of the planning context for why we're here, how we're looking at the project, how it's being developed, and really the importance of being able to advance kind of opportunities for people to ensure that they can have a successful business, successful investment, while then providing the safeguards so there's not an economic kind of fallout for the city. And I feel incredibly confident we can get to that space. And so I don't know if you have any immediate kind of questions for me, or we can have Nari kind of provide some background on the economics and then just do one set of questions, whatever you would prefer.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I have one question, just one simple.
Yeah, if you want to go
How much has Margaritaville, since acquisition, put into this project? How much have you spent to improve the product? How much?
$40 million.
Just $40 million.
Just $40 million amongst friends, right? And that's why I gave the analogy in terms of in the lobby when I was speaking to somebody. And I actually think preparing for a project and having a couple hours in the lobby to chat really prepares you for it, to get some feedback. But the way I explain it to people is we as a community, the saying used to always be, you don't want to step over dollars to pick up pennies, right? And in this instance, I would say we're stepping over dollars to pick up theoretical pennies, because the pennies we're talking about in terms of TOT tax, we're not actually losing. So we got to understand the kind of the theoretical discussion we're having in Margaritaville. Again, the theoretical is important because of the impact on other projects and that slippery slope mentality. But from an on-the-ground reality in terms of the Margaritaville, I would say it's not impactful.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Exline. And yeah, we'll open it up for questions after.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Exline. My name is Nairi Kodaverdian, and I'm a research manager at Beacon Economics. So I led this study to understand, first off, how are timeshare owners different than regular hotel guests? How do visitation patterns differ from regular resort stays? And how do spending patterns differ from regular resort stays again? So the first step in our analysis was conducting a meta-analysis of different reports that have studied timeshare versus resort visitors, spending patterns, frequency of visitation, and again, the owner profile. And what we found from that meta-analysis was that timeshare owners are generally higher income, which means they have higher spending power. Second, that the frequency of visitation is higher for timeshares versus regular hotel rooms. And the length of stay is also typically longer. So all of that background research essentially points to higher spending, higher economic stimulation, and fiscal revenue. The second part of our analysis was an occupancy analysis. So we wanted to understand, how has the Margaritaville Resort fared historically in terms of occupancy rates, both in comparison to itself as well as compared to comparable hotels in the area. And what we found is that it did dip, as we would expect, during the COVID and post-COVID era, and then it had a period of renovation, so there were dips in occupancy during that time, but it has since stabilized to pre-pandemic or 2019 levels of occupancy, which are about 54%. So a 6% reduction of its inventory from resort and conversion of those into timeshare would not be impacting what we're seeing. So there wouldn't be, we're not expecting to see a substitution or a taking away of available inventory, because again, it's 54% occupancy in 2019 and 2025. The third part, which was really the core of our study, was trying to estimate the economic and fiscal impact of the conversion itself, which wouldn't require construction, but it does require the sale of these properties because, sorry, the screen changed for me. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Continue.
Oh, okay, great. So because real estate transactions involve multiple different parties, which include the realtor, the broker, the appraiser, the inspector, and all of the different parties that are typically involved in a real estate transaction, there is that economic activity happening upon the conversion. So once they're sold, we have economic and fiscal activity from the real estate transaction. Of course, there's going to be a reassessment of those units, which means property taxes go up. So property tax revenue is expected to go up for the city. And then we also have documentary transfer tax revenues. So that's another avenue of fiscal revenue for the city. In addition to that, we have the visitor spending that happens. And because our research indicates that timeshare units have higher frequency of visitation, longer stays, that ultimately leads to higher occupancy. So what we found is that timeshare units are typically occupied 80% of the year This is based on research done by ARDA, which is the industry association that does research on timeshares. And the most recent report came out in June 2026. And again, it's 80% occupancy from their research there. So we conducted the economic and fiscal impact estimation for the visitor spending, the real estate transaction, as well as the TOT revenues that are going to be generated as a result of these timeshare units. So just because we have timeshare doesn't mean that TOT is going away, because owners are not the only ones that occupy the units. They actually rent it out for a portion of the year, and those rental nights generate TOT revenue. So those were the core parts of our economic and fiscal impact analysis. And essentially what we found is that economic output, economic value added, so GDP, labor income, and jobs supported are all going to see positive impacts as a result of this conversion. And on net, fiscal revenues, so tax revenues, are also going to see a positive impact. So on net, we're seeing both positive economic and fiscal impacts from this conversion.
Great, thank you. Yeah, questions. We will, yes, I had somebody, Ms. Horgan was queued up. Go ahead and hit your request to speak.
Okay. I have discussion, but for questions, wondering why, I didn't see it anywhere, why we've gone from 140 to 24 units and how 24 was conceived.
So I honestly don't know. I'm trying to recall back on the emails. I don't ever recall us looking. The only another number we had looked at 54 was a number. So the 140, I'm not really have any reference point to.
Okay, how was 24 conceived?
24 conceived. So we're dealing with a partner kind of entity that runs timeshares. And so it was really looking to kind of thread the needle, right, in terms of what could be a benefit to the project base without having impact to the hotel operations and to taxes. And so this was kind of the volume that seemed to be achievable given kind of those dynamics.
Okay, and then your presentation mentioned additional tax on conversions or towards affordable housing projects. I wonder if you have any experience with what that looks like. Is that like an in-lieu fee to the city for housing projects?
Well, I think that's open for the point of conversation right today, right? I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways you could, so I'm just kind of spitballing right now. I mean, I think you could do, we're taking these inclusionary housing fees, that money's being spent to kind of the benefits that's being achieved to the community. Maybe, it's an in-lieu fee that goes into that pot or some other pot, wherever would be most effective. We'd be supportive of that. And so that's definitely something the Margaritaville team has been kind of willing to do, is understanding the housing situation and coming to some agreement with the city in terms of, in lieu fee, how it go, which pool or pot you want to put it into, is really open to it. So it's really kind of what works best kind of in your angle and kind of, how it has to work internally, but absolutely supportive of it.
And my last question, actually the thing that I thought was most interesting about your presentation materials was that timeshare owners are incentivized to support local businesses. Could you talk to how that would look?
Well, I mean, and I think Nuri can speak to this as well. And so some of my comments are going to be just anecdotal as well, just in terms of full disclosure. But, as you see in terms of different spaces, especially places you visit regularly, you start to develop your favorite restaurants, your favorite coffee shops, your favorite place you go to breakfast. I have family that stays in timeshares, and every time they show up, we're at Ernie's that first day, or Kalani's the second night. You see where I'm going in terms of those things. And so when you develop a relationship with place, you develop also the interaction with various different entities, shops, restaurants, goods, services, and so forth. And that's really where people, start to develop their relationship. Nuri, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to.
Oh, yes. It says small businesses specifically, and so I'm thinking this is the village with, some small businesses, but also some large businesses. So I'm wondering how you could incentivize timeshare owners to support small businesses.
I don't think there's ultimately, there's a lot of things you could do kind of internal in rooms and stuff. And as a small business owner in South Lake Tahoe myself, I'm very empathetic, right? So this gets into a little bit more kind of the things that aren't, kind of defined in code, but things you can do in terms of, and I think this could be a larger kind of tourist discussion, but in terms of interactions with local businesses, we've all probably checked into places where you would get, kind of a basket, there'd be, kind of gift certificate, you know what I mean by gift certificates in terms of places to go and so forth, that kind of, provide, kind of information in terms of where to go and how and so forth. And so it depends on like how far you get, outside of the core, where you get people driving and so forth. But, we'd be supportive in, beyond kind of the walkability and the small businesses within that space. There's other avenues in terms of ways to support small businesses. We're supportive of that just generally. I think also, for Margaritaville, right, kind of to the uniqueness of place, I think we all probably experience this, is higher than when you go to a localized kind of, niche kind of place, whether it be for food or commerce, in comparison to going to, like, say, a Chili's and going to shop at a chain store, right? And so it creates a sense of place, a sense of benefit, and I think to the benefit of the timeshare owners. But how we kind of market that internally to the rooms, we'd be, open and supportive of.
Well, that's why I was asking, because it specifically mentions timeshare owners, and I thought, well, how would that be different from other hotel guests if they were getting the same kind of information? And so I wondered if this was something that went out to owners more broadly to encourage, supporting small businesses.
I could chime in on that. I would say it would be through the mechanism of a higher frequency visitation and higher spending. So not just small businesses, but businesses generally in the area would be more supported by the fact that there's timeshares and a higher occupancy overall of 80% rather than 54% of the resort, which was, again, in line with comparable resorts in the area. And one of the mechanisms of why timeshares have higher occupancy is something that behavioral economics actually informs, which is a commitment device. So once you have paid for something, you are essentially behaviorally or psychologically incentivized to continue using it so as to get the most value for your investment. So that's what we're seeing, or that's what we're understanding as the interpretation of how this higher frequency of visitation and ultimately higher occupancy is justified.
Can I?
Oh, yeah, please.
I just wanted to provide, I guess, another perspective when we're talking about like repeat stays and the variability of the length of stays for timeshare owners. This is largely connected to the structure of the timeshare. Those can be just a timeshare use, which is generally on the shorter end, 1 to 2 weeks. Timeshare estates or fractional ownership can go upwards of, in the 2 to 3 month range. And then there's also a timeshares that operate on a point system where you have points and you can use those at, for example, the South Lake Tahoe location or other locations that participate in that same system. I'm not familiar with what structure Margaritaville specifically is leaning towards. Maybe that can be shared later, but just when we get to the end of this item, it will be in the context of if council does want to make general code amendments. So I would just keep in mind that the structure of the timeshare is a major factor in what those stays actually look like. In some cases, if we're looking at the point system, those stays would generally not be repeat stays, again, because people have so many different options of where they spend that time. On the flip side of that, however, when those units aren't being used by the timeshare holders, they are available for nightly rentals, to which TOT would be applicable. Just wanted to add that context. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Kashuba. Mr. Jenkins.
Yeah, question. I think you raised, I think I understand the difference between a timeshare, which means you're buying a certain amount of time, versus a fractionalized ownership where you're buying a certain share of the property. And I had understood originally that this was going to be fractionalized ownership as opposed to, quote, a timeshare. And can you clarify that for us?
I mean, it will be fractional, and I think in some ways those terms are used pretty interchangeably from fractional and timeshare. And so the fractional, if it's, there's 6, there's 8, there's, depending on that fraction, you would be given, just cape with an eighth. You would have of a year, you would have an eighth at that time, kind of, circle through the calendar. And that goes back into the kind of the TOT generating, right? Because as we all know, it's hard to get to town like 8 times a year, no matter how much you love a place. And then that's when it goes into the rental pool, right? And so what's great about it as well in terms of the incentivization of it, and the TOT generated from the timeshares is because private people own those buildings, so or own the units, excuse me, so they're incentivized to get people in there and staying when they're not there, which then becomes the benefit to the TOT and the other economics benefits we discussed.
Yeah, I find a certain irony to our examination of converting 6 units of the total number to this, which the economic report has said is insignificant. And I guess I'm not into discussion. I'm just it's interesting to me. I wish we did this with all forms of housing development. We did an economic impact, but that's not a question. I guess it's a statement. But so and to me, when I did some early research on the idea, it seemed a more secure. It secured the property more because you had more investors. If one goes bankrupt, the property doesn't fall or fail because you have other partners who are owners of the property. So it seemed like actually a better methodology of ownership than it is simply to have a one single owner that could go bankrupt. And we know what happens with bankruptcies as we look across the street over the building when bankruptcies occur.
No, absolutely, and no, that's exactly right. And so that's why I think the opportunity is so significant to allow for this type of change, right? And provide the flexibility for them to succeed ultimately as a business, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Any other questions, Council? No? Okay, I guess I've got one question. I think it's really more for Mr. Rudin. Again, I think that to me, these projects are kind of one, I think they should be approved in special uses, and I'm curious, can what they want to do with this today, instead of code amendments, that, but could be approved in special use, that still can allow this, but we're not, kind of opening up development for new timeshares as people are making new projects happen? Yeah.
So I will say that your municipal code already allows in 660-040 new construction timeshare projects approved with a discretionary use permit. It does specifically prohibits conversion of existing to timeshare units, specifically visitor lodging use timeshares. So you would need to do a code amendment to take that out if you wanted to permit this. Otherwise, the council, one of the item 18 is a discussion about, allowing a use permit for a new construction. So again, I think the council should probably put some thought into under what circumstances you would like to, with regards to this item, allow conversion of existing either residential dwelling units or visitor lodging uses to timeshare units, because you're going to need to make a code amendment to that section before you can allow this project to go forward.
Great. Thank you for the
Can I just- to that
clarification.
context-
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that's a great suggestion, Cody. Excuse me, Mr. Bass. Apologize. In terms of, one, allowing for it, but then again, the special use process, for everyone's benefit, there's more findings, more things that have to be included, reviewed, and so forth. Allows for the opportunity, but then allows for the scrutiny. And so whatever would be required, could be an economic study, whatever. I think that's a good kind of way to frame it. So do appreciate that.
Great, thank you. All right, is there questions? Yeah.
I think also your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, is a good one, because just as we did in redevelopment days, you look at what they're bringing to the conversation. But I'm just saying, I agree with your suggestion.
I need to make a question.
I had some of that.
No, you're good. Okay, thank you. Ms. Kashuba, yes.
Yeah, just to clarify a little bit more the permitting process for timeshares. That's correct that this specific project would require a code amendment specifically to allow the conversion. You'll learn more about the permitting process in the next item, but just briefly, if a timeshare project is proposed as a new construction, a new development, that requires a design review, just to review the site plan and the structures, as well as a special use permit. And that process is unique in that the special use permit, rather than being approved by Planning Commission, how it generally works, that special use permit does come to the City Council for the final decision.
Okay, great. And sorry, that does exist somewhere.
Yeah, that is the process for a new development.
For the new development,
Yeah,
I
for a
follow
new
you.
build
Okay, so
timeshare
we could
project.
basically adopt that with a conversion and echo it. I
Correct,
see.
yeah, so the
Okay.
change would be, or a change could be allowing existing tourist accommodation uses to be converted to timeshare uses with maybe a cap on units, a cap on percentage. That's up for discussion by the council, and then kind of default to that existing process of the special use permit coming before City Council.
Come on before council. Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Kashuba.
Mayor, if
Yes.
I can add just on page 1722 of your staff report are 6 potential options, basically just summarizing what Ms. Kashuba said.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. We were going to go ahead and take public comment on this item. And Mr. Mosier seemed to be.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. In your background and issue and discussion line in there about City Council was provided a preliminary analysis. And then there is a significant difference between this analysis. I've stated here previously that, in the words analyst, analysis, and analyze, the root word is anal. And nowhere is it more applicable than in this right here that we're considering. Like I said, what the code is pretty clear, is quite clear, that conversion of an existing visitor lodging use and timeshare units is similarly prohibited. Stardust was allowed as the motel years ago to convert to timeshares, and that created problems with Project 3. And they were allowed to do the Americana Village and the other place across the street on Pioneer Trail and everything. And excuse me, that created problems. You had to reroute, the whole project area around Stardust because you can't buy it out. But Margaritaville here, this is also part of their project nationwide. This is what they do nationwide. So it's their program. Come in and buy up and then do timeshares. Of course, other places have allowed them to do it with no problem. So they, a lot of this argument is really based on imaginary numbers. Guests coming here will stay somewhere, whether it's in their timeshare or in the Margaritaville rooms or not. Mr. Jenkins, your argument about the bankruptcies wouldn't hold hardened cement, let alone water. I'm sorry, that's pretty much a non-argument there, a non-point. If they invested $40 million since the purchase, and they're only up to 54% occupancy, So, that's not very good business acumen right there. And the statement that timeshares are 80% occupied, look at Marriott. You go down there, they were promised at the time that there was going to be 3,000 people there all year round once they sold all the units out of both sides and stuff. You can go there in the slow times of year, and there's virtually nobody there, hardly anyone there. So they're not getting 80% that time of year, getting 3,000 people there as the businesses were promised. Also, those units end up selling for 5 and 10 cents on the dollar. So, going down from 140 to 24, that's just getting the foot in the door. They're going to be coming back and wanting to do more because it really doesn't pay that much to do 24. So, like I said, this is, current policy, stick with it. You're going to be considering in your next number 18 here, for a new project, and that's something to consider. It's in conformity to the existing law and the existing codes, and you need to stick with that.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will look to Zoom.
Yeah, I do see we have one hand raised. Melissa, go ahead.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. Normally, I am quite on the opposite end of the spectrum from Mr. Exline, and I'm not saying that I'm fully in agreement with him that this is a good plan, but I do agree that the city has created a very slippery slope for our hotels and motels with the implementation of this VHR program. Occupancy is clearly down across the board. It is across the country in reality because tourism is down across the country. However, Tahoe is specifically facing much lower tourism numbers. Our hotel's occupancy is abysmal, and those are some of our largest employers in town, and they can't even fully staff because we don't have the occupancy. The vacation rentals that we already have in our communities are not being fully occupied either. Some of them, like the one next to me, which is completely a trash house, that one seems to be full all the time because they have really low rates and allow dogs. But the rest of them in the neighborhood are empty 90% of the time. So these occupancy issues are only going to get worse. And we really are going to have to do something to support the hotels and motels because there are a lot of them. And even having lost some very large motels and hotels in recent years, we are still not able to fill the ones that we have. We do want our tourists to stay down at the tourist core. That's where we want them to be. We don't want them in our neighborhoods. They're right. When tourists are down there, when there are timeshares, they do spend more time here. They do get to know local shops. They spend more time walking. Those are where our transportation hubs are. It's very easily walkable down there. So they're going to get to know the locals. They're going to talk to people, ask people where their favorites are. They're going to be able to see which businesses are being patronized on a regular basis, and they're going to spend more money. With the vacation rentals that we have in our neighborhoods, the ones next to me, the last 3 visitors have done nothing but go to the grocery store, buy a bunch of stuff to barbecue, and then sit around in the backyard the entirety of the time that they were here. They spent very little money, if anything at all, in our community, other than to clear out our grocery stores right before the busy times. Absolutely ridiculous, and it's really indicative of some hard questions that we need to ask ourselves as a community going forward. Because if we already are facing these occupancy issues now, and we are looking to expand this vacation rental program with potentially 500 more vacation rentals, it's only going to get worse. And the most affected people are going to be those who rely on jobs in the tourist core area. Thank you.
Thank you. And no additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to council, and I see Ms. Horgan.
Yeah, a couple of things. I guess I'll just start with asking Mr. Thomas about, so of the 1,800 plus pages, I really only printed 1722, which you called out, because it very specifically addresses the issues that are in our current code. I'm going to just guess that we will discuss this in the next item, but it seems kind of relevant now, so.
Well, the next item's a little different. So
Yeah.
specifically, the next item's for a new construction. That's something that under the current code
The current code for timeshares.
allows new
Yeah,
construction.
allows the new
That's
construction.
correct. With a use permit from city council.
And I just think it's interesting because it almost would be best here to discuss how we see our code going forward, but I'll leave it for the next item. So moving on, for discussion, one thing I'll say is it's interesting to me that code doesn't allow this type of conversion, because I think it should come to city council, and I think it's something that we should consider. And I think that it's the perfect place for it. And I think we would all like to see Margaritaville be successful. And I think that's exactly where we should want our occupancy to be stable and steady. I will disclose that I am a timeshare owner, not Margaritaville, but I have personal experience and I enjoy that type of travel. And so I think this is the right place for it. Like in discussion anyway, I feel like it's the right place for it. I think it's a good business model for them. Not that worried about TOT when we don't have timeshare folks there. The rooms will still be used. I think that's wise. I'm curious again about 24 rooms, but I'll defer that. But I cannot help myself but to give some feedback to Beacon, because I have taught statistics and data and quantitative measurement. And when I read this study, I had such a hard time with the fact that the nights data is from 2002. The party size data is from 2000. The impact of timeshare visitation is from 2007. I could go on just looking at their citations, which I think is meaningful to have citations. I think you need to make sure that that data is relevant to the current climate. And so I would say 25 years ago, things look quite differently in the vacation space. The other thing is they used STR data, which made me shake my head because I was like, how are those numbers right? We're from 2011 to 2006, which I think we would agree our short-term rental situation is different now. So I just couldn't help but not say something. So in terms of the data that we're using for how people spend, how they stay, how they visit when they're in the timeshare space, it would be nice if we had some data that was more current.
Great, thank you, Ms. Organ. So actually, though, we do need to right now consider what we're going to be looking at in 18 is about new construction. So we are going to want to talk about, do we want to make this code amendment that could go to a special use permit similar to how the new construction happens, but we are going to want to take that up if that's the direction we're going to want to move. And I guess for me, that furthers a question around like variances to codes as one-off project things, because a part of what I see, we do have a lot of history with timeshares and without a doubt some challenges, and it's almost like opening up, Pandora's, right? So is there other avenues besides a full change of code to projects that are coming to us? I'm thinking more of like a variance to a specific project. I don't know. I'm just trying to see if our city attorney has any other thoughts to that.
Well, I'll let Mr. Rudin answer that question, but the city code currently prohibits conversions. So the first question for council is, do you want to allow them in some form? Then you need to think about the process, which you've talked about, use permit coming before council, but also you need to think about the criteria, and we don't need to craft ordinance language here today, but if there are specific criteria that you would like to apply to council's discretion to approve conversions in the future, that should be written into the code. We want to make sure that we have clear findings for applicants to understand what the criteria is for them to achieve approval of a special use permit, and make sure that it covers the discretion that the city council would want to have in either approving or denying conversions in the future. With respect to your other question, I will turn that over to Mr. Rudin.
So the city's a general law city, so your authority to grant variances is cabined in state law. State law says unambiguously you cannot approve variances for uses that are prohibited otherwise. So like you can't just do a one-off variance for something that's illegal in your zoning code. I would say that's probably less of an issue here because you do authorize timeshares as new construction, but given the exact code language here, I think it's probably a safer practice to actually go through the exercise that was enunciated by the city manager of, 1, do you want to allow these at all? 2, you should amend your code to make clear under what circumstances.
Okay, and I guess that brings up another, if you were to clean up the language with your, interpretation that it already exists, but we clean up the language on how it doesn't exist, does that make us more legal in creating a variance so that it's not just in code? And I do agree, like I think it's great that we could look at something like, it can only be 10% of the units or more, and if it isn't, you can't even apply for it. But at the same point, if we don't have to put that all in our code and we're clear to look at a variance on each time, because I personally don't think we're going to see a whole lot more, and I don't know that in my opinion, would support a whole lot more conversions. I think again, I don't want to get too far in that. I'm just trying to, yeah.
And I'll just suggest that a variance is usually not the right mechanism for approving a land use, because the state law says that you approve a variance when the strict application of your zoning standards to the specific parcel would be fundamentally unfair in some way, and that there's some sort of special circumstance about the parcel, the project, that would make it unfair to apply your zoning rules to them. Use permit is probably the actual mechanism you're looking for here.
That's, yeah. Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I too agree that I don't want to see us open Pandora. On the other hand, I think we have to look on a project-by-project basis if there are proposals under maybe a special permit. What does it bring to, what is being brought to the table for consideration? The owners, and I'm using this, they've spent $40 million on this project and have made other improvements. The question is, and I don't think this should apply to all single-family units or all existing units in the city, but I think as we used to do in redevelopment, you look at what are they bringing, what is the benefit, and is it worth what they're asking? And so you do it on a project-by-project basis, requiring possibly, as the city attorney has said, a special use permit, where they can discuss what they're bringing forward, and you can evaluate as a policy body. These strict rules that say you can't do this, but you can't do that, it doesn't give you any discretion. And that's unfortunately what I see a lot of since being in this esteemed position. So I think a special use permit where the party has to show what they're bringing to the table, how it benefits the community, what the economic impacts are, and we do it on a project by project, not on a universal basis. I think that's an excellent idea, Mr. Mayor and Ms. Horgan.
So,
I think
I agree with that, but I think, so if we're in agreement with that, I think there's three of us here. What we want to then do is look at what are going to be those requirements that even allow it to come to us, right? We want to set some things that say, I just come up with it's 10% of the units. If you have 100 units, only 10 of them can be converted, and you can't even apply for a special use permit unless it falls within. Those are the kind of things that you're looking for to craft an ordinance. Is that not right? The direction that you would like from us? So that's just one example, but I think we need to go through and look at different examples.
I just caution on these rigid rules, and with no disrespect, I caution on rigid rules that say this is, so if it's 11%, but it's going to bring great benefit, but you still can't do it. And so I think you have to say it's a special permit, but it brings forward and leaves the policy body with evaluate what they're bringing to the table. Maybe they're going to they agree to provide affordable housing. Maybe they agree to make an improvement to a park, or maybe they do other things that you'd say, based on that, that this is a good idea. Leave yourself some discretion and not lock it down so tight that you don't have any discretion, because some rules that were made up 10 years ago that may not even relate today are now being applied. That's my only point.
I feel you, but I'm also on the lines of trying to not open Pandora's box. You want to put some guardrails there, or you're going to have just, here, let me build you a park and give me with this. And if you can put in
That's the
guardrails, then
discretion
you
of the
say, look,
council.
here's the
That's why you're
guidelines,
elected.
and don't bother us unless you fulfill the guidelines. That's all I'm saying. So,
Well, I would just say on this page 1722, the first possible amendment that was suggested to us by staff was to allow us existing hotel motel developments to convert a portion of rooms into timeshares by right or by project-specific use permit and economic analysis, which I think does provide some guardrails.
Well, so to me, I feel like it's not or. You have to have a special use permit. It's not an and or. That's why we're here, is to make those decisions.
It's a special
not take
use
the stuff.
permit and economic analysis is what I'm saying. The economic analysis would be the guardrails that you would need to present. The second thing on that consideration would be who would be the body to hear this. I would suggest that it remain in the city council. The third thing that we were asked to consider is whether we wanted to have a cap on the number of nights that can be used by timeshare owners. I personally would say no cap. The next thing to be considered is increase in number of days which owners or condo hotel units may stay. And this is capped currently at 30 days in our ordinance. And again, I would like to see that as part of some sort of economic analysis that gets established when there's a request for a specific use permit. And then the other things are a cap on the number of timeshares conversions allowed, maybe per facility or per the city. And actually, we could also decide whether to only allow timeshare conversions in certain zones. So those are the things that the city asked us to consider. And then I thought this particular project gives us, this gives us some direction with a specific project.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and I will say on the use permit typical process, there are almost always findings in the municipal code that you have to find in order to issue the permit. So usually when you're drafting an ordinance, the council enunciates, oh, these are our concerns over these kinds of projects, and we will craft the appropriate findings to address those issues so that on a project by project basis, you examine, say, economic analysis, and you have to make a finding that the project will have a positive economic impact that offsets the TOT loss.
I'd like to also share some language that is existing in our code. So that is, again, this is chapter 6.60, that newly constructed timeshare projects may be approved when such project is subject to an owner participation agreement approved by the city council, and said owner participation agreement contains revenue sources, guarantees, and assurances satisfactory to the city council in its sole discretion, which ensure that there can be no future legal challenges on the grounds or inapplicability of transit occupancy tax or units in the timeshare project or otherwise. It also states that adequate information to address the issue of market feasibility, a copy of the packet submitted to the Department of Real Estate, and other appropriate information pertaining to the property, which may be reasonably required to assess the use of property as a timeshare facility, shall accompany the special use permit application. So even if the only change you would like to direct would be to allow the conversion of existing tourist accommodation rooms to timeshare units, you could choose to have that same language apply. And again, I know it's a little bit inconvenient, the order of these items, but that's the process that you'll be seeing in the next item. You'll be seeing that report presented to City Council. That'll be your opportunity to provide feedback so the applicant knows that they're bringing forward a project that is likely to be
I just want to say,
successful.
Mr. Mayor, again, I'd like to see projects, major projects, housing projects that are already proposed or have been built. I'd like to see the same study done. What are the economic impacts? What is the impact on services? What is the impact on police response and fires? I like to see that too, because these are the people that are investing money in our community, that are creating jobs, and I think we have to give some flexibility to the city council to evaluate on a project-by-project basis the benefits that it brings to the community, so that we don't just become another bureaucratic agency like we have experienced elsewhere. I'll just say elsewhere, that we're nitpicking this, and it's. We can't be discouraging we need criteria, but we can't discourage investment here because it's too darn, I would say damn, but that'd be inappropriate. Because it's too darn hard to make an investment here. It takes too darn long and it's too darn expensive. Not just because of us, but because of this region. And so you say, why do we have a poor economy? Because people don't want to do business here. That's why. So you have to take a project on its individual basis and evaluate what are the benefits and use some criteria, but don't make it so picky-uni so that we're trying to prejudge something 10 years in the future.
And so again, I hear you there. My concern is, the TOT revenue is our number one revenue source in the city. It's the largest revenue source in the city. And so when we look at projects, again, I support what is coming in front of us today. But I think that you want to say, look, we want to retain 80% of the TOT and the tourist core that we currently gain. And if you allow people to apply for more than 20% conversions, we're spending, I'm just putting that out there. I'm not saying that. I'm just putting that out. Like, that's why I'm very happy with the 10% that's in front of us. I think that's smart to define that and put that in that ordinance, so we don't just have our staff being hit with things that we know we're not going to approve. That is the point of defining what I call guardrails, so that the people coming front know, okay, don't come with something that's over, call it 10%, whatever number we land on. We want to do that. It's a responsible way to craft an ordinance. And when we look at timeshares, the history in this city with timeshares, the history across the country with timeshares, I don't know, I feel like Margaritaville is a very competent operator, and I don't think we're going to see those kind of issues, but I think all of us have seen throughout our time that timeshares have created some serious problems, and we don't want those problem operators. I don't think that's Margaritaville, and I'm ready to do that. But again, this is why it's prohibited, why this is, there's history here that we have to consider. And so, again, I just think that it's important that we look at, hey, what are those things? Or do we ever want to see a conversion that's over 10%? In my mind, we don't. Of what is current TOT. Now, new construction, different consideration altogether, because that's in a new area that isn't a current revenue source. When we're talking about our current revenue source, we want a limit of how much we're going to allow it to be eaten into by a private owner that is now able to sell his real estate and get more out of value out of what was a revenue source for us. So that's why this is like, define that percentage, give that direction now, is something we should do.
I just think if a hotel is generating, or a residential area is 54%, if that's what the number is today, that we're not losing anything by 6 units becoming either timeshares or whatever we want to call them. I think that's a fact. That's a factual basis that just exists. And I respect and appreciate that you're trying to set some parameters, but frankly, I don't think we're qualified to. I don't think we're really. I think we have to look at each case and say, what is it brought to the table? How is it going to affect? Just like we did on new construction, we ask the same questions. How does it affect the economics, and make the decision on that basis, not some decision that we make now that still becomes the mantra 10 years from now. You look at the model, you look at what they're bringing to the table, and that's how you do analysis. And that's when we used to do business. I think that is a more flexible, and it gives the council complete discretion on these matters.
Sure, agreed. My thing with occupancy at 54%, that's the average through the entire year. There's many days of that year that they probably hit 90% on Friday, Saturday, July 4th. Certain days of the year, a successful property is going to, and I'd say 10% is a number I'm comfortable with, especially in that tourist core. But I do think that a good property on a good Friday, Saturday, is hitting 90%. So giving up 10%, and we're still retaining, and those are all, by the way, going to be the highest ADR, or average daily rate, which we're going to get the highest amount of tax revenue through. So if we give up 50% of the property, now those hold sold, you get what I'm saying? So we've got to look at those statistics in that way. So again, we are not trying to craft the ordinance here, but a little direction, I think, is where we want to go. It is on the staff report what we could consider, but we also, again, can go further. To me, I do think that trying to find that percentage, don't come to us with 50%. Here's the max you can come to us with. Is that 20? Is that 15? Do we need more information to find that out, so that could come back when we look at the first reading? There's different ways we could do this. Any,
maybe,
sure.
Just a thought. Maybe you could say that the city will set a percentage once we have enough knowledge to know what that percentage should be, but then we do it by resolution of the council, so that way you could move the project or the project forward, but the decision on percentages could be made when we have additional information, that we could have some additional insight. I don't feel that I'm qualified to know whether it's 9%, 10%, 11%, 12%, or 13%, just based in a general way. And so maybe with additional insight, help from folks.
Staff direction.
we can-
Yeah, we could do that by resolution.
And could we craft it too, so that when it comes back at first reading, we can make that percentage decision instead of now, and then we ask for the research before that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, or say in the ordinance that it's done by resolution, that the percentage is something that's done by resolution, and then you can evaluate it on whenever you evaluate resolutions. That's just a thought. You do other things like that. You set fees like that. You do other things in that manner, and it gives you some flexibility to move forward with something, but still make a decision. To still make the quantitative decision by resolution, which only takes one reading of the resolution itself, rather than an amendment to the ordinance. That's just a thought.
So I think the first step, what I'm hearing is that there's general agreement among council that you would like to have an ordinance to allow for some conversion, subject to a use permit approved by city council. The criteria or findings for that use permit, I'm hearing a firm number on percentage of rooms. I'm also hearing that maybe that percentage should have some flexibility in it based on that property, the location, different components that are specific to that property. So we can get together and work on, some language to develop that ordinance that would provide this framework. I've heard a couple of comments about the tourist core. Is there a desire to limit conversions of hotel rooms to timeshares to certain geographic areas in the community? That's something I don't think the council's really discussed thoroughly. You can let us know if that's something you'd also like us to consider.
I will say one of the reasons why I thought that this was a great project is because of the location. But I don't necessarily feel like it needs to be contained in the tourist core, because I think I just keep getting back to don't forget the economic analysis portion, that would be a condition of granting a special use permit, because maybe we would find that there's an opportunity. I think there's already a timeshare on Ski Run Boulevard. That's one of the ones that already exists, correct? Me if I'm wrong, yeah. And maybe then Heavenly Ski Resort might be looking at some point for that. So I don't know that I feel like we have to define which area that exists, but I do feel like for some reason I feel like this is the right area for it. I'm curious what other people think.
It's an interesting thought. I mean, I think the tourist core, obviously is where we have the highest level of visitation and overnight hotel stays. And so when you look at that percentage factor, again, to me, it would be a little larger outside of the tourist core, only because your occupancy rates probably are not hitting that 90% so much. And so you could look at that metric a lot differently. Also, our TOT rate is different in the tourist core. It's 2% higher. So you've got a factor there with our revenue. So I think that's just, and I think some of this too, like we can flush out when the first reading comes out of that ordinance to like really, and before it, as staff is looking into the ordinance part of it. But you want that question, do we want to look at it differently? The same ordinance though can do that, right? Like we can have certain things that apply only in the tourist core, or we could have different percentage numbers if you're in the tourist core.
I would say the mayor actually made me think that we shouldn't just contain it in the tourist core where we have more stable visitation. So I would suggest that it would be considered more broadly across the city.
Yep. And probably banned in residential zones still?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Any other direction on the ordinance that you're looking for? Mr. Robbins?
Yeah,
I did not see you.
It just, the degree to which we're jumping hoops to help Margaritaville with 24 room conversions and putting this on staff, when the pile of priorities that we have in everything from affordable housing, we don't even have an updated ethics code for city council members. We haven't even done that. And we're just, the degree to which, a wealthy business owner wants us to jump, and so that seems to be what we're doing right away. Just seems like this is a misplaced priority at the very best. And, I don't know where we went from it being 140 units down to 24 units. Like, where did that miscommunication actually happen? Because that's what was in the original staff report, was that this was going to be a much bigger conversion, and they're telling us that that was never part of the case. And so how did staff bring that to us with those numbers? Where did that come from?
Aren't we happier, though, that it's less?
Yeah, but then now why is this such an important thing if it's gone down to something that's that small? Why is this a big deal for anyone at this point? Like, this is not going to bring in a huge amount of money for Margaritaville selling 24 timeshare units for all the hassle we're going through to make this happen by crafting a special law for one special interest that can have ripple effects that we don't fully understand for all the other hotels that are going to want to follow in this footstep. So this seems like just a massive misallocation of time and staff resources to solve a problem that is apparently not that big a deal in the first place. So I'm not interested in seeing this come back in the near future, seeing as the scale of the issue at hand has shrunk to very little. The priorities that we have are already pretty well stocked with things that are more important for city staff to consider. And I'm concerned at the idea that how many more hotels are going to do this, such that we're going to lose revenue from other hotels in the area as well. I'm also not stoked with the idea that we allow the construction of new timeshares full stop. I think that's probably bad policy in the first place. Timeshares are fundamentally really bordering on scam investments. They're not things people should be putting their money in. They're not good uses. They're not good as investments. The fact that they rely on the sunk cost motivation as the caller for the who did the economic study points out is a reason people shouldn't invest them. But fine, it's not our locals investing in these. These are tourists investing in these. But I just don't think that we want these. We want to encourage development of timeshares over hotels in the first place. I'm disinclined to support action on this, particularly given that the scale of the request has shrunken so small anyway, from what was brought to us the last time at 140 to only 24 units. I'm not sure how that's going to bring Margaritaville riches in the first place,
Okay.
with it being so few anyhow.
Thank you for the comments. And all right. So I think direction's sufficient for us to come back, yeah? Or would you like to?
I think I would prefer some form of direction in a motion to ensure that there's consistency in council direction.
So, Mr. Mayor, the city manager, I thought, articulated her understanding of the issue. I think, and help me out here, please, that there seemed to be some consensus to allow a conversion based with a special use permit with an economic impact study and a determination made about the maximum number of units that could be converted. I think, and I would argue that you might want to save that for a resolution, that would be provided by resolution of the council, as opposed to putting it in an ordinance right now, knowing what we know. And that the council would hear the matter of conversion of a special use permit, but to be issued by the council, not by an ALJ, not by a planning commission, but by the city council. And is that a fair?
Is that a motion? And
I made
we
it.
can go from there.
You mean a locomotion, or you mean?
It would be helpful
let
to
me
have,
put
I
forward a
pass a
motion.
motion directing staff to do the following, and then everyone actually vote on it,
I
or
was
else
at-
it's not captured correctly and
Right.
everyone.
Yeah, I was
hears
just
different
asking,
things.
excuse me.
Yes.
I was just asking the city manager if that reflected what I thought she was saying, and then if it does, then I would agree that that would be the motion.
Yes, that was my understanding of communications through some of the council members. So if that is a motion and there is a second, it would be helpful to have that vote on direction.
I think.
I still didn't get the.
Yeah,
first.
we
You
need,
just
just.
asked you a bunch of questions, but I'm not sure.
Right, it's not.
I
so-
would like it articulated in a motion by one of the council members.
I'll go ahead and put forward a motion that we move forward with direction to create an ordinance that will allow for conversions of existing TAUs that will bring forth considerations to cap the percentage of TAUs that may be converted per parcel, that will consider different uses from the tourist accommodation, the tourist core to the other areas of town, and can bring us options that may consider passing that percentage by resolution, or it could potentially go into the full ordinance, and those decisions can be made at the time of first reading. So if we can put those two, put it in where it's an either-or decision on the first reading.
Mr. Mayor, does that include an economic analysis of the impact?
And we can add the economic analysis, and that the decision will be
Specific
made
use
by
permits
city
and
council.
economic analysis.
And I second.
Okay. And did everybody happy with that and captured? We have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Great. We are going to take a break until, wow, it's already 3:25. All right. We are going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. And we are moving into regular unfinished business. This is going to be regular new business. This is going to be item number 18, the Emerald Bay Resort Economic and Fiscal Impacts Report. And this will be Ms. Anna Kashuba.
Your senior planner. This item is another timeshare project. So before we get into the project specifics, I want to start with just some context around the permitting process for timeshares, because it's not our typical development process. So City Code Chapter 6.60 contains the requirements for timeshares, including this unique permitting process. The chapter requires a special use permit for timeshares even when the use is listed as allowable under the plan area statement or area plan. The special use permit also needs to be approved by the city council, while generally these are approved by the planning commission. So the special use permit would go to the planning commission just for recommendation, and then would come to the city council for final approval. For the city council to make an informed decision, the applicant must provide documentation that the project is feasible under current market conditions. Additionally, the city council must approve the timeshares owner participation agreement. So with the item today, we're not looking for a project approval. There are no permits on the table. This item is just to give the applicant some initial feedback from city council so that they can, to better inform the project structure and give them some information as they draft that owner participation agreement in a manner that will be satisfactory to the city council when the item is brought back for consideration. I'll just mention that I don't believe any timeshare uses have been approved under this current ordinance. Our last timeshare that was approved, I believe it was approved around 2002 and constructed around 2005. So it has been quite some time since we've seen a timeshare project. Unlike the last item, this project is proposed to be new construction on a vacant parcel. The project address is 1080 Emerald Bay Road near the Y. The surrounding uses are commercial, open space, and multifamily residential. The project area consists of 3 parcels totaling 5.43 acres. Overall, the site is proposed to contain 118 timeshare units, a clubhouse with amenities, as well as a covered parking garage. The parcels are within the Tahoe Valley area plan in either the town center core or town center gateway districts. Timeshare uses are allowed in these districts per the Tahoe Valley Area Plan, but as we just discussed, the city council, or excuse me, the city code section overrides this and does require a special use permit. So with that, I'll hand things off to Xline and Company, who will be presenting more about the specific project and the economic study that was prepared.
Good afternoon, council members. Nick Exxon and Exxon Company. I'm for the record. Pleasure to be speaking with you again in regard to timeshares. And I think it's important to say, why are we talking about timeshares today? Obviously, they're on the agenda and people want to advance these projects. But more specifically, I think the question should be, and something we should all identify as a council and as a community, we don't build hotels in Lake Tahoe anymore. And I think we should just understand that right now. I currently work and I've worked on every hotel that's been developed in the South Shore since 2008. I'm currently working on every hotel project around the Tahoe Basin that I'm aware of. And we can speak to why hotels aren't developed. But the two hotels that have been developed on the South Shore is the Hampton Inn, which was the remodel of the Super 8. I would encourage everyone to have a conversation with Mr. Hitchcock and the grief he received from the TRPA governing board following that approval because it wasn't posh enough. My disagreements with that aside, I also worked for Desolation, the hotel that was developed in the core. That one had very specific economics that aren't really applicable based on its ownership to all other hotel providers. And the reason is, and it goes back from the previous agenda item to this, is that hotels do not pencil and they're not economically viable in the Tahoe Basin without large subsidies. So the areas, for example, I'm working on the 39 North project that has a large hotel component in Placer County. And not only does that not have, they're getting the TAUs from the county, there's also, land deals and all other various different things that are going to make that achievable if it becomes achievable. And so ultimately, hotels are not developed in the Tahoe Basin, and that's partly what brings us here today. I'd say even further than that, timeshares aren't developed on the South Shore either, in that a project hasn't been brought forth in 24 years, right? And so what we're bringing forward and working on behalf of Deepak, a local gentleman that's lived in the community a long time, is a timeshare project is really the only opportunity to bring some type of commercial activity to this area and to be able to make it work. And so we're going to go through the analysis in an effort not to be redundant in terms of what we had just discussed. Want to touch on a few different points and just to add a little bit of flavor in terms of why we're here today. So as mentioned, this still has to go through the CEQA process and the planning approval process. The CEQA process is an expensive process to go through. So allowing to touch base on the economics component to make sure we're good there before spending those other resources is important. So the important element is, even with the approval of the economic analysis today, the city's going to have this whole CEQA review and more bites at the apple in terms of project approval coming forward. And so is kind of mentioned, I won't kind of reiterate kind of everything being seen here, but one of the things I also want to touch on in terms of the importance of the project in this area is, and I've heard from a lot of small business owners, in addition to members of the community, we want to bring more excitement and more activity to this side of the town, right? Generally, state line, tourist core area in there is where a lot of the commercial activity, a lot of the entertainment, so on and so forth is located. For a lot of different reasons, that's great. But also in terms of business owners in this particular area, they're hungry and want to see more activity in terms of getting people in the area. The good news in terms of this timeshare is there's not going to be a retail commercial component associated with it. So if you're going out to eat, you're going out to some of those adjacent businesses, traveling to businesses in the community to eat, to buy groceries, so on and so forth, right? And so really see this as an economic catalyst for the community. And a great opportunity for this area of town. So here's some kind of a visual, an aerial of the site. Most people are familiar with it, and so want to move these forward quickly. Beacon Economics is joining us on this effort as well. The Margaritaville process commenced before this, and so keep the band together, keep everything going forward. It's been a great process with the city. Again, touching on a few different points, but timeshare, stay longer, spend more money, put more money into the community, have more investment because they have an investment in the community. When you come somewhere, you have no investment, you leave, you pack up. When you stay here, you have an investment, you're now invested in the community. This gets into, also the benefits of fractional timeshare ownership, the benefits economically to the community. As an aside, I don't think I've ever had two projects like this where it feels so redundant in terms of what I'm saying, so I do apologize to everybody. That being said, all the economic benefits that are associated with the project are really, exciting for this area. Similarly, gets into the TOT benefits as well. Although it's not a hotel project, I really, and we can get into the weeds as deep as you'd like to go in this, I think we really need to, kind of pull off the illusion that this is going to be developed as a hotel anytime in the very near future. Like I said, Tahoe hasn't developed a hotel in like 40 years. We can go around the different communities, and so it's very, very challenging to develop a hotel. And so as you look at these TOT and tax revenue, what's really exciting is that this is revenue in a currently vacant site that right now is generating no economic activity for the community or the surrounding businesses. There's economic benefits both, pre, post, and visitor spending. Obviously, construction phases, engineers, architects working for people like me, site developers, so on and so forth, construction, post-construction, employees, the economic engine for people spending money in the community, restaurants, shops, and so forth, right? And so this is an incredibly, important, exciting opportunity, and I really can't stress the importance of having it this area of town. Again, what the feedback we've gone talking to businesses kind of in this area in terms of this, and I'm sure you've gotten similar feedback, is we're just getting no love over here, right? I don't think that's intentional. In fact, I know it's not intentional. It's just where do people want to invest and where are they going to put their money? This is a great opportunity for someone that wants to invest in this side of town, kind of level out kind of an economic balance in the community, and get people on this side of town, again, utilizing businesses and so forth. This really, we'll pass it back over to Beacon, but this really highlights kind of the economic benefits, the TOT benefits, jobs, and so forth. So really the key takeaways are, hotels aren't being built in Tahoe. I would tell you I don't think hotels are going to be built in Tahoe in the foreseeable future, if at all. And there's a lot of reasons for that. The timeshare opportunity here is the only viable option. The occupancy is higher, the spending is higher, the people staying is longer, and those are all the things we would want to generate here. Also, we're putting people in a tourist-centered area in comparison with our neighborhoods as well. So you also have the benefits of centralizing individuals for, again, economic, transit, accessibility opportunities. And I think what's really great also in this particular area, and real credit to both city staff and TRPA staff, the expansion of the bike network in this particular area has been amazing. So you can jump from right here, you can go State Line and beyond, you can go to Baldwin Beach and beyond if you'd like to, right from here. And so see a lot of great kind of accessibility options. And so Deepak, who's the project proponent, is here as well. I'd like to have him speak after kind of Nari from Beacon Economics, because so many of our projects aren't developed by local individuals kind of advancing it. And so I think Deepak manages and runs hotels currently, can speak to you about these challenges. Deepak will give you the words himself, but if a hotel option existed, Deepak would not be advancing a timeshare. It's just that simple, right? And so we'd love to pass it over to Nari from Beacon Economics and then close it out with Deepak, kind of speaking. And Deepak was also nice enough to bring his wonderful kids that are both students at South Tahoe High School along with my kids. And so very localized effort today. And so appreciate your time. And I wonder if there's any immediate questions before I pass it over to Beacon.
Sure, Mr. Jenkins.
My question again relates to the reference to timeshares versus fractionalized ownership.
I apologize, yeah.
Is this fractionalized ownership or a timeshare?
Fractionalized, sorry, I apologize.
Thank you.
I just have a question about the location. Should I do that now?
Yeah.
So looking at the map that was provided to us, the residential area that is immediately adjacent, do you know what the makeup is that right there? Is it single-family homes? Is it?
You have some single families. You have some. Luckily, my daughter's best friend lives right behind there, so I do that road very, very frequently. So yeah, what you see like directly behind it, you see kind of directly behind it is a mix of like single family and then apartment complexes like right behind it. And then as you were traveling east, it is still kind of a mix of that. So you have both single and multifamily, kind of a wash back in that space.
And then in addition, the open space that is also listed adjacent, do you know who owns that parcel?
To the east?
Yeah, to the east.
That's the city's stormwater basin.
Okay, so that will unlikely be developed.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much, Mr. Exline. Okay, and does Mr. Chopra want to come now, or are we going to go public comment?
I'll speak now.
Oh,
if
excuse me.
that's-
Thank you. All right.
No worries. So thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Beacon Economics was commissioned here to do an economic and fiscal impact analysis of the proposed timeshare or fractional ownership development rather. And very similar to the methodology we used in the Margaritaville report, we were looking at what is the impact on the local economy in terms of the output generated, the value added or GDP, the labor income supported, and the jobs supported. We also looked at the fiscal impact or tax revenues essentially generated both for the city as well as any spillover effects to the remainder of El Dorado County. The methodology was a little bit different, however, because here we're talking about a new development. So in addition to the real estate impacts that occur and the visitor spending impacts that occur and the TOT that is generated, there is also the construction impact itself. So there was that additional component of analysis that we considered here. And what we found overall is, as we would expect, because this is a brand new development, nothing is being displaced, and we have positive economic and fiscal impacts, which the details are right here on the screen. Overall, we're looking at an estimated over 16,000 new taxable room nights per year. So those are all TOT generating room nights per year. And that amounts to approximately $1.4 to $1.6 million annually for TOT revenue. So that's in addition to the property tax revenue that's going to be generated, the documentary transfer tax, the sales tax, the income tax that are all being supported by the fact that this development is going to be in place. So TOT revenues are they're notable. And I wonder if I could also just comment on one of the comments from item 17 discussion by Councilmember Robbins, because it's relevant here as well. I'd like to just make a point that I don't think it's fair to say that simply because something is a commitment device, it's therefore a bad thing. Commitment devices are actually very common. A simple example is a gym membership. A lot of us know that if we had to decide every single day whether to pay to go to the gym, we'd probably go a lot less often. So having a membership creates a commitment that makes us more likely to actually exercise, which is good for us. And vacations work in very much the same way. Life gets busy, work gets in the way, kids can get in the way. Before you know it, a year has gone by, years have gone by without taking a real vacation. So for some people, making that commitment ahead of time helps ensure they actually take the time away that is good for them, that they wanted to take, and it's a win-win. It's also good for the local economy where the fractional ownership may be located. So I just wanted to make a comment on that as it's relevant here as well.
Great, thank you so much for your comments, and any questions? Yeah, we can, is no questions for her? Okay, Mr. Chopra.
Thank you, Council, everybody for, bringing this to, and discuss this. Thanks, Nick and the Beacon team for putting together all the data. I'm here to answer any questions if you have. So we've had this parcel for 6 years, and we've been, and we already manage roughly. We're not single location like Margaritaville, but together, everything combined, we manage 260 rooms in this town. And, if we were in any other town, managing 260 rooms will be way better off. Okay, Margaritaville sees with the brand name and the location, everything, 54% occupancy. our occupancy is in 40s. And what it means is we are paying the bills the rest 60% of the time, and we don't see any revenue. And that's the same story throughout the town. And as Nick said, that's why there are no hotels here. These were built way back when maybe there was better market there. At that time, casinos meant something. They drove, it was not just the lake. Casinos brought in people. It doesn't happen in 2026. So, all these properties are hurting. And talking about TOT, you've been losing hotel rooms every year. You lost 140 rooms in Motel 6. If it was a viable project, it will be in private hands right now, making you TOT. Okay. How much TOT you're getting from Motel 6? And will you ever get TOT from Motel 6? Never. So, we've been looking at it for 6 years. This is the only way to make something work here. And I know there are different interests, but, the developer will not do a project if it doesn't pencil. You have to look at it. If you have a successful developer, you can figure out how to tax them. But if it is a failing model, which is the hotels here, it's just a downward spiral. Eventually, they're not going to make any sense. They don't make enough money to maintain themselves. Forget about building something new. That's the real story here. And I guess the rest, Nick and Beacon team, they've already presented all the data. And the fact that there are no hotels coming here anywhere in the basin, with a couple of exceptions, it just tells, it sums up everything. Okay, so I'm here to answer any questions you might have, but I think this is a good business model that, if there is no occupancy, we're just paying bills without just vacant rooms. So we need that occupancy to survive, and the whole town needs it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Great. Questions from council?
Maybe I have a question. Just on the motion, so the direction from us would be that we approve this project going forward. What happens after that? Is TRPA have to, at some point?
So we've submitted to TRPA as well. And so I'll, in terms of the city, you want to? No, I'd just say we've submitted to TRPA, and it's kind of running through its very natural process. Receive comments, that kind of thing. So, I'd still say we're probably 3-4 months out from a TRPA permit, plus there's a CEQA component. So, that could be 9 months. It depends on the availability, the environmental consultants, and so forth. But it would be at a minimum, I would say, somewhere like that.
Okay.
I can speak to just kind of the rest of the process. So today, just as I mentioned at the beginning, we don't see timeshares very often at all. It's kind of a project type that is just more rare. So we wanted to bring this item today to give the applicant some more feedback before they move forward with some of the more costly parts of the project. So after today, the applicant would be looking to kind of further define the project and make site plan and design comment, or address site plan and design comments that have been provided to them from staff through just our general design review process. The applicant will be preparing an initial study because of the project site size being over 5 acres. It's not eligible for any exemptions under CEQA, so they would be looking at a full initial study. And then once staff feels that there's a product that is ready for consideration, it'd be a design review permit, a special use permit, and the initial study and whatever additional environmental documentation is determined necessary. Those would be brought to the Planning Commission for a recommendation, and then to the City Council for the final decision.
It must be interesting for the owner to develop here. You indicate that they're going through a CEQA process, which I think I understand. Do they simultaneously have to go through a TRPA environmental review, so they're getting hit both ways, or
they do, right?
Or
and so generally what we do, so certain projects are reviewed solely by the city via the MOU with TRPA, depending on scale. Larger ones are both TRPA and the city, and so if you were to run all those sequentially, it would take forever. And so usually, and it's a pretty good process with TRPA and then city staff, we interacting, daily, where you do everything concurrently. Then we'll, kind of interact between TRPA, the city, the applicant and so forth, especially in the development of, environmental review, comment responses and so forth. So, generally, everything kind of goes in. When there's an environmental review, you get comments, there's kind of a pause to set the scope, get that all advancing forward, then that starts moving forward to get the environmental review. Based on that environmental review, there's the kind of final revisions of whatever you'd want to do before then it gets voted on before this body.
So what if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, of course. Go
So what the product that we will eventually see will be a combined, we will see the final product with all of whatever the conditions are that include TRPA desires and our own. And then it goes to TRPA?
So no, what it will go is, so the TRPA governing board is going to vote on this as well, just due to the number of units. And so what it will be is, generally the TRPA governing board also likes the local jurisdiction to act first. And so what it would be is, we would go through CEQA, everything would be done in tandem, especially as you get closer, the cooperation becomes tighter. And so then where you get to is you have a tight environmental document, kind of a plan set, if you will, that addresses both city and TRPA comments. And then that'll be the packet that comes back to the city council and then to the TRPA governing board.
Yeah, question for staff. We have a nexus study that allowed us to have housing requirements for large housing developments, either for housing developments over a certain number of square footage or over a certain number of units. That can be either done as a certain set aside for affordable housing or with an in lieu fee. But my understanding is that doesn't apply to any kind of commercial development, correct?
That's correct. We did do an analysis of, I think it was like a dozen different potential revenue sources for housing programs, and the inclusionary housing ordinance was one of those that council chose to proceed with. The other that was analyzed was a commercial linkage fee, and the analysis concluded that there were some concerns with the financial viability of that if we wanted to encourage investment in commercial properties, so the council at that time chose not to pursue it.
Yeah. And that commercial in that context could refer to commercial retail, or it could refer to developments such as timeshare developments or hotel developments, right? And the comment that we heard earlier that there are no hotels don't work out anymore seems belied by the fact that the beach retreat is getting bought out and rebuilt, and that's a major hotel development happening in town. So I'm not sure that squares with observed reality, but not it might be worth considering that the units that are being proposed to be built here are physically not talking about how they're accounted or permitted, but what they are physically are apartment buildings, right? They're 2 to 3 bedroom homes with full kitchens. They are what to any other view would be just housing, but we are going to the developer's going to structure them as a tourism situation. And it seems to me that we ought to be considering extending the inclusionary housing ordinance to include the development of anything that is building housing that is then turning that housing into tourist accommodation, functional tourist accommodation. And we should be requiring those kinds of developments to have set-asides for the housing, for the demand that they are saying that they're going to be generating, because you're going to bring more people in and we don't have workforce for them. So my biggest concern is, we're going to be, there's a certain amount of investment that's available to put into the community, and it's going to go chase the highest return, and it'll never be housing unless we extend the inclusionary ordinance. And I think that's something we should consider if we're going to move ahead with discretionary permits on projects like these.
All right, so questions, any other questions? No? Mr. Exline, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open this item to public comment. We're on regular new business, item 18. Anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Moser.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I mean, I'm not opposed to this. I'm not enthusiastic about it for a number of reasons. Number one is best use of the land. We're still, 30 years on redevelopment and talking about establishing second and third economies here, and we haven't, even touched base on establishing a second economy. So, we're very limited on land and space, and that's my main concern here is maybe using that for a tech hub, a small tech hub or something there that, provides 200-300 high-paying jobs. When, we've got, enough timeshares. So anyway, we're just going to be creating service industry jobs for people that can't afford to live here. Basically. No offense to Mr. Pito, he's doing a great job of, of owning the motels and the rooms that he does rent out. But, that's part of the problem here is we're, adding more rooms, and so the motels are going to be doing worse. We doing redevelopment and Heavenly Village. The whole idea was to take 1.3 motel rooms, but ended up being converted to 2, 3, 4 bedroom units. So instead of reducing the number of rooms and increasing the average daily rate, we ended up creating more rooms and then allowed 2,000 VHRs on top of that. Now we're building more timeshares and back to adding VHRs. So this is going to hurt VHR market. It's going to hurt all the motels even more, and hotels and motels and the other timeshares that are going up, on Emerald Bay Road there, up the road the other way, and also the ones right by across from McDonald's there. We're going backwards here as far as that's concerned. Marriott lost, talking about timeshares, and this Marriott lost $200 million in assessed valuation. Mr. Jenkins was in on that, his name's on the plaque there, in 5-year time, and it's lost more since. They go down, people selling them for 5-10 cents on the dollar. You could buy them right there at Heavenly Village for $1,300. That sold for $35,000. So, occupancy is down. Look at why. A lot of people come here and have a miserable experience. The cost of coming here, and then they get here and they can't even go for a walk with their kids. Or a bike ride or something because they're chased down by and going head on with e-scooters and e-bikes now and stuff, and waiting for 2 hours to have breakfast to get into a breakfast joint. And the food, quality, and the service quality, because we lost through COVID and didn't handle that correctly, we ended up losing a lot of workers and stuff. So the quality of the help here is very poor overall. And that's part of the experience here. So that's what you really need to address. Thank you.
Mr. Moser. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll look to Zoom.
We do have a hand raised, Ms. Soderston.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. This is a difficult one for me. I'm not really a fan of any of these new developments. Don't really understand where the room is for it when we are already facing occupancy issues at the hotels that we have. And, we've already discussed this issue. It seems ridiculous that people are investing in further hotel building when we do have limited space, and we really do need to diversify what we're doing here. That area of town is indeed very blighted and could use some work. The sidewalks obviously need to be redone. There's no safe area to really walk or bike there. Despite what people say, you have to go off into the neighborhoods behind that area. You can't ride along Highway 89. Huge concerns during an evacuation. That would be a huge influx of people directly into the Y area, when we know that 89 is already going to be a choke point with people coming from the beaches and that side of the lake. It's going to be a huge issue, really not something that we ever take into consideration with these developments. Because it is private property, and I know the stance of this council that it will be to just push this project through like we do anything, because we don't like to say no to anything. we really need to prioritize getting employee housing on site, enough employee housing to house the people that will be working at this facility, because there is not enough housing for people here already. And it would be wonderful if they could work with the city to develop that retention pond area into an actual park space, because we keep getting parks built at the other end of town, plenty in the Bijou area, plenty in that area, and we have nothing over here on this side of town. So it would be wonderful to have some actual green space provided for our community that's going to be dealing with this. So yeah, I don't know. We really need to rethink everything that we're doing. This is actually a good person, good family, and I do support them in our community, but it's really difficult to understand why we're approving new timeshares when we can't even fill occupancy in our hotels or vacation rentals. Thanks.
No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. All right. We'll go ahead and bring it back to council. So sure. Well, let me just say, so really right now, we don't have a project in front of us that we're approving. That's going to come much later, but we can give direction. It looks like maybe looking for a motion for direction on whether we support this project, if there's other things we want to see, direction for really the applicant to know whether, which way to go. So I'll just leave it at that and go, Mr. Jenkins.
There has been, I think, important questions raised about occupancy in general in the post-COVID lockdown, the unnecessary, some would argue, lockdown that occurred in California. I'm curious what our current, what we have seen this year, last year, in occupancy in general. Are we seeing an upsurge, or not, as people realize that they can travel again, or is that a question someone can answer? What is our occupancy in general? How is it?
That's not information I have today. I don't know if any of our other representatives have.
I thought it was up. I mean, I thought we are up, generally up.
We might be able to, Ms. Tikamarova, I don't know if you're able to answer that,
Yes, I
but
was
within the
hoping that
context of our
the answer person would
TOT
answer.
collection, which wouldn't be occupancy, but if there's a trend that you're seeing there.
Good afternoon, Olga Tikhamirova, Director of Finance. We have just completed the TOT reporting for May, received in June, and we have noticed that the hotel occupancy overall is down, and TOT collection is down by approximately the same percentage and dollar amount as the VHR stays are up, and the dollar collection is approximately up. So we are seeing the shift from hotels to the VHRs, just based on the numbers.
So the total. Ms. Tikamarova, so the revenue in general is about level. Is what you're saying to last year?
The revenue in general for May received in June is about 1.5% above the last year's collection.
Thank you.
Ms. Morgan.
Oh, I just on the direction. I opened Google Maps so I could see more closely, like the property and what runs adjacent. It looks like there's probably not an official, but a lot of bike traffic that goes through there, because there looks like a path, either foot traffic from the local residential area or bike traffic. And then I realized when I have been walking from Barton to the Y, a number of my previous coworkers actually ride their bikes from those neighborhoods to the hospital at Barton. So one of the things that it would be nice to see, that path that looks like it's an unofficial path that goes adjacent to the property between the city grounds and the proposed project, to see that path be maintained somehow in the new project, so that staff at Barton that are using it and other locals that are coming to the Y have official access rather than what looks like unofficial access right now. So that would be something I would suggest in the project. And then to Ms. Soderston's comment, a management unit or other employee housing, I think that would be something that City Council would like to see in the project. I think, other than that, I think that it looks like it will be a good project, and I've often wondered about that parcel and what the plans were for that parcel. So at least now I know where things will be going, and I think it seems like it would be an appropriate place. Looking again at the map, you can see I think it's condos behind it, the Tahoe Valley townhomes. So.
Great, thank you, Ms. Horgan. Mr. Robbins.
There's a handful of days when I just can't take the city council seriously, and this is one of them. I mean, we've had back-to-back agenda items about hotels complaining about low occupancy, and the city council, 4-1, just a few months ago, voted to add 900 units of Airbnbs in our residential neighborhoods.
3-2, yeah.
4-2, 4-1, right? It was, that vote was over and over and over
It was
again. We had
3-2.
votes to bring them. I'm not going to get into this. We had votes to bring them back,
Correct the record, but-
and that was 4-1, right?
It was 3-2.
And then,
Anyways,
and then,
record's a record.
and then, now we're talking about, well, where did everybody go? Well, the reason the hotels are low on occupancy is because they're all in our homes, and I really do wish the hotels had showed up when that issue was on the agenda to plead their case then. Instead, they're showing up now, after the fact, saying, well, we want to convert everything into timeshares. It's almost unfathomable, right, to understand what we're talking about. Because how do we take our actions seriously when, on one hand, we incentivize visitors to move into our houses, make it harder for us to live in homes here, and then say, well, instead of hotels, what we're going to do is we're going to build housings and sell them fractionally. You know, it makes it hard to take this body seriously when we jump after every special interest that comes in front of the dais here and asks for their benefit, and we don't consider how to manage the tourism economy as a whole and make sure that it actually supports a local workforce. And we just don't do that. We are jumping at every special interest that's coming before us asking for a favor. And I don't think that's wise. I don't think that's good government, and I don't think that's good policy. We should be encouraging tourists to come and be in hotels that pay TOTs. When we build timeshares, we are incentivizing tourists to come and not pay TOTs. We are incentivizing more Airbnbs to be built that take tourists out of the hotels. That only further incentivizes the conversion of those units into more timeshares that don't pay TOTs, that don't fund our local government. So it baffles me sometimes what it is we're doing here when we have a council that's simultaneously so unremittingly supportive of the Airbnb market.
All right. Mr. Roberts, just real quick before I go to you, I do want to correct the record. The vote to move from 550 VHRs to 900 was a 3-2 vote, with me and you voting against that ordinance, or that ordinance amendment, I should say. Mr. Roberts.
I just wanted to comment. In college, my favorite class was a logic class, and one of the things, the premises of logic was that you can't take an individual concept and apply it universally. So you can't use two hotels that are coming forward talking about, as Mr. Robbins just said, complaining about low occupancy and whatnot, or low profits, and apply that universally across the community. I been on a lodging association for a long time, and they did not feel that the VHRs were going to impede their opportunities. As well as, the VHRs being up, well, we didn't have as many VHRs last year in May. So of course it's going to be up. And the hotels are very heavily weather and season affected. So it's just, I mean, certainly the stats are concerning, but I don't think it implies or proves anything. I mean, it needs a little more time to be making statements about this is what's happening. I think this end of town needs growth. I think that's number 4, growth and diversity of the economy. The timeshare goer is a more affluent person than the person that goes to the regular hotels. That's what we need at this end of town. I think it's a great opportunity for this end of town. And I don't think it will hurt the different hotel properties at this end of town. I think it's a different demographic.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Mayor, I had what I thought were some comments, but they've essentially been made, and I'll just not say anything else.
Yeah, my comments, I think that, this is interesting because I think that timeshares, again, are, like you said, you've really got to look at each different, there's not one size that fits all with this for sure. And really, going back into our history, there was a reason that we did not allow them, but I recognize how much the town has changed from those days as well. The last real approval of a new timeshare, from what I know, is Marriott. And that, was the 2003 redevelopment, the gondola being built. It was a different time. But when we look down at this end of town, how can we bring back some tourism to this part of town? We've been trying to talk about creating more opportunity at the Y, and I think that's important. I'd like to ask the proponents, has it been considered, opposite to what Margaritaville did by, only allowing the 6%, you're seeing a lot of developments in larger cities, larger, hotels are doing the first 15 floors as actual overnight hotels, and the top 40 floors are sold units, and they're kind of all managed under the same management. I'm wondering, was that analysis done, thinking about taking, let's say, 25 of these that were overnight TAUs, and then the rest are open to timeshares? And I wonder that because I think that creates an element that a staff needs to be on site full-time. You have a full-time front desk. You have what a 24-hour hotel requires, and it also blends into how the timeshare is managed and operated. And so I'm just curious if that analysis has kind of been considered, because I know the financial side of being able to sell timeshares, of course, really helps the project pencil. And so I'm just wondering, like, that analysis of maybe that smaller percentage being overnight hotel, and yes.
We looked at it. Tahoe is a different market. One much larger unit is treated the same by TRPA as a small hotel room. Okay, so if you were to take, to Mr. Robbins' comment, they're built bigger because if we were to do a hotel from the TRPA standpoint, it's the same thing. One TAU, one TAU. There aren't that many TAUs to go around. So these are larger units. They're ADR. So again, I can go on and on. We live and breathe this every day. That 42%, 45% occupancy we see during the summer and the weekends in the winter. Nobody else is coming rest of the time. That's the time we are trying to fill with the owners of the fractional, units, or the fractional owners. We are not expecting them to come on July 4th, because if they come on July 4th, their unit will be very same as the hotel. It will sit empty October, November, December. We are assuming they will come during the slower times, and they will make the most out of their investment when they can rent it out to the tourists. So there were various reasons, first, if you mix that kind of thing, you need to have restaurant on site, other amenities, then it starts competing with the neighboring businesses. And the reason, it's like, again, TRPA says one hotel room is the same thing as a much larger, unit. So that much larger unit, whenever it is rented, produces a lot more people can visit, they can spend a lot more. So the economic benefit of having a much larger unit is again many times more compared to a smaller hotel unit. So again, if this land was in Sacramento, San Francisco, there will be 2 big hotels. It's Tahoe. TRPA says one TAU is the same. Doesn't matter whether you have 200 square feet hotel room or whether you have 1,500 square feet, again, different kind of uses. And coming back to occupancy, you don't have tourists come here in October, November, first half of December, second half of March, April, May. That's the time we are assuming and targeting the fractional owners to come and spend their money. If they are well off, they don't need to buy fraction. They can buy beachfront. They can buy a big mansion here and let it sit empty. We are targeting owners who want to make some vacations here, but at the same time, they want their investment to work. Their investment is not going to work in the month of October, November. If they every year come on July 4th, they come on New Year's, they come on Christmas, then they are, they got all the bills to pay, and there is nobody coming in October, November, and all those kind of dead months.
Right.
So we're targeting a different kind of fractional owner group who's sensitive to budget. They have only that much. They cannot afford a full-blown home here, and they cannot afford to have it sit empty all the time. So they're gonna come when they cannot rent it to tourists. So honestly, you're not losing no TAU. Instead of having a 200 square feet, 300 square feet hotel room, you have 1,500, 1,800 square feet, much larger unit. It produces 4 or 5 times more. It fits so many more people. Instead of 1 person, 2 people going to a restaurant, you will have a table of 8 people going to a restaurant from the same one TAU.
Yeah.
And that TAU will be filled with tourists when there is tourist demand, and that TAU will be used by owners when there is nobody coming here.
Sure.
When October, November hits, we're only left with locals.
Yep.
And these owners are part owners, part locals. So that's what we're trying to bring. Partial locals during the dead months of October, November, all these, from the industry standpoint, there's nothing happening.
Yeah, no, and I hear you, and I wonder though, if 80% of the units were your fractional ownership guys, and then the way that I'm looking at it is that if you create a 20% that is just overnight hotel stays, see, I think that it also kind of accommodates each other well in a certain sense, because you can separate your overnight from, and then I get it that, when your people are wanting larger units, but because you're still in design and you haven't gone through that next phase, I think some of the direction may be around, like, hey, make 20 units that do need a TAU, but they're smaller, single, king bed, 2 queens, and then you've got your larger 80% units, right? Because I think there is an interest to want to have good amenities, and I know, when you get into overnight stays and overnight hotels, there's going to be amenities wanted to be added into the project. And that was kind of one of my second comments as direction, is that I think it's good to have those amenities, because we have to recognize timeshares are tourist and overnight stays, and amenities and where they're staying are great. And I think, look at, even the space that you can rent out, a conference center, similar to what, Beach Retreat built years ago, and which really became successful. I think when you have these larger properties, those amenities are they're great, and they help the property thrive and the city thrive more. So that would be my comments.
Yeah, we're going to look at all these kind of avenues. It's right, and appreciate all good, all ideas, absolutely. And it's just, you kind of throw them in the basket, inclusion with the economic analysis, with Beacon, land coverage, everything else that exists, the entitlements that exist, VMT that exists, and so on and so forth, right? So all that comes in the basket. So then when we come through for the submittal to CEQA, all that'll be evaluated. But great comments, just haven't kind of dug into it yet.
Understood. Okay. All right. If there are no other comments, I don't know, it says on here a motion, but as far as without having a project in front of us, it's kind of hard. I feel like there was enough direction. Do you feel that we need a motion?
Well, I wouldn't have any details to write down in the minutes. It would be council did not provide direction, because you didn't do it in a motion.
We really have to provide when we don't have a project basis.
I didn't really hear full consensus, so there may need to be just a motion to provide direction for the applicant to proceed with their new construction timeshare project with any considerations that you would like for them to take into
I'm
account.
just struggling with that because I don't know. I know these like written things, 112 units, but I don't want to give direction to something I don't know that if I'm going to be okay with later. Like, I do support, like looking at this, but I don't feel like I'm looking at it to say, yeah, go forward with this, if you know what I mean.
The direction could be things like, please take into consideration bike and pedestrian circulation. That was brought up. Take into consideration management unit or employee housing as part of the project. It's just that type of direction for the applicant to consider as they are finalizing their application with our Development Services
I have a
Department.
proposal I'd like to suggest to staff for action with a second.
Can I jump into this really quick? I apologize. So just going through the weeds with city staff for a long time to provide some direction. So ultimately, the reason we're here and we're kind of breaking it up is because of the economic piece, right? And so, the comments in terms of access and, that kind of standard fare from there. And so really, as we look at it today, it was, the economic piece. We've looked at it. Okay, good. We're not coming back now for the economic piece. When we come back now, it's CEQA, it's kind of access, the more typical comments. And so what we're hoping for is, really today in whatever format, and I know this is new kind of for everybody, so whatever format works for city staff that says, kind of the economic piece has been checked, and now it's just kind of off again to CEQA and then the, standard review process for something like this. That's really what we're looking for, just in terms of solidifying kind of where we are to feel comfortable moving forward. And then second to that, all suggestions kind of, throw in there as well, so that way we can kind of, evaluate those as we're moving forward.
Great. And then a question for Mr. Rudin, is this approval or direction kind of, does it legally bind us to anything? Where's your?
No. The long and the short of it is no, because you don't have a complete project application before you. There's nothing agendized for you guys to decide other than if you have feelings about the project or what you'd like to see in it, it would be a good time to provide it to the applicant now so they can consider it as they're developing.
Great. Mr. Jenkins.
I would like to see the project continue in its evaluation based upon information that has been generated in the economic analysis that best assures success for the owner and economic benefit to the city, and including in that analysis the considerations that ask the council considerations. You've talked about the trail or the residential unit or for the worker. Evaluate that against the economics, because in the end it has to be profitable for the owners. It has to make sense economically, and we want to know on the other side that it's economically good for us. So I think if you could use that economic analysis to kind of inform us what is the best economics for the owner and for us.
Sorry, am I able to jump in here, since we did do an economic analysis that was pretty lengthy? So it almost seems like it hasn't been given the correct attention. Am I allowed to jump in here?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So it seems that a lot of the holdup seems to internally be about potential substitution, perhaps, or whether this is something that is feasible. So this particular project was done in conjunction with TRI Commercial, and their specialty is in commercial development. They did a thorough market research of luxury units in South Lake Tahoe. They looked at comps, they looked at the broader economy. There's been a lot of research that has gone on the back end into this, which has informed our economic and fiscal impact. So we didn't do like a preliminary kind of study. This was based on thorough market research by TRI Commercial, which, if you'll look at the report, is based on many different sources of information and data. All that being said, we also did conduct analysis looking at previous studies that have specifically analyzed the substitution versus complementarity between different types of accommodations. And if you look actually at our Margaritaville report on page 18, you'll see a very clear chart that shows overall trends in occupancy for hotel rooms and STR. Both of them are inclining at the same time. We don't expect there to be substitution between these different types of amenities. If anything, we're expecting complementarity, meaning that by constructing and or by converting, in this case, constructing rooms to fractional ownership, you are not only incentivizing people to come visit more, whatever the mechanism of that increased frequency of visitation may be, but along with their visitation, they're likely bringing larger parties which require hotel stays. So overall, from the conversation the council is having, it seems to me there is this holdup. There's a belief maybe about some kind of substitution. We also did do a substitution scenario in the report. I think I need to clarify because this may not have been clear before. Our analysis is not a gross impact, it's a net impact. We are also considering potential displacement of hotel stays. We go up to 20% potential displacement, and given even that, we're finding a net positive economic and fiscal impact. So all this to say, we have a lot of back-end research from TRI Commercial, we have the meta-analysis, we have our own economic and fiscal impact analysis. All of them are pointing to positive impacts. And just to go back one more time to one item I should say, also to make a comment on Councilmember Horgan's observation earlier related to the dates on some of our citations. I appreciate that comment, but I need to clarify that we looked for the most current research available. There simply is not a large body of recent academic research on the timeshare or fractional ownership industry. So for background only information, we relied on the existing literature. We relied on the most recent ARDA literature, the industry research, to inform the estimates that go into our economic and fiscal modeling. So we didn't, in fact, use older studies to generate the impact estimates. I just needed to clarify that because I wasn't able to comment on that after the comment was made. So hopefully that clarifies it. I'm happy to answer any questions about the economic analysis, but it seems from the comments that there's a misunderstanding about the extent of our research. So I needed to clarify that.
Can I?
Sure, Mr. Jenkins.
So what I hear this is Dave Jenkins. What I hear you saying is that the economic report that you did and the suggestions that what is being proposed is the most economically viable option for the owner and the city. Is that correct?
There was no comparison done, but this is a economically viable option. It's not taking anything away. If anything, it's adding, as I mentioned earlier, about 16,000 taxable TOT room nights per year. So
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But you said we didn't consider, but you're saying then that the economic analysis that you did, what I understand you saying now is, I thought I understood, was that it is based on available information and your own research, that this is the best, that what is being proposed is economically the most viable economically for the owner, and it's most economically beneficial. That it's economically beneficial for the city. And any changes we don't know what they are because they haven't been evaluated. Any changes we may want, we have no clue as to how that would affect that viability. Is that fair?
Yeah, that is fair to say. I mean, there's many different investments one could consider. We didn't look at an amusement park, right?
Yeah, we're not the experts.
Comparisons.
Yeah, we're not the experts here.
But I think it brings up an interesting point is just for the city's what is better for the city economically, and I think that is something that we need to boil down to. I think one of the things, I think we're close to a motion. We had, I think, some things that we want to see at least looked at and maybe some recommendations. Ms. Horgan, who wants to make the motion? I
feel like Councilmember Robbins had something.
But a second, right?
I would like to suggest that we also look at extending the inclusionary housing ordinance to developments like this where we're building.
Bring that back as APC, do you mind?
Well, I mean, it could be part of this motion here where we're asking staff to look at various things related to this ordinance. We can bring it back.
Bring it back as a
We can bring it back as a separate thing.
Because it's a whole different.
But it's germane here because this is an example
Sure.
of the kind of thing I think that we want
Yeah.
that to be inclusive of.
Okay. Somebody want to work at Crafton? Sweet.
I would like to make a motion providing direction to the staff in the planning department to move to further support this project moving forward, encouraging that there will be bike path and pedestrian considerations on the project, that there will be a management unit or employee housing, and that there will be consideration for TAUs on the property.
Yeah, and I say, when we say TAU, I'd say, yeah, I guess that covers it. Maybe not, but a percentage of TAUs, maybe.
If I may, both timeshares and nightly hotels are TAUs, so if you're speaking about a nightly hotel room,
Nightly
that's different.
hotel.
I want to say, yeah, let's make it
nightly hotel accommodations as part of the project.
Perfect.
And sorry, just to add this again, I mean, the whole reason we're here today is the economic piece. And I do not feel comfortable that the motion satisfies that. You know, I open it to the city attorney, of course. But you could see, you know, and especially because of the uniqueness of this and how infrequently it goes forward. So I love the,
I
you know
thought
what I'm saying,
that
besides
you wanted some direction from us whether we would be in favor of this project moving forward. And this is the type of direction that we would like to offer. The economic analysis is accepted. The project is accepted to move forward. We would like you also to consider our recommendations.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. That was not the question. It just, I wanted to make sure from a legal perspective in terms of kind of the motion being passed, that was highlighted. But I mean, beyond that, yeah, you're exactly right. The comments, the input is what we were looking for as well. I just wanted to make sure that was from a legal perspective, kind of I's dotted, T's crossed kind of thing. But beyond that, no objection.
Did my motion work?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Mr. Exline interrupted your motion, and I would like you to please restate it.
We are making a motion approving the economic analysis that was provided to us, encouraging the project to go forward with additional direction that we would like to see bike path and pedestrian ways as part of the plan, as well as a management unit or employee housing, and some nightly stays available as a percentage of the project.
Question on that.
Is there a second on the
Yeah,
motion?
I have a second, but I have a question. I'll second it with the questions answered. The question is that's what we want. We want it evaluated, and then we want those issues evaluated. Not that is a condition, but we want those recommendations evaluated and brought back to us. And with that, if that's the understanding, then I second it.
You don't have to take that as a change for your motion. You can get a second from somebody else who approves your motion.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, so this is not approval of the project, and you are not placing conditions on the project. You are providing the applicant with feedback on the economic analysis and on the project for them to proceed with their application. That application, at this point, is in its infancy. There is a lot of things that still need to occur in order for that to come before the council requesting an action on approval
I second
or
the
any
original motion.
conditions.
Great.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second, and we.
One other point is there is no requirement for the council to approve the economic analysis.
Great.
So
we'll
just,
remove that from the
so
motion.
just on the question on the second.
Sorry.
No, on the, okay. But we're not saying that those components that we would like to see are required. We're saying that those will be evaluated as the project develops. Is that correct?
My understanding is that
we're not in a position to judge what that cost is at this time, but we're saying these are things we would like to see, and would you evaluate them? We shouldn't be making their business decisions. And try that at Barton. Tell them, yeah, we're going to tell you how to operate your hospital. Okay, that doesn't say look at these, evaluate these things. I think that's what I heard you say, is we accept the economic analysis, but that would you also, as the projects develop, look at these issues that the council thinks are important?
that is my understanding
Okay,
of Ms.
good.
Horgan's motion, but
Thank you. Then
she should
I third
probably
it.
confirm
Then-
that for council.
Then I third it.
Is it five?
I actually, My motion was exactly what my motion was. I wasn't giving further direction that this come back for continuous evaluation. I guess I don't fully understand, council
It's
member.
my understanding that's what I've second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this project will come back to City Council for approval of the special use permit for new construction of timeshare if the applicant chooses to proceed. So there will be additional evaluation and analysis of the project before it comes to council for any type of approval. The recommendation of the staff today is for council to provide feedback to the applicant on the economic analysis that was conducted to evaluate impacts on city revenues with respect to TOT, and to provide the applicant with any feedback that you would like to have them evaluate as they are finalizing their application.
And I feel like that was accomplished in my motion.
Yes.
I think the city manager's just commentary on it is what I thought was the consideration, so I agree.
All right, great. We have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Ms. Harvey? I clicked yes. Did it show up?
Yes,
I just see it now. That motion unanimously carries.
All right, we are moving on to item number 19, the most exciting item of the day. And well, hopefully she still wants to jump. No, just kidding. After today, I hope she's still in it.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Ember Buckman. I'm the Human Resources Manager here for the city. This item is requesting that council pass a resolution authorizing and directing the mayor to execute an employment agreement with the interim city manager, Hillary Roverud, for the position of city manager. Additionally, this will include approval of revising the city manager salary schedule. As you know, the former city manager, Joe Irvin, did tender his resignation effective February 17th, 2026. The city council initiated a recruitment for a new city manager in January 2026. Bob Murray and Associates conducted the executive recruitment, which resulted in multiple qualified candidates for the council to consider. The city council selected Hillary Roverud as its preferred candidate for the city manager position. Ms. Roverud is currently serving as our interim city manager. She has been employed by the city since March 28, 2005, and has served in key leadership roles, including the Development Services Director and Assistant City Manager. Ms. Roverud holds a bachelor's degree in environmental studies from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and a master's degree in city and regional planning from California Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo. The City Council believes Ms. Roverud's institutional knowledge, executive leadership, experience, and established relationships with the community, City Council, and staff position her well to serve as this city manager. The proposed employment agreement appoints Hillary Roverud as the city manager for a 2-year term beginning August 11th, 2026 and ending August 11th, 2028. The terms of the proposed agreement do include an annual base salary of $265,000, deferred compensation equal to 5% of base salary plus longevity pay, other incentive pays as authorized by the City Council for unrepresented employees, and including 5% longevity pay and a 2% management incentive pay, as well as tuition reimbursement. Eligibility for non-PERSable 457 matching contribution up to $4,000 annually. Participation in the city's medical, dental, and vision plan for Ms. Roverud as well as her eligible dependents. Administrative leave of 100 hours per year, paid time off accrued at the executive management rate, currently 304 hours, a vehicle allowance of $350 a month, CalPERS retirement, which is consistent with other city employees, management coaching services, and a severance package, which would equal to the lesser of the number of months remaining on the agreement, or 6 months of the city manager's then current monthly base salary, plus the city's contribution to medical coverage. If approved, the manager's salary table will also be amended to reflect the contracted compensation. And there is sufficient funds available in the current budget to cover the costs associated with this agreement. And with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to council with any comments or questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Buckman. Is there any questions from council? No? Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no questions, we will open this to public comment. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I would really be 100% in favor of her getting the job if she agrees to wear less gray. No, I like Hillary. Done a good job. Pretty much. Some things I've disagreed with, decisions over the years, but, a lot is dependent on council too, where, when you're staff member here, you have to, kiss up to council. That's your job, man. So, can't falter for that. Only thing I have, a couple of things I have a problem with, just, of 304 hours for, annually, that's like 7.5 weeks of paid time off. Just a question of it, because it says with 10 or more years of service, so the job isn't starting anew. It's just, some clarification going from that she's been here for 10 years and the other, so that rolls over. Then on top of that, an administrative leave 100 hours per year. We're not going to see that much of you. But a couple of things I would like to see her change and commit to. Since we didn't get to see who the finalists were and what their qualifications were or anything, that was, as it was done previously, we were kept in the dark this time. Probably good after what we went through with Joe Irvin. I would like to see her reduce the petty cash that Joe raised up to, I believe it's $60,000, your little petty cash fund that could spend and authorize for anything without any council authorization. I would like to see that knocked back down to $5,000, and anything else come before council. It was down somewhere in that neighborhood or so previously, because it got a little out of hand. And then also all travel by council members, going back to being approved by the city council, not by the city manager. Except for, if you're in LAFCO or, have to go to Placerville for appointed commission or subcommittees that you're on and stuff like that. But, to go to Colorado and everything, and go to Aspen and whatever, I think should come before council to be authorized. Other than that, good luck, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
We have a hand raised, a couple of them. Ms. Sotterston.
Yes, Melissa Sotterston, South Lake Tahoe. I think this is obviously the correct choice. I mean, I too wish that we could have seen the other candidates that have applied. I'm kind of interested in who is brave enough to enter this climate in our city here. But I think that speaks to why Hillary is the correct choice, is because the fact that she was willing to apply for this position after all the crap that the city has gone through it just speaks volumes about her. I do hope that she will take some more initiative going forward, and that, Joe, the one thing that he was best at was, for lack of a better word, managing this city council and keeping you guys on track and really reading what you were saying in between your words, because sometimes it's very convoluted and difficult to understand what you are actually looking for in these motions. Joe was really good at that, and I hope that, being full-time in this position, that Hillary will kind of fill those shoes in really dialing you guys down into the issues that actually matter, because that is what we most need, is not somebody that necessarily manages the city, but somebody that it can manage the city council, because it gets pretty chaotic sometimes. And that's really all there is to it, is I hope that she really just grows some balls and, keeps you guys in check. Thanks.
Yep. Oh, we had another hand raised, but he's put his hand down. Okay, no more public comments, Mayor.
All right, well, we'll bring this back to council, and I will say, I believe it was over 45 or 50 people applied for this job, and I really feel confident that we really have the very best person out of all of those people. I'm really excited to bring Hillary forward, and very grateful for her willingness and her commitment to our city in the last 21 years. And so I just wanted to put that out there for the public. A lot of people were very interested, and I'm very confident we came up with the best person. So,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we pass a resolution.
Can I make a
yeah.
discussion?
Sure,
Can I make a
go for
comment?
it.
I actually just want to mention, yes, I think that Ms. Riverwood was an excellent candidate for us, and that her longevity really does speak to her dedication to the city. And she really understands a lot of what goes on from many different perspectives, having worked her way through planning and into assistant city manager. And I have the utmost trust and faith in her ability to be an excellent city manager, and I'm very much looking forward to working with her.
Great. Any other comments? No? Looking for a motion? Go for it.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that that the council pass a resolution authorizing and directing the mayor to execute an employment agreement with the interim city manager, Hillary Roverud, for the position of city manager, and approving the revised city salary schedule for city manager as was presented.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
All right, exciting, good stuff. With that, we'll move on to updates and announcements. Mr. Rudin.
Actually, we have the agenda planning calendar real quick.
I was
Sorry.
wanting to move fast, sorry. APC, item 21, Ms. Roverud.
Thank you very much, Council. As you can see, the agenda planning calendar is pretty full for the next couple of months. I may have to reconsider my optimism on the amount of time it takes to get through some items. So you may see some of this stuff shift a little bit, but I think, like I said, our agendas are very full for the next couple of months. Obviously, there are business items and things that will pop up, and we will work to fit those in and accommodate some appropriate length meetings while also getting the business of the city done.
Very nice, thank you, Ms. Roverud. Any
I have
items to add to APC?
Yeah.
Sure, Ms. Horgan.
Starting is one thing I already spoke with Ms. Roverwood about, and then there were a couple of things that came up in public communications that I'd like to discuss or add. So one of the things, I've been frequenting the rec center. Myself, my family, it was just my husband and I. Now my son also has a membership under the $150 good student discount that I'm really proud that he was able to obtain. But I've noticed that parking is a challenge, can be a challenge for library rec center. And now I've just realized that Lakeview Commons and people visiting that area also are parking in the parking lot. And when there's not parking in the parking lot, they're parking kind of on the property, on the side of the road, but they're not on the road. They're kind of on the property. And the more I thought about that, I realized the reason why it was bothersome to me is because I often take the bus, and so I have to walk from the rec center to the bus station or bus stop there, and there's no pedestrian access. There isn't a specific walkway for that. As well as when I walk, which I often do, walk from home all the way to the rec center so that I get my exercise each direction, you really have to approach all the way to the corner to get to the rec center or come up Rufus Allen from behind. There really is no pedestrian access. So
What do you want on
I'm
APC?
asking that the city investigate parking and pedestrian access now that we have a new rec center there.
Second.
There you go.
Okay, and then senior center. So I appreciate everyone that came. I was almost in tears. I just, as a registered nurse, to hear the comments about the heat and about activities being limited there. I'd like to request the city work with the county and maybe Seniors Inc. to find a path forward for use and maintenance and improvement of the senior center facility.
Second.
Okay.
It's already coming back.
It comes back next week.
I know.
So should we?
Let's bring it back in this
I just,
century.
well, I just wonder, like, should we not, and again, I support it wholeheartedly, but because that's coming
Don't
back.
add it. Okay, don't
Just
add it.
because it's already, and then if we want to do something at the end of that item.
Yeah,
then
but
maybe.
Mr. Mayor, just a point that we've been talking about this for a couple of years, and what it would be good, I think, if I understood what was requested, not to discuss the item, is that where are we on this? What's the status? And
Well, if it's next meeting, then we're-
in this decade, hopefully, that we have that conversation so they can get some answers.
Okay, so
Okay,
Well,
I've
let Mr.
I've been
Roberts.
working closely with Seniors Inc. and the Senior Center. Mr. Stark is no longer here today, but he is working on an MOU with the city so the Seniors Inc. can take over on it. There's been a lot of progress. I've been working for 2 years very closely with them, and it's been a long battle. We're getting close, and it is already on the APC.
To avoid a discussion among council, this is not on the agenda. We do have it scheduled to come back to council on September 8th.
Okay, excellent. And then the last thing also came up in public communications about defensible space for homeowners. I believe there are some state and federal legislation coming down the pike, but I was wondering if maybe the city could consider what other grants are available that homeowners maybe based on income or other features could access some support for defensible space.
Second.
All right, Ms. Horgan, is that it? Thank you so much. Mr. Roberts? Anything on APC? No? Mr. Jenkins, anything on APC?
Yes. We've heard, I won't discuss the item. I'd like to have a conversation at the city council about the status of eliminating microplastics in the environment, what has been done and what needs to be done. That seems to be an issue that keeps coming back all the time. And we've had commentary by residents. I'd just like to get a report from someone about where we are on this, if the council is interested in that matter.
May I? A handful of meetings ago, possibly the last meeting, I've lost track.
So-
We did ask for an agenda item, and it was seconded on the use of plastic materials by the city in stabilization. It might make sense, rather than to have duplicative items, to simply expand that item, rather than having, that's why I'm suggesting,
So you
just
support-
rather than having two separate
You
things.
support that? You second it?
Yeah,
All right, well-
can the second be to expand the previous item rather than having two separate items concurrently, just to,
Very good. Any other items, David?
and just for staff's context, UC Davis did some
Well, no,
environmental
we're
work that they
discussing now.
could-
I'm
they
going
could
to stop
look
you.
into.
Any other items, Mr. Jenkins?
There's another issue that has been raised to us, both in correspondence by residents, by pedestrians, by people here today, whether they said it verbally, and it has to do with the concern over motorized bikes and the conflict with vehicles. That is it a serious matter that needs urgent action? Maybe if we could get an update on that issue, where we are, what we're doing. That would be, I think, maybe address community concerns and maybe address some of the concerns that we have.
I'll second that.
Thank
All
you.
right. Anything else, Mr. Jenkins? Okay, Mr. Robbins.
I would like to see us consider expansion of the inclusionary housing ordinance to include the types of condo developments and timeshare type developments that are housing alike structures. The new condo development that's going in behind what is currently now the Target by State Line, for example, did not qualify for needing, did not fall into the inclusionary housing ordinance because the square footage is low, even though it's all going to be Airbnbs because it's a condo development. So we could structure that in a number of ways.
Well,
And
let's
so
just
I'd
see
like
if-
to have that as a discussion item for expanding our ordinance to cover some more development.
I would second the motion, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
if it would include some re-review of the efficacy of the existing ordinance itself, because I have some major
Well,
issues.
so you're asking for, are you okay to add that into it?
Just the efficacy.
Expansion and how it's going.
Okay. Is that okay? All right. You got the second? Anything else, Mr. Robbins?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. For me, nothing on APC, because I think anything I add, I wouldn't be here for. So with that, we go to updates and announcements from Mr. Rudin. I was so close.
You were so ready with this.
Nothing from the city attorney.
All right, great. This is real rude.
I just wanted to say thank you for approval of the city manager's contract, your support in me, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Blankenship.
Yeah, a couple of three items, three. A request by the Daughters of the American Revolution for a Constitution Week proclamation in September. I'll bring it back the first meeting in September. They're going to do some sort of display at the library. They also would like to make a presentation at the September 8th meeting, so a presentation, not a proclamation. They would like to present, a commemorative gift to the fire department and the police department in honor of 9/11. Would that be okay if I let them
Yeah.
know it's under 15 minutes? They
Yeah.
want to do that?
Can we kind of do them in the same item? Proclamation, presentation? I
Well,
guess it doesn't matter.
they're two different.
Okay, fine.
They're for
Sorry.
two different
I
things.
didn't
One's
mean to get in the
Constitution
weeds.
Week, one's honoring
Great.
first responders. And then I received a request from Ms. Reagan to recognize at the September 8th meeting to recognize Suicide Prevention and Recovery Month. She had some caveats to her proclamation, which I will work directly with her on. But do we have consensus to at least issue her a proclamation for Suicide Prevention Month, even if it is not perhaps presented during the council meeting, to meet her comfort level? Is that okay? Okay. I will work with her on how to deliver that, what the best method is. Okay, that was it. Oh, I could say there's one more day for people to pull papers for city council. We only have 13 people running. We could use a few more. But the nomination period closes tomorrow at 5 also for the city clerk position. So thank you very much.
So just actually real quickly to go back to this, we aren't going to present that at the September 8th meeting, or we are?
I was just asking for approval for it to be issued. She had some caveats that I would like to work through with her and our risk manager. She has some ADA accommodations that I need to discuss with our ADA risk compliance
curious about
manager.
the
And
date.
then I will also discuss it with you, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. All right, with that, we are moving on to council member reports and comments. Are there any reports or comments from council members?
Mr. Mayor, I had the pleasure of attending the National Night Out of our police department and allied agencies, and it was a great opportunity to talk with our department people, and also to acknowledge the fine work that they and our allied agencies are doing to keep us protected. So that's all I have.
Right on. Any other reports or comments? Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, last month, I visited the Washoe County Youth and Services where they do the sexual assault exams for youth and adults. It's called Youth Services, but it's actually for both. There was an open invitation extended there for all council members to go visit. This is where they handle victims of assault throughout the region, including our region, and amazingly as far south as Mammoth. Yeah, that was a bit of news for me. So I think it was a wincing way. It was a fascinating and important thing to learn about the process that goes through, and the mechanisms that they have for handling for handling evidence collection for people in their worst moments. So I would coordinate with our police chief, who can make arrangements for taking a tour and meeting the staff there. I would encourage everyone to reach out to our police chief and take them up on that offer if able.
Great. All right, thank you for that. Any other comments? No? Great. I also went to the National Night Out. It was great to be there with so many of the agencies that work to keep us safe. Got to meet with the Forest Service, even got a fire permit, and I want to remind everybody with the Forest Service, we're in a public comment period for adding fees into what are now free spaces within the forest. Kiva Beach, Luther Pass Campground, multiple U.S. Forest Service campgrounds, and right now the public comment is open, and I think it's incredibly important for all of us to try to preserve our open public space. And the Forest Service, one of their real mandates from when they were founded was to create free open space for the public, and this directly goes against that, to try to charge at places that are so commonly used by all of us. To charge parking there, I think, really goes against their mandates. They are not the National Park Service, and we need to remind them of that. So I would just put that out for the public. And with that, we are adjourned, and we will move into closed session.
Public comment on closed session items.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
We will do that now. I mean, I was going to take a break
Sorry,
too,
I was
but we'll do.
like, wait a minute.
Are we going to do public comment then take a break?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can do public comment and take a break,
Great.
but we do have to take public comment before we.
Go to closed session.
Okay.
Is there anybody here in the room that would like to give public comment on any item on our closed session today? Seeing none, we will look to Zoom.
Anyone on Zoom want to provide public comment on the 4 closed session items before we close the Zoom? Nothing.
Nothing. Great. All right. Now we are officially adjourned. I already pounded once.
Okay.
Yes, we are. Okay, we will go ahead and call this meeting back to order. And Mr. Rudin, could we get a closed session report?
There is nothing to report.
Great. Thank you. With that, we will call this meeting adjourned.
Could you make